Chapter 627. The young leader was called Qin Shaohong. Among the young generation of the aspiring Throne Mountain Qin clan, he was unquestionably in the top 5. Additionally, among the young generation of the aspiring Throne Mountain, besides Qin Taichong, who was publicly recognized as superior, the remaining few in the top 5 were neck and neck. No one was willing to submit to anyone. This Qin Shaohong had another identity. He was the direct disciple of honored warrior Zhi Huai. It was because among the 12 great honored warrior Zhi Huai also held a superior position, as he was ranked in the top 3. Besides the 3 chiefs, the honored warriors were the highest existences in the Qin clan. One could imagine the position of the top 3 honored warriors. Therefore, being the direct disciple of honored warrior Zhi Huai, this Qin Shaohong also held a rather high position in the Qin clan. In his little circle, he was considered the leader. There were about 4 to 6 other core disciples that held the same position as this Qin Shaohong. Each of them had their own little circle and group. These little circles and groups only appeared to be close. In fact, it also indirectly reflected the situation of the aspiring Throne Mountain Qin clan. When the young people of the younger generation interacted, they were also secretly related to the older generation. When it came to the next generation, the circle of the older generation would not change much, or there would be no change at all. Usually, among the large circle of core disciples, this Qin Shaohong was not very convinced by others. At this moment, when he saw a strange giant guy standing before him, it appeared that he was related to the Qin clan. However, if a disciple of the Qin clan did not recognize him and was still training at his territory, was he not deliberately looking for trouble? Young Master Hong, should we teach him a lesson? That short disciple of the Qin clan asked Qin Shaohong with a flattering tone. Qin Shaohong gave a cold sneer and shouted at Lone, "If you know the situation, quickly tell me your name." Lone rolled his eyes. "Who are you? You are so carefree, why should I tell you my name?" Lone was also extremely hoodlum. He felt that these 4 people had their nostrils pointed to the sky and did not find them pleasing to the eye. He had run amok for half of his life and was used to being domineering. Now when he saw the other party acting with such arrogance, even if the other party was stronger, he still felt annoyed. Qin Shaohong laughed despite his extreme anger. "Kid, I see that you are tired of living. You are deliberately looking for trouble, right?" The short man also chimed in. "Hey, blockhead, you still dare to talk back? Do you know young Master Hong's position in the aspiring Throne Mountain? This hillside is young Master Hong's territory. You guys have some guts to cultivate here? Your territory?" Loneliness was not easy to fool. There were no houses near the hillside, which meant that it was a free area. Ascending Dragon Slope, to the core disciples, only the area around their houses and courtyards could be considered as their private territory. Other than that, they were all public areas. Lone felt that the man was lying through his teeth, which was an insult to his wisdom. He shouted, "You are really shameless. This place is obviously a public area. When did it become your private territory? Do you really think I'm a fool?" Qin Shaohong looked at Lone coldly. Since this person dared to say such words, it seemed like he understood the ascending dragon slope very well. It did not seem like he had accidentally barged into the ascending dragon slope. However, there had always been an unspoken rule at the ascending dragon slope. This hillside was not far from his private territory. In fact, this place was an extension of his private territory. Although it was only a few hundred miles, he had always thought that this area was also his private territory. Among the core disciples, these unspoken rules had also formed a mutual understanding. Usually, the disciples of the Qin clan in the other small circles would not come to this territory. Even though it was a public area on the surface, after those unspoken rules, everyone had tacitly agreed to divide their territory. To put it bluntly, this was a form of thinking of occupying the hill as a king. Hearing Lone's words, the short man knew that this person would not be easy to fool. However, he was not discouraged as he cried out, "Kid, who are you with? How come you don't have any eyes? Do you know the rules of this ascending dragon slope? This territory is young Master Hong's territory. You guys are trespassing by training here. It's a great disrespect to young Master Hong. Kid, Be smart. Don't think that you are someone important after entering the ascending dragon slope. That's right, when you enter the ascending dragon slope, you must have some eyes. You can't just go anywhere. Hurry up and apologize to young Master Hong. These helpers were more energetic than Qin Shaohong. Lone raised the corner of his mouth and said proudly, "Apologize to him? Bullshit. I only know that only the yard of the ascending dragon slope is the territory of 4 people. This place is a few hundred miles away from the residential area. That is the public area. No one should think about occupying it as their own private land." Qin Shaohong said coldly, "I didn't see that you are such a clever and eloquent person. Kid, just what is your background?" Lone said carelessly, "Don't worry about my background, this place does not welcome you. Hurry up and leave, don't disturb my friend's training." Lone's tone was not the slightest bit courteous. He knew that Qin Shaohong was powerful. However, for a powerhouse at the perfect void martial stage, it was all right for him to act pretentious before Lone. Before Boss, he was only a scum. Any spiritual beast sent out by Boss could oppress him 10 or 8 times. Lone did not want to lose Boss's face the first time he encountered a problem. At the Qin clan, he could not take the initiative to provoke others. However, when others initiated the provocation, there was no need to endure it. This time, Qin Shaohong was truly furious. He pointed at Lone and said coldly, "It seems you are deliberately looking for trouble, right? All right, in this case, I will fulfill your wish." After he had finished speaking, Qin Shaohong's body dashed forward suddenly. Instantly, his entire body transformed into a burst of violent wind and rolled towards Lone. When Lone saw that the other party had made a move without hesitation and that his strength had reached a stage where he could not resist, as soon as this violent wind blew, Qin Shaohong's body had already approached Lone. At this moment, suddenly, a burst of equally powerful wind rotated and stopped Qin Shaohong's temperament. The 2 bursts of power collided and pushed each other. Both transformed into shadows and scuttled in the sky. When they dropped to their original place, they restored their original appearance. Qin Shaohong looked at Lone with astonishment. On Lone's side, a somewhat ugly man dressed entirely in white robes looked at Qin Shaohong with cold eyes. He had an expression that seemed to say, "If you want to come, please continue." Qin Shaohong's shock was not small. When did so many strange people come to the ascending dragon slope? It would have been all right if they only had a strange personality. Most importantly, their strength was also inexplicable. Although Qin Shaohong was arrogant, he felt that this ugly man in white before him was strong enough to fight against him. Just who are you people? Now, vividly, Qin Shaohong also felt that something was wrong. Humph. That ugly man in white did not answer. He only gave a cold sneer and looked at Bao Bao's mountain colonel. When he saw that the golden light was slowly dimming, he knew that this little monkey was almost at the end. He said to Lone, "Go pick up that little monkey and leave." Master said not to cause trouble. When Lone saw that a helper had come, instantly he was filled with confidence. Initially, he planned to discuss Dao with the other party. Upon hearing his friend say that Boss was unwilling to cause trouble, he gave up the idea angrily. Naturally, this ugly man in white was also a spiritual beast at the perfect void martial stage, illusionary cloud divine dog. After all, Qin Shaohong was not an elite warrior of the supreme Dao. He could not see through the essence of this spiritual beast's transformation. He thought that since when did these strange elite warriors appear at the ascending dragon slope? When he saw that Lone was about to leave, anger flashed across Qin Shaohong's eyes as he shouted, "Hold on." Jimo turned around slowly, "What else do you want? If you don't explain clearly, don't think about leaving. I suspect that you are not disciples of the Qin clan, but spies from the outside." Lone and the illusionary cloud divine dog looked at each other in dismay. This would work. Wasn't this reason too far-fetched? This ascending dragon slope was the core area of the Qin clan. Unless the Qin clan was attacked, how could anyone sneak in? It seems that this Qin Shaohong was still unwilling to give up and wanted to cause trouble. Illusionary cloud divine dog said indifferently, "Young man, if I were you, I would retreat in the face of difficulties. Do you think that if you continue to get entangled, what chance do you have to win?" Qin Shaohong said with a strong sense of righteousness, "Don't play this trick. If you don't tell me your name, I will not hold back." Illusionary Cloud Divine Dog said with a cold sneer, "You will not hold back. To tell you the truth, I would like to see how you will hold back. Kid, don't be arrogant. If it wasn't for my master's order, just by the fact that you made the first move, even if you did not die, I would have let you leave with a crippled body." These words were no different than adding fuel to the fire. At the aspiring Throne Mountain Qin clan, not many people dared to speak to Qin Shaohong in this way. Especially at the ascending dragon slope, there was none. Even those leading figures with similar positions and skills to him were courteous to each other. At least on the surface, they had done enough. Unexpectedly, despite his arrogance, there were people more arrogant than him. Young Master Hong, could it be this guy is crazy? Who does he think he is? That short martial artist looked at Illusionary Cloud Divine Dog with a face full of ridicule. He felt that this ugly man in white clothes had lost his mind. "Tell me your master's name. This young master wants to see when our ascending dragon slope has such a powerful person." Inwardly, Qin Shaohong was filled with anger. He had yet to meet a tough nail at the ascending dragon slope. Initially, he only wanted to act pretentious and put on airs before Lone to reveal his identity. This was also one of Qin Shaohong's great hobbies. Up until now, whenever he encountered such situation, the other party would retreat with shame when they heard his name. It had allowed his sense of superiority to gain unprecedented satisfaction. Unexpectedly, this time, he had bumped into an iron plate. Illusionary Cloud Divine Dog looked at Qin Shaohong as if he was looking at an idiot. Ignoring him, he shouted to the bottom of the coal, "You two, if you are done, go back immediately. Don't stay here, you will get into trouble." When Qin Shaohong heard these words, he was even more displeased. What did he mean by getting into trouble? Wasn't this purely cursing? "Kid, you are too arrogant. It seems that if I don't make you suffer, you will not know that I have 3 eyes on my head." This Qin Shaohong had always used the name of honored warrior Ji Huai and was used to it. Therefore, at this moment, naturally, his domineering aura overflowed. "Regardless of how strong your master's background is, can he be stronger than my teacher, honored warrior Ji Huai?" To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com. More chapters, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 628. One must say that this Qin Shaohong was extremely familiar with the way he pretended to be pretentious. He even had these words at his fingertips. However, there was a good saying that if you pretended to be pretentious, you would be awesome. If you did not, you would be an idiot. This Qin Shaohong was not powerless. Only this time, he did not have good eyesight and did not see the situation clearly. If you want to act pretentious, you must pick a soft persimmon to pinch. Clearly, the elusive Cloud Divine Dog was not some soft persimmon. Therefore, in his opinion, Qin Shaohong's pretentious actions were simply unreasonable and stupid. They were all disciples of the Qin clan. How come the difference between this Qin Shaoyu and his master was this great? The elusive Cloud Divine Dog also felt puzzled as he twitched his mouth. "Does the horse prince have 3 eyes? I really don't know. If you don't know, I will let you know today," the elusive Cloud Divine Dog said with a cold sneer, "then I will wait for you to show your skills." In fact, although this Qin Shaohong was powerful, the elusive Cloud Divine Dog was a spiritual beast at the perfect void martial stage. His body movements and attack power even surpassed this Qin Shaohong. Even without other helpers, it was not impossible to defeat this Qin Shaohong. Not to mention his other companions were still hiding in the surrounding area. Bao Bao was Qin Wushuang's brother. Since he was going to advance and break through in solitary training, it was impossible for Qin Wushuang not to make some arrangements. Therefore, in secret, he sent a few sealed spiritual beasts to guard the surrounding area. At the same time, he must take care of Lone's face and not let these sealed spiritual beasts show themselves when it was not necessary. If this Qin Shaohong had not suddenly appeared, the elusive Cloud Divine Dog would not have come out. The elusive Cloud Divine Dog stood there casually and turned a blind eye to this Qin Shaohong. At this moment, The elusive cloud divine dog received Qin Wushuang's spiritual perception. Elusive cloud, don't mess with him. Bao Bao and Lone are already back, you should also bring your companions back. The elusive cloud divine dog revealed a playful smile. He shot a few glances at the aggressive Qin Shaohong and sent his spiritual perception, Master, I don't want to mess with you, but this young master is unwilling to let me go. Qin Wushuang said indifferently, you tell him, if he has something to do, come to the ascending dragon slope to find me, Qin Wushuang. The illusionary cloud divine hound had received his master's order and did not dare to suddenly hurt people at the ascending dragon slope. No matter what, this was his master's sect. If he hurt anyone, it could be his own people. He immediately nodded and said to Qin Shaohong, my master doesn't want to argue with you. That's all for today. If you don't want to give up, you can talk to my master personally. Under the powerful aura of the illusionary cloud divine hound, Qin Shaohong really did not have the courage to completely turn hostile. At first, he thought that the person in front of him wouldn't be much stronger than him. However, the more he observed, the more he felt that the other party was not weaker than him at all. In fact, he even had a faint feeling that the other party was superior to him. This caused Qin Shaohong to be both shocked and furious, but in the end, he did not dare to act rashly. When he heard the other party's words, he went along with the flow and asked, who is your master? I really want to pay him a visit and see who is so ignorant about educating his subordinates. Then you're good. My master is called Qin Wushuang. He lives at the ascending dragon slope. After the illusionary cloud divine hound finished speaking, it turned into a ray of white light and disappeared into the void. Qin Shaohong was dumbstruck. For a moment, he was unable to regain his senses. Qin Wushuang? This name sounded familiar. Qin Shaohong was about to speak when he suddenly thought of something and slapped his thigh. He said that he is Qin Wushuang's servant. That short cultivator flattered and nodded. Yes, young Master Hong. He was talking about some Qin Wushuang. However, this Qin Wushuang. What? Qin Wushuang? The short cultivator suddenly thought of something. His forehead was covered in cold sweat and his expression changed greatly. These days, even if their information was outdated, they had heard of the name Qin Wushuang. Although Qin Wushuang's trip to the floating snow house was kept secret and was not announced to the outside world. However, the story between him and the heavenly Luo Daoist sect had spread like wildfire across the entire aspiring Throne Mountain Qin clan. Even those who did not pay attention to the outside world had more or less heard about it. If one were to say that during the battle with the heavenly Luo Daoist sect, Qin Wushuang had more or less resorted to trickery, yet no one could ignore the fact that he had received the personal reception of the chief. Additionally, not everyone had the strength to resort to trickery when fighting against the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. If one did not have absolute strength, what could they use to resort to trickery? Of course, there was the so-called saying of seeing is believing. Although Qin Wushuang had gained a great reputation in recent years, many people still felt that sometimes the rumors were exaggerated. Of course, this Qin Shaohong had also heard of Qin Wushuang's name. He had heard it often. After all, he was Ji Huai's direct disciple, his prized disciple. Ji Huai and Qin Wushuang's ancestor, Qin Yu, were famous for not getting along well when they were young. Therefore, when Qin Shaohong heard the rumors about Qin Wushuang, he could not help but feel some negative emotions. He had always wanted to see whether this Qin Wushuang was as devilish as the rumors said. Unexpectedly, this opportunity had presented itself before him. Indeed, he had worn out iron shoes in a fruitless search, and found it by chance without any effort. Although Qin Shaohong liked to put on airs, he was not completely brainless. Now, if they went to find him rashly, certainly they would not gain any advantage with just the few of them. Although he was not clear of the relationship between that ugly man in white clothes and Qin Wushuang, he would not be wrong to address Qin Wushuang as master. What the hell, that Qin Wushuang is only a kid from the human countries, how could he have such powerful subordinates? It seems that he was respectful to Qin Wushuang and kept calling him master. With such doubts in his mind, Qin Shaohong finally suppressed his impulse and decided to think of a way. That short mischievous man noticed a subtle change when he saw Qin Shaohong's expression. He cautiously reminded, "Young Master Hong, we still have to talk to honored Sir Ji Huai about this matter and ask him to make a decision." Qin Shaohong originally had the same plan, but he could not bring himself to do it, so he was hesitant. Seeing that this short man took the initiative to bring it up, he could take advantage of the situation. Unexpectedly, another follower shouted, "Young Master Hong, there's no need to trouble honored Sir Ji Huai with such a small matter, right? I don't believe that a kid from the human countries can have such great ability. Young Master Hong, I think that kid's reputation is undeserved. We can take this opportunity to expose his undeserved reputation and make a name for ourselves." Qin Shaohong's expression froze, thinking to himself, "Are you crazy? Can't you see the strength of that ugly man in white clothes?" Even if Qin Wushuang's reputation was undeserved, that person's strength was real. Qin Shaohong did not feel that he had enough assurance to defeat the other party. When that short guy heard his comrade's clamor, he inwardly groaned and slapped the back of that guy's head. "You are the only one who is meddlesome. Do you think young Master Hong does not have his own opinions? Young Master Hong is so wise, certainly he has his own plans. Am I right, young Master Hong?" Although this guy's flattery was not brilliant, Qin Shaohong still enjoyed it. After all, he had given him a way out. He nodded. "Of course we cannot let this matter go. However, now is not the time to act blindly without thinking. Regardless, we are all disciples of the Qin clan. If we want to talk to Qin Wushuang, we must ask honored Sir Ji Huai first." When he said it this way, of course the others would not object. The group quickly left the ascending dragon slope and flew towards honored Sir Ji Huai's territory. On the other hand, Qin Wushuang listened to the detailed explanation from elusive Cloud Divine Hound at his own courtyard. Qin Shaohong is the direct disciple of honored Sir Ji Huai. As Qin Wushuang mulled over this information, he realized some problems. Initially, when they were discussing his identity as a core disciple at the Upright Morality Hall, honored Sir Ji Huai was the one who raised the objection. According to the tone of Elder Guanfeng, among the people who were at odds with ancestor Qin Wushuang, this honored Sir Ji Huai should be the first to bear the brunt. Now, it was unavoidable for him to oppose Qin Wushuang. Although Qin Wushuang did not take the initiative to provoke people and acted with a low profile, it did not mean that he was a soft persimmon at the Qin clan that anyone could pinch. Inwardly, he also had a bottom line. For the sake of the Qin clan, he could ignore the past history. However, if someone wanted to use their seniority to suppress him, Qin Wushuang would not allow himself to be captured without a fight. Regardless of the internal or external rules of the Tian Shenland, the strong preyed on the weak. Although the Qin clan was relatively united internally and the atmosphere of internal strife was not flourishing, it did not mean that such things would not happen. "Master, that kid is so arrogant. If you didn't instruct us to keep a low profile, I would have taught him a lesson. What is he playing at?" Elusive Cloud Divine Dog still appeared somewhat annoyed. Indeed, Qin Shaohong's condescending attitude made him feel somewhat disgusted. Qin Wushuang said with a smile, "Don't be in a rush. If this Qin Shaohong does not know what's good for him, certainly he will come to cause trouble again. By that time, let's see what he is playing at." Bao Bao clenched his fist. "Boss, I just broke through, let me practice, how about it? I will beat him until he looks for his teeth all over the floor." Qin Wushuang waved his hand. Qin Shaohong is at the perfect void martial stage. Although you have entered the profound void martial stage and combined with the bloodline of the immemorial spiritual monkey, you can barely contend against him, it's still difficult to win against him. Don't be in a rush, you will have many opportunities to make a move in the future. Are you afraid of not having a chance to fight? Bao Bao chuckled mischievously, scratched his head and retreated to the side. At this moment, a burst of light shot from the opposite side of the slope. It was Elder Guan Qi again. This Elder Guan Qi would not come to the Three Treasures Palace for no reason. Each time he came, he would bring some news. This time, he had come in a hurry, certainly something had happened. Qin Wushuang went out to welcome him and said with a smile, "After not seeing you for almost a year, you still have your graceful bearing." Guan Qi laughed and said, "Wushuang, after not seeing you for a year, your strength has increased again. By the way, This time I came because of the private instruction from the third chief. I have an important matter to discuss with you, let's talk inside. Please. Upon hearing his words, Qin Wushuang was not in a rush to pursue the matter. He invited Elder Guan Qi into the courtyard. Besides Bao Bao and Lone, the other sealed spiritual beasts naturally chose to withdraw. After Elder Guan Qi had sat down, he said straightforwardly, Wushuang, recently there is an exceptional opportunity to gain experience. The spots are extremely limited. The third chief wants to ask if you are interested. To be continued, if you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 629. Opportunity to gain experience. Qin Wushuang was stunned, for he did not understand. He only muttered to himself irresolutely and was not in a rush to continue the conversation. Elder Guan Qi nodded. Yes. Wushuang, you have heard of the illusion Heavenly Lake, right? Illusion Heavenly Lake. Qin Wushuang nodded. He had heard of the illusion Heavenly Lake. However, he had heard about it from Qin Chongyang, the third chief, when he was on the way to the Qin clan. The illusion Heavenly Lake was one of the 5 forbidden spiritual zones in the Tianxian land. The totem clan there was called the Karakoram Immortal Clan. Currently, Qin Wushuang only knew this much. In fact, Qin Wushuang had already interacted with people of the illusion Heavenly Lake. Initially at the mouth of the bowl, before the thatched hut of that little girl Shui Ruolan, Qin Wushuang had been tortured by a woman dressed in imperial clothing. In fact, that woman was a figure from the illusion Heavenly Lake. However, Qin Wushuang had been kept in the dark. He always thought that group of people were powerhouses from the Xian Yuan Mound. Elder Guan Qi, the illusion Heavenly Lake is a forbidden spiritual zone located in the west, right? Elder Guan Qi nodded. Yes, the illusion Heavenly Lake is the same as the Xian Yuan Mound. They are both forbidden spiritual zones that have close interactions with each other. Oh! Between the major forbidden spiritual zones, there is also a difference between close and not close interactions. Qin Wushuang asked with curiosity. Of course. Elder Guan Qi chuckled. Usually, the endless eastern sea and the heavenly fire southern border do not have close interactions with the other 3 forbidden spiritual zones. Relatively speaking, the Xian Yuan Mound, the illusion Heavenly Lake, and the extreme north snow zone are all ruled by human martial artists. They have frequent interactions. For the endless eastern sea, the human martial artists have very little power there. The heavenly fire southern border is a situation where the spiritual beasts and humans share the world equally. Upon hearing the explanation of Elder Guan Qi, Qin Wushuang nodded thoughtfully. Then the experience you mentioned earlier, could it be going to the illusion Heavenly Lake? Elder Guan Qi chuckled. Yes, if it's an ordinary interaction, it doesn't matter if I go or not. However, this was a rare opportunity. In the Xian Yuan Mound, only the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates are qualified to be invited. Oh! Invitation? An invitation from the illusion Heavenly Lake? Elder Guan Qi said with infinite fascination, the invitation this time is no small matter. It's the illusion Heavenly Lake's totem clan's Kunlun Immortal Clan's 10,000 years immortal pilgrimage assembly. Such a grand event only occurs once every 10,000 years. This is also the first grand event that the Karakoram Immortal Clan has kept since its historical inheritance. A grand event organized by the totem faction? Qin Wushuang's heart skipped a beat. No wonder it was valued so much. The position of the Karakoram Immortal Clan at the illusion Heavenly Lake was similar to the position of the Xian Yuan clan at the Xian Yuan Mound. Although Qin Wushuang had lived at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain for a long time, he had never heard any news from the Xian Yuan clan. The totem clan was a hidden force in the forbidden spiritual zones. They were also the controlling force. Under normal circumstances, they would never show themselves. Therefore, it was almost impossible for the various powerhouses in the Xian Yuan Mound to curry favor with the totem clan. Elder Guan Qi gave a long sigh. Wushuang, this is a rare opportunity. The Qin clan has also been invited. However, the quota is fixed. At most, Each sect can only send 6 people. In other words, all the powerhouses of the Heavenly Emperor 8 Gates can only send 48 people. Even the Heavenly Emperor Shin clan is not an exception. Each sect only had 6 spots. In total, there were 48 spots. Even with the 5 forbidden spiritual zones added together, there were only 200 people. Although it was called a grand event, the number of people was too little, right? Since it's an invitation from the Totem clan, it's impossible for the Shen Yuan clan not to go, right? Qin Wushuang asked curiously. For the Totem clan, it's an exchange between the Totem powerhouses. Certainly, the Heavenly Emperor 8 Gates are not qualified to ask. This 10,000 years immortal pilgrimage assembly only occurs once every 10,000 years. I don't know the exact details. For the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan, I don't even know if we have any elite warriors that are 10,000 years old. Is the head chief not 10,000 years old? Qin Wushuang could not but help to ask. Ha ha, the head chief is mysterious and unfathomable, it's not something we can speculate about. Elder Guan Qi stood up with a smile. Wushuang, this spot is rare. Most likely, you will have to go through competition to get it. For the exact distribution, one chief will bring 5 young disciples to participate. As for the honored warriors and elders, they are not qualified. Therefore, you need to fight for the 5 spots of the young disciples. 5 spots. Qin Wushuang thought for a moment. 5 spots, for sure I will have hope to fight for a spot. Qin Wushuang had this confidence. Elder Guan Qi laughed. Wushuang, among the young generation of the Qin clan, besides the extremely outstanding Qin Taichong, there are 5 other people. There are also 5 or 6 young people with similar strength. Certainly, Qin Taichong is undisputed. For the remaining 4 spots, perhaps 6 or 7 people will fight for it. Wushuang, the 3rd chief means for you to do your best. He really hopes you can go and gain some knowledge. One must say that regardless of Qin Yunran or Qin Chongyang, both of them thought highly of Qin Wushuang's future. However, the future was the future. Having a good future did not mean they could give him endless support now. The aspiring Throne Mountain Qin clan was a large family that emphasized fairness. At any moment, favoritism would not be a wise choice. Qin Yunran and Qin Chongyang intended to promote Qin Wushuang and nurture Qin Wushuang. However, for such matter, it was difficult to give him special privileges. If they were to give Qin Wushuang, a newcomer, special privileges, it would certainly influence the atmosphere of the entire Qin clan. Regardless of how much Qin Yunran and Qin Chongyang admired Qin Wushuang, they would not make such an unwise choice. They hoped to give some help to Qin Wushuang in secret and let Qin Wushuang stand out with his own strength. In that case, it would be more legitimate to nurture Qin Wushuang as the successor of the Qin clan. Qin Wushuang was not an idiot. Of course, he knew their good intentions. Since the 2 chiefs had such expectations for him, it would not be appropriate for him to refuse. He said to Elder Guan Qi, "Elder, please reply to the 2 chiefs that regardless of the form of selection, I will do my best." Elder Guan Qi chuckled. "All right. Wushuang, personally, I also admire you. By the way, although this pageant is extremely rare, don't worry too much about winning or losing. After all, you have not been at the Qin clan for long. Those exceptional ones among the core disciples have been nurtured by the Qin clan since they were young." Qin Wushuang knew that Elder Guan Qi was reminding him to not underestimate the enemy. In case he did not stand out, he should not be too depressed. Thinking about it, from the previous Qin Shaohong, he was already at the perfect void martial stage. His strength was indeed extraordinary. Immediately, he asked, "Elder Guan Qi, those 5 or 6 people you mentioned, do they include Qin Shaohong?" "Qin Shaohong? Have you dealt with him before?" Elder Guan Qi was somewhat surprised. Qin Wushuang did not conceal it. "We have dealt with him earlier." Elder Guan Qi laughed and gave a long sigh. "Wushuang, that Qin Shaohong is one of them. Could it be you guys have some grudges?" Elder Guan Qi was an incredibly sharp person. Earlier at the Upright Morality Hall, when he saw honored warrior Ji Huai opposed Qin Wushuang becoming a core disciple directly, he had kept some information. Now, when he heard Qin Wushuang mention Qin Shaohong, of course he became more cautious. Qin Shaohong was a direct disciple nurtured by honored warrior Ji Huai with all his efforts. It was impossible for Elder Guan Qi to not know him. Qin Wushuang said lightly, "It's not a grudge, only Qin Shaohong seems to be overly tyrannical." Elder Guan Qi said with a bitter smile, "That child inherited the personality of honored warrior Ji Huai, he is rather flamboyant and outgoing." Wushuang, if it's not necessary, it's better to not get into a deadlock with him. Honored warrior Ji Huai's methods were extremely famous at the aspiring Throne Mountain Qin clan. With Qin Wushuang's identity as a new disciple, even if the chief appreciated him, it did not mean he could challenge honored warrior Ji Huai. Qin Wushuang knew that Elder Guan Qi was doing it for his own good as he smiled without commenting. Bao Bao was not happy. "Elder Guan Qi, that Qin Shaohong is provoking us, we cannot just sit back and do nothing, right? My boss is only afraid of hurting the friendship between fellow disciples, he is not truly scared of him." Lone also said, "Isn't that right? However, that guy acts like a local overlord. It feels as if this ascending dragon slope is their private territory." Elder Guan Qi was an old man at the sect. Of course, he had heard about Qin Shaohong's misdeeds. However, he was an outsider and it was inappropriate for him to speak about it. "Yes, anyways you should pay attention to the scale. For the aspiring Throne Mountain Qin clan, there are also disputes between internal disciples. However, it rarely evolves to the point of being irreconcilable." The meaning behind his words was to control the scale. Qin Wushuang understood tacitly. "All right, Wushuang, this time I have come as a private instruction. Therefore, for this matter, you must keep it a secret for now. Prepare yourself first. Although I don't know how the selection method will be set, you should prepare in all aspects." Qin Wushuang was incredibly grateful. "Elder Guan Qi, sorry to trouble you again." "Haha, not at all. My duty as Guan Qi is to run errands for everyone." "All right, stay here." Elder Guan Qi patted Qin Wushuang's shoulder to encourage him. Then, he floated away. When Bao Bao saw Elder Guan Qi had left, he chuckled. "Boss, I heard there are many beautiful girls at the Illusion Heavenly Lake." Qin Wushuang rolled his eyes. "Little one, spring is here, it seems you are getting restless." Bao Bao gave a mischievous laugh and revealed a strange smile. "Illusion Heavenly Lake." In fact, Qin Wushuang had some memories of the Illusion Heavenly Lake. He had learned this memory from Qin Yunran, the second chief. This memory was related to his graceful spiritual bow. Initially, Chief Qin Yunran had said that the original owner of the graceful spiritual bow was an elite warrior of the Illusion Heavenly Lake. He had lost the graceful spiritual bow when he came to the Xian Yuan Mound to challenge the Xian Yuan clan. The original graceful spiritual bow had 9 arrows and were called the Shooting Sun arrows. According to the second chief speculation, those 9 Shooting Sun arrows were confiscated by the Xian Yuan clan. Although Qin Wushuang had clicked on the original Shooting Sun arrows, he did not have the courage to ask for them from the Xian Yuan clan. The totem clan of the Illusion Heavenly Lake, the Karakoram Immortal clan, was hosting the 10,000-year pilgrimage pageant. He wondered if this graceful spiritual bow was related to the totem clan of the Illusion Heavenly Lake. If it were an ordinary gathering, Qin Wushuang would not be interested. However, since it was related to the totem clan, it was definitely the best opportunity to broaden his horizons. Naturally, Qin Wushuang would not want to miss this opportunity. Therefore, he planned to strive for it with all his strength. He could use this opportunity to exchange pointers with the young disciples of the Qin clan and increase the exchange. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 630. Qin Wushuang was not certain whether the remaining 3 loops of the 7 deadly arrays formation would lead to the Illusion Heavenly Lake or not. However, since the Illusion Heavenly Lake was one of the 5 forbidden spiritual zones, certainly it had its merits. Indeed, Qin Wushuang wanted to see it for himself. Especially in terms of the mysteriousness of the totem clan, he wanted to understand it urgently. Of course, since Elder Guan Qi had said it, Certainly this selection would not be simple. It wasn't that easy to break out of the encirclement. On the other hand, when Qin Shaohong arrived before the mansion of honored warrior Ji Huai, naturally he was unimpeded. When those guardians under honored warrior Ji Huai saw Qin Shaohong arrive, not only did they not stop him, they went up to greet him with some flattery. "Young Master Hong is here." "Hello, young Master Hong." Qin Shaohong squeezed out a smile and spoke a few perfunctory words. He asked casually, "Is the honored warrior at the mansion?" "Young Master Hong has come at the wrong time. This morning, the honored warrior seems to have gone to the Upright Morality Hall to discuss matters. I reckon he won't be back until later." "He went to the Upright Morality Hall? Today is not the day of the gathering, right?" Qin Shaohong felt somewhat strange. If it was a gathering, the core disciples should also participate. However, after thinking about it, he did not think about it. Perhaps it was some small matter that did not require everyone to participate. Since he was here, regardless of how late the honored warrior would return, he must wait. This wait lasted until evening, when Honorable Ji Huai finally returned. When he saw Qin Shaohong, he was somewhat surprised. However, Ji Huai valued this disciple greatly. This Qin Shaohong could almost be said as his last disciple. There was no need to talk about his talent. Among the Qin clan, he would definitely rank in the top few. The rarest part was that the personality of this kid was somewhat congenial to honored warrior Ji Huai. He did not lack calmness amidst his tyranny. This was something Ji Huai liked the most. He felt that from this Qin Shaohong, he saw the shadow of himself when he was young. This way, Ji Huai could not help but entrust many of his unrealized dreams to Qin Shaohong. For example, he wanted to become the chief. When Ji Huai became an honored warrior, he could be said to be the honored warrior beneath the chief. However, compared to the chief, although the honored warrior held a high position, there was still a clear difference. Therefore, it was clear that he entrusted his hopes to Qin Shaohong. The direction of cultivation was also very clear. Seeing that Qin Shaohong was here, Ji Huai smiled and said, "Shaohong, it's good that you're here. It saves me the trouble of looking for you." Qin Shaohong was stunned. He had specially come to look for his master today to talk about Qin Wushuang. Judging from his master's tone, it seemed that he was also looking for him. "Master, aren't I here to visit you? Coincidentally, I have encountered a matter and would like to consult Master on how to deal with it." Qin Shaohong appeared to be very humble in front of Ji Huai. "Oh, what a coincidence, I also have something important to tell you." "Then you go first." Ji Huai did not have much patience for others, but towards this closed-door disciple, he was extremely doting and protective. Qin Shaohong immediately recounted everything that had happened during the day, and his tone was rather indignant. After saying that, he couldn't help but complain, "Master, this Qin Wushuang is so arrogant when he just arrived. Of all the places he could go, why did he choose to cultivate in my territory? I think he's trying to show off." Qin Shaohong still took it for granted that the territory belonged to him. Of course, honored warrior Ji Huai was well aware of the tricks involved. The leaders of the core disciples at the Ascending Dragon Slope each had their own sphere of influence. They all liked to treat their sphere of influence as their own territory and as their private territory. Since no major incident had occurred, the higher-ups of the Qin clan also turned a blind eye to it. Upon hearing the words of Qin Shaohong, Ji Huai could not but help to frown. "Shaohong, does that Qin Wushuang know that it's your sphere of influence? It's been a few years since he entered the aspiring throne mountain, right? It's impossible for him not to know." Qin Shaohong said angrily. Normally, it would be impossible for the core disciples who had entered the Ascending Dragon Slope to not know the hidden rules of the Ascending Dragon Slope after cultivating for a year. If one were to say that Qin Wushuang did not know, Ji Huai would not believe it. If Qin Wushuang knew that it was Qin Shaohong's territory and still did this, it would be worth thinking deeply about. "Shaohong, in this year, how many times have you seen Qin Wushuang at the Ascending Dragon Slope?" Qin Shaohong said with a bitter smile, "Teacher, to tell you the truth, I have never seen him even once." That Qin Wushuang seemed to be avoiding everyone deliberately. Not to mention me, the others also did not see him. This kid seems to be very narcissistic and did not interact much with everyone. On the contrary, this Qin Shaohong had wronged Qin Wushuang. After Qin Wushuang had entered the aspiring throne mountain, he had first gone to the floating snow house and then returned to the human countries. It had taken him more than half a year. In the half a year since he had returned from the human countries, he had been training near the yard and never went out. Naturally, he could not meet everyone. It was not because Qin Wushuang was deliberately putting on airs, but because he did not want to establish a relationship with others just to join in the fun. Never seen him? This was too inconceivable. Never seen him. Qin Shaohong was extremely certain. This guy is truly mysterious. The more mysterious Qin Wushuang was, the more uncertain Jihuai felt. From the beginning, he felt that this young man was not easy to grasp. He could not see through him. He was much more profound than the Qin Yu from back then. Qin Yu's talent was very strong, but he was easily emotional. But this Qin Wushuang, Jihuai felt that he could not see through him at all. Master, this guy is a newcomer, yet he doesn't know the rules. Shouldn't this disciple teach him a lesson? Jihuai was silent for a long time before he said, "This Qin Wushuang, you need to test him. However, you need to use your brain. If you are not sure, you can use others. This Qin Wushuang is so arrogant, how could the other core disciples' leaders just let him be? Shaohong, you need to pull a few more people, this way it will be easier for you to gain a foothold." Master, you mean to exclude him? Qin Shaohong's heart was moved. Forming cliques, this was something he was very good at. Jihuai smiled faintly. "I did not say anything, use your brain. I will not teach you this matter, let's see how you handle it. However, whatever you want to do, just do it boldly. As long as you don't go too far, if anything happens, I can cover for you. If it were anyone else, certainly it would be extremely shocking to teach a disciple this way. However, this Jihuai had always taught his disciples this way. This was his style. It was not because he was brainless, but because he intended to nurture his disciple into a powerful person. With power and strength, he would be able to survive in any place. Especially when competing for the position of the next chief, if he was not powerful, how could he stand out from a group of competitors? How could he make others fear him? Qin Shaohong was beaming with joy when he heard these words. With his teacher's words, he was confident. "Teacher, don't worry, I already have a plan." A decisive look flashed across Jihuai's brows as he said to Qin Shaohong, "Shaohong, remember, you must use this opportunity to stand out. A good opportunity will appear in the near future. If you grasp it, perhaps it will be a great fortune." "Teacher, what kind of fortune is that?" Hearing honored warrior Jihuai speaking with such seriousness, Qin Shaohong could not help but ask curiously, "Do you know about the illusion Heavenly Lake?" Honored warrior Jihuai asked lightly, "Of course I know, the forbidden spiritual zones are on the same level as the Shen Yuan Mound." "Teacher, what about the illusion Heavenly Lake?" The totem clan of the illusion Heavenly Lake is hosting the 10,000-year pilgrimage pageant. It's only held once every 10,000 years. They are opening the mountain gate and inviting all the exceptional sects from the forbidden spiritual zones. Of course, the Qin clan is also included. There are a total of 6 spots, one big one leading 5 small ones. For the younger generation, there are 5 spots. 5 spots. Qin Shaohong laughed. "Teacher, if there are 5 spots, certainly I can get them. Even if it's 3, I have the confidence to get them." The expression of honored warrior Jihuai sank. "If it's 3 names, my requirement for you is not to have the confidence to get them, but that you must get them. If among the next generation, you cannot even enter the top 3, how can you talk about inheriting the position of chief? Shaohong, your requirement for yourself must be within the top 3. You must not strive for the top 3, understand? For the top 3, although Qin Shaohong was confident, he did not have 100% assurance. However, since his teacher said it this way, of course he could not refute. He nodded, "I understand. This time, there are 5 spots, you must not be careless. If you can't even get 5 spots, Shaohong, then you'll be throwing away my old face." Qin Shaohong had a card up his sleeve. Teacher, regarding the top 5, I have the absolute assurance. I will never fail. It's good that you have the assurance. Ji Huai said lightly, today, we are going to the Upright Morality Hall to discuss this matter. At that time, there will be a selection. As for the content of the selection, it has not been finalized yet. Regardless of the method, it will be fair and just. Those with strong strength will certainly be selected. Suddenly, Qin Shaohong said, Teacher, do you think that Qin Wushuang received the appreciation of the chief? Would he go through the back door? Go through the back door? It's one matter for the chief to appreciate him, it's another matter for him to go through the back door. Shaohong, don't take the chief's appreciation too seriously. If that Qin Wushuang does not have genuine talent, the temporary appreciation will fade away as time passes. The chief is a sensible person, he will not break the rules for a Qin Wushuang. Don't let your imagination run wild, even if it's the chief, he will not be able to bear the price. Hearing his teacher say so, Qin Shaohong felt more confident. He also put down those unnecessary worries, as long as there was no favoritism, he, Qin Shaohong, was more confident in standing out. Shaohong, this matter has not been finalized yet, it's enough for you to know. Don't talk nonsense outside. I reckon that the leaders of the core disciples will definitely know. The ordinary core disciples will probably be kept in the dark for the time being. Qin Shaohong said happily, Don't worry, teacher, I am not the kind of person who will gossip. Millimeter, if there's nothing else, you can leave first. Think about it carefully, don't let your emotions affect your decisions. In the sect, the best way to defeat a person is not to kill him, but to not let him have a place to stand, understand? Honored Sir Ji Huai's experience when he was young was now imparted to Qin Shaohong. To be continued, if you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 631. Although Qin Shaohong liked to put on airs and act pretentious, he was still a little smart. After leaving honored Sir Ji Huai's place, he pondered for a while and came up with a good idea. Taking everything into account, among these core disciples at the ascending dragon slope, except for Qin Taichong who was far ahead of everyone, the other 5 were not much different from each other. No one was willing to submit to anyone and they each had their own small circle. On the contrary, Qin Taichong, the strongest core disciple, did not form his own small circle. However, at his level, he did not need a small circle to protect his authority. Because when he stood at the ascending dragon slope, all the circles had to gather around him. Putting aside Qin Taichong, there were 5 people at Qin Shaohong's level. Qin Shaohong pondered for a while and decided to persuade them one by one. If it was during normal times, his persuasion might not be useful. However, after his master revealed that piece of information today, he believed that the leaders of these core disciples would more or less have some news. Therefore, he used this matter as a breakthrough point. Explain with emotion and move with reason. Analyze the stakes inside. There were a total of 5 places, and Qin Taichong would definitely occupy one. Out of the remaining 4 places, they alone had 5. There was also a newcomer, Qin Wushuang, who was eyeing covetously. Someone would definitely fail to be selected. Therefore, Qin Shaohong made a fuss about this. He planned to unite these 5 people and isolate Qin Wushuang. Then, the 5 of them would fight for 4 places. Although in the end, it was inevitable that someone would fail to be selected. However, it was better for one person to fail than 2. Everyone was well aware of this relationship of interest. Therefore, when Qin Shaohong contacted them, they really hit it off. Except for Qin Jining, who disdained to participate, the other 3 hit it off with Qin Shaohong. They decided to start with Qin Wushuang first. No matter what, they would push out one person first. As for Qin Jining who liked to play tricks and pretend to be virtuous, they would not interfere. The final result was that Qin Jining would also be pushed out. In this way, the number of places was just right. However, Qin Jining was not a kind person. It would not be so easy to push him out. Not to mention that this fellow's background was not ordinary, just his cultivation alone was enough to surpass most of them. Otherwise, He wouldn't have the ability to act so high and mighty. Qin Shaohong didn't mind. You, Qin Jining, could participate or not. There were 4 people, and that was enough. He would find it troublesome if there were too many. Since Qin Jining did not participate, he, Qin Shaohong, was even more confident in occupying a dominant position in the circle of these 4 people. Qin Jining was someone that Qin Shaohong had always compared himself with. Qin Taichong was high above them and had left them far behind. No one could compare to him. Qin Jining, on the other hand, was faintly showing signs of becoming the second strongest core disciple. Therefore, Qin Shaohong had always viewed him as a direct competitor. Qin Shaohong had always refused to accept Qin Jining, but he had never had the chance to verify whether Qin Jining was more powerful or if he, Qin Shaohong, was more powerful. The 4 of them agreed that they would visit Qin Wushuang at the Ascending Dragon Slope the next day to suppress the arrogance of this newcomer. Early in the morning of the next day, Qin Wushuang woke up early. It was because Mu Rongshu had sent her spiritual perception to tell him that her father, Mu Rongqianji, would arrive at the Aspiring Throne Mountain this afternoon to pay an official visit to the Qin clan. Now, Mu Rongqianji was equivalent to his future father-in-law. The Qin clan was Qin Wushuang's territory. Regardless of emotion or reason, Qin Wushuang should welcome him. Therefore, he prepared to go out early in the morning and planned to welcome Mu Rongqianji with Mu Rongshu. Qin Lan from the neighboring courtyard also woke up early. When he saw Qin Wushuang, he greeted him with enthusiasm. "Brother, good morning." Qin Wushuang had been training here for almost half a year and was extremely familiar with Qin Lan. Clearly, this Qin Lan intended to befriend Qin Wushuang. It was because after Qin Lan had entered the mountain for a long time, he discovered with sorrow that as a core disciple from a branch, he was not treated well by others. It seemed that each small circle did not like to pay attention to him. Qin Lan was a lively person. When he could not find a circle, it made him feel extremely disappointed. Therefore, he felt even more urgent to befriend Qin Wushuang. "Wushuang, are you going out again?" Qin Lan asked with a smile. "Yes, I plan to go out today. I have some business to take care of." Qin Lan said with a smile. "Wushuang, you have been at the Ascending Dragon Slope for a year, right? Did none of the leaders of the core disciples come to rope you in?" "Rope me in? Why would they rope me in?" Qin Wushuang revealed a strange expression. Qin Lan was speechless. He did not know whether this Qin Wushuang was insensitive or not interested in forming cliques. "Wushuang, do you still not understand? Can't you see? There are small circles at the Ascending Dragon Slope. 5 or 6 small circles have a group of people. People with small circles tend to be more arrogant than those without. There is such a thing." Qin Wushuang truly did not pay much attention to these things. Naturally, Qin Wushuang was not interested in such internal squabbles and childish tricks. "Isn't there such a thing?" Qin Lan felt that this Qin Wushuang was too careless as he did not have such little observation skills. Or did he not care at all? "Didn't you realize? To be honest, Wushuang, we will be training here for a long time. Don't you think we should find a circle?" Qin Lan could not help but tie himself to Qin Wushuang. However, Qin Wushuang smiled lightly. "I don't think there is a need for that, right? Training is an extremely personal matter. Regardless of how big the circle is, it would not be of much use to the improvement of one's strength." Qin Lan did not agree. "That is true, but did you not realize? Within the 10,000 miles of the Ascending Dragon Slope, all the good areas have been turned into private territories by those small circles. If you want to go to those places to pick some things or find a hidden place to train in isolation, I am afraid you will be stopped." "Stopped?" Qin Wushuang laughed. Not to mention, Qin Lan's words had reminded him of Qin Shaohong from yesterday. Indeed, he had treated the public territory as his private territory. "Isn't that right? Wushuang, I am not lying to you. I have been stopped a few times when I walked within the 10,000 miles area of the Ascending Dragon Slope. Nominally, this Ascending Dragon Slope is a shared activity area for everyone. However, there are not many places where everyone can walk around freely." Qin Lan was deeply touched. He had entered the ascending dragon slope earlier than Qin Wushuang and had hit a wall many times. However, he was a foreign disciple and had no relatives. Who could he be unreasonable with? Complain? He had no way to do so. And it might not work. Without evidence, no one would speak for you. Qin Lan was a smart person. He knew that without evidence, no one would believe him even if he spoke until his mouth was dry. Additionally, as a foreign disciple, his words would not be as persuasive as a local disciple of the aspiring Throne Mountain Qin clan. Therefore, Qin Lan wanted to seek refuge in a small circle. He also worked hard towards this direction. However, as a foreign disciple, it would be extremely difficult for him to blend into this circle. Although he tried to do it deliberately, he still achieved little results. No one was willing to trust him and no one was willing to accept him. This made Qin Lan feel incredibly vexed. When he saw Qin Wushuang staying at the courtyard all day, he thought that Qin Wushuang also felt the same way. Like him, he was isolated by everyone. Therefore, through his words, he could not refrain from empathizing with each other. Unexpectedly, Qin Wushuang did not feel it at all. Wushuang, you don't believe my words. When Qin Lan saw a non-committal smile hanging from the corner of Qin Wushuang's mouth, he could not but help to feel somewhat anxious. I believe you, what about it? Qin Lan said with a depressed tone, could it be that you have not encountered such problems? Wushuang, I know you can speak before the chief, why don't you go reflect to the chief? If this continues, sooner or later, us foreign disciples will be pushed out of the ascending dragon slope. Qin Wushuang asked curiously, how many foreign disciples are there? Not much, I guess. Only about 1/5 of the total. Although the Qin clan has tens and thousands of branches, the main bloodline of the Qin clan is still at the aspiring Throne Mountain. The probability of elite warriors appearing from the foreign branches is too small. Wushuang, you are also a foreign disciple, did they not push you out? Qin Lan did not seem to believe him as he continued to encourage him. Wushuang, I also heard of your name. Before you entered the mountain, you were already powerful. You even took out the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. I feel that you are completely qualified to establish your own circle and recruit those foreign disciples. I believe that everyone will support you. By that time, we will be able to stand on equal footing with them. One must say that Qin Lan was extremely enthusiastic about his idea. He spoke with radiant joy and wanted to make preparations immediately. However, when he shot a glance at Qin Wushuang, Qin Lan felt half of his heart turn cold. He was completely indifferent as he only looked forward with an indifferent gaze. Qin Lan felt that something was wrong with Qin Wushuang's gaze as he followed the direction he was looking. Good gracious, a dozen core disciples of the ascending dragon slope were flying towards them with murderous intentions. It was obvious that they were heading in their direction with such ferocity. Qin Lan turned pale with fright. What are they playing at? Qin Wushuang smiled lightly. You spoke so much a moment ago, what are you talking about? I am talking about how the small circle is pushing out us foreign disciples. Yes, aren't they pushing us out? Qin Wushuang's understated tone appeared incredibly calm and natural. Qin Lan felt extremely impressed as he watched him. A true elite warrior was like this. Despite knowing that people were coming to cause trouble, they could still remain calm. Qin Lan admired Qin Wushuang even more. He felt that he must recognize Qin Wushuang as the boss. This way, he could ensure a foothold at the ascending dragon slope. Otherwise, he would not be able to survive at the ascending dragon slope. 1, 2, 3, 18. Qin Wushuang calmly counted and smiled. There are quite a few of them. These 18 people were divided into 4 circles. The leaders were Qin Shaohong and the other 3 core disciples that he had contacted. These 4 groups of people, under Qin Shaohong's command, landed on the slope outside Qin Wushuang's courtyard. Qin Shaohong coldly looked at Qin Wushuang's courtyard and said lightly, "This is the place." Qin Lan's heart jumped when he saw this. He knew that these people did not come with good intentions. He felt somewhat uneasy in his heart. Could it be that his words had offended these people and they had come to denounce him? Inwardly, Qin Wushuang knew that for sure, this group of people had come to intimidate him. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 632. Who is Qin Wushuang? Come out. Qin Wushuang, don't hide if you have the guts, come out. Don't underestimate the arrogance of these core disciples, they were not idiots. They knew that private property was protected and they could not barge in recklessly. Or else, they would be violating the rules of the Qin clan and would be severely punished. Therefore, although they had mustered a large force, they did not dare to barge into Qin Wushuang's yard. Although they saw Qin Wushuang standing in the yard, they deliberately shouted loudly to provoke Qin Wushuang. Clearly, they wanted Qin Wushuang to walk out of the yard. As long as he walked out of the yard, it would be easy for them. Naturally, Qin Shaohong and his people would not need to do such shouting work. The underlings would do it. When Qin Lan saw this aggressive stance, he shot a glance at Qin Wushuang and motioned him to contact the higher-ups. However, this Qin Lan was not a guy that was afraid of trouble, as he was not in a rush to leave. Qin Wushuang was rather calm. He shot a glance at this group of guys and said with a cold sneer, "What are you shouting so early in the morning?" In Qin Wushuang's dictionary, there was no such word as shrinking back. He had seen the formation of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect and the major formation of the floating snow house. Of course, he would not be intimidated by such a small formation. He walked out slowly and leaned against the wall of the yard. He asked lazily, "Forgive my poor eyesight, how do I address you guys?" Qin Wushuang, don't pretend to be a wolf with a big tail. Yesterday, your people had barged into young Master Hong's territory. Don't even think about getting away with it. For this matter, you must give an explanation. Suddenly, a burst of sharp light exploded from Qin Wushuang's eyes as he locked onto Qin Shaohong's position. He said coldly, "Explanation? What do you need me to explain to you?" When Qin Shaohong heard Qin Wushuang's arrogant tone, he felt even more annoyed. He shot a glance at his friends and walked forward. "You are Qin Wushuang?" Qin Wushuang sneered, "All right, stop pretending you don't know me. It's not like we haven't met before. We met at the Upright Morality Hall. Are you pretending not to know me to show off your status?" Qin Wushuang didn't expect that Qin Wushuang's style of speaking would be so sharp. He was stunned for a moment. Then, he sneered, "All right, since you want to say it like this, let's not beat around the bush. Let me introduce you first. This is Brother Qin Hao, this is Brother Qin Shi, and this is Brother Qin Hongyang." The three people he introduced were the three leaders of different circles. They were also the other three masterminds of this incident. They had been instigated by Qin Shaohong. Qin Wushuang did not even look at him. He only asked indifferently, "There's no need for introductions. I've seen everyone in the Upright Morality Hall before. But what's your intention, Brother Qin Shaohong? If you have something to say, then say it quickly. If not, I still have things to do. I don't have time to chat with you." How could Qin Wushuang not see that this group of people had come with ill intentions? Since they had bullied him brazenly, of course Qin Wushuang would not be amiable with them. Qin Wushuang's principle was simple. If you are friendly, I will be even friendlier. If you are not friendly, I will only treat you with my fists. If it weren't for the consideration that everyone was from the Qin clan, Qin Wushuang would have already asked them to leave. However, his words still made Qin Shaohong and his friends feel annoyed. Especially the other three people, they were all bursting with anger. It seemed that Qin Shaohong was right. Indeed, this Qin Wushuang was arrogant. He relied on the appreciation from the chief and became undisciplined and out of control. Was he going to raise his tail to the sky? Inwardly, Qin Shaohong sneered, "Qin Wushuang, be more arrogant if you have the skill. The more arrogant you are, the more I can do nothing about it." At the moment, he said with a strange tone, "Qin Wushuang, you are new here and don't know the rules. It's fine if it's just 1 or 2 times. However, you have repeatedly disregarded the rules. Do you think that no one at the ascending dragon slope can stop you?" As soon as he said these words, those 3 guys all opened their mouths to speak. "Yes, you are a newcomer. What are you being arrogant for? Don't sleep on the book of past achievements. Relying on the appreciation from the chief, you think you can walk sideways at the ascending dragon slope, right? Don't forget, the ascending dragon slope is not the countryside of your human countries. There are many capable people here. Acting pretentious at the ascending dragon slope, you should take a look at your own strength. Humph, you really don't know what you are talking about. These three had made an agreement with Qin Shaohong. Once they opened their mouths, no one could fall behind. They must occupy the moral high ground verbally. Qin Shaohong said with a cold sneer, "Did you hear that? Qin Wushuang, your arrogance has already made the entire ascending dragon slope unhappy. The few of us are only representing all the core disciples of the ascending dragon slope to knock on your head." Qin Lan was secretly shocked when he heard this. Good fellow, the leaders of the four circles had come. It seemed that Qin Wushuang had really offended many people this time. However, when he saw Qin Wushuang's calm expression, he was even more astonished. Why was this Qin Wushuang not nervous? If it was him, Qin Lan, he would have been scared to death. Young Master Hong, don't talk nonsense with him. We have to let him know what kind of rules there are at the ascending dragon slope. Otherwise, won't this kid go against the heavens in the future? Qin Wushuang looked at the performances of these guys one after another with an expression of watching a show. Suddenly, he sneered, "Rules? There are rules at the ascending dragon slope? I'm ignorant and inexperienced. Who can tell me about it?" Qin Shaohong and the others looked at each other, thinking that this guy was not pretending to be stupid, right? What kind of rules at the ascending dragon slope did he not know? Say it, don't hide it, I am listening. If there are really rules, let's follow the rules. I don't intend to be special. Qin Wushuang seemed to be very easy to talk to. Qin Shaohong and the other three were not fools. They knew that this kind of unspoken rules was not something that could be brought to the table. This kind of thing could only be understood and not spoken. However, this Qin Wushuang, they did not know whether he was pretending to be stupid or did not understand. He actually asked such a low-level question. It was not easy for them to answer. How to answer? Could they tell him that the territory of the ascending dragon slope had already been divided by them? Their own territory, others could not easily intrude. Qin Wushuang, don't pretend to be stupid. Qin Hao was the first to lose his cool. After entering the ascending dragon slope, no one would not know the rules here. Really? Didn't I want to know? Why don't you tell me? Qin Wushuang said with a smile. Qin Hao was not an idiot, of course, he would not say it himself. His gaze suddenly stopped on Qin Lan. He pointed at Qin Lan. You know that person, right? Can you tell him? Being pointed at by Qin Hao, Qin Lan's heart trembled. He hurriedly waved his hand. It's none of my business, I don't know, I'm not here. You don't know? Hearing this, Qin Hao became angry. How could this Qin Lan not know? Hearing this, Qin Lan thought that this was bad. Qin Wushuang could pretend not to know, but he could not pretend not to know. He even took the initiative to join their circle. He was just rejected. Qin Wushuang said indifferently, he doesn't make the decision here, what he says doesn't count. It only counts if you guys say it. Qin Shaohong sneered, Qin Wushuang, I thought you were a great guy. It turns out that you are just an undeserved reputation, a person who pretends to be stupid. Qin Wushuang said leisurely, it's still better than someone who dares to do something but does not dare to admit it, right? You guys dare to set the rules privately, why don't you dare to tell me the rules? Afraid that I will complain? Needless to say, they were afraid that Qin Wushuang would complain. Whoever spoke those words would be unlucky. If you want to complain, go ahead. Qin Shaohong pretended not to care. You don't say, I don't even have the interest to care about your little tricks, let alone complain. Qin Wushuang was a little impatient. Do what you should do, don't attract attention here. I still have things to do. Qin Wushuang, do you think that with us here today, we can let you leave this place easily? Oh, don't tell me you plan to let me leave here lying down. That's right, if you don't give young Master Hong an explanation today, we can only do things according to the rules. Don't blame us for bullying you. This is the rule of ascending dragon slope. Give Qin Shaohong an explanation. Qin Wushuang said leisurely, what kind of explanation does he need? It's simple, Your people trespassed into young Master Hong's territory yesterday, you must apologize to him. From today onwards, you must not contradict him. At the ascending dragon slope, you must be obedient and well-behaved. You want me to pretend to be a grandson, right? Qin Wushuang asked with a light smile. It's good that you can understand it this way, this is the right role for you. Qin Hao said proudly. Qin Wushuang's expression turned cold. Very good, so this is the rule of ascending dragon slope? Then listen well, Qin Wushuang's rule is, whoever's rule makes me happy, I will play with them. Whoever's rules make me unhappy, then I'll make that person unhappy. You guys, if you don't want to find trouble, then disappear from my sight. Or else, what do you plan to do, tell me. I will accept it. This is truly strange, the Qin clan is full of righteousness, yet there are black sheep like you guys. Qin Shaohong's expression changed as he asked with a cold voice, did you all hear it? This guy speaks with such arrogance, he is not putting us in his eyes at all. Qin Wushuang waved his hand, don't speak nonsense here. Qin Shaohong, don't think that I don't know your little thoughts. Yesterday, my subordinate already told you clearly, if you want to find trouble, just come. I have underestimated you, you were able to pull in so many accomplices. The most lamentable thing is that each of you are being used by Qin Shaohong as a spear, yet you still feel proud and proud. Are you not afraid of tarnishing the signboard of the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan? Qin Wushuang berated angrily. The ancestors of the Qin clan had built the golden signboard of the Qin clan with each blade and spear. They had spent so much effort and shed so much blood and sweat. You are inside this house, but your own people are digging up the corner of your own family. Even if you don't feel ashamed, I feel ashamed with you. After he had finished speaking, Qin Wushuang made a hand gesture. 10 sealed spiritual beasts, Bao Bao, and Lone swarmed out from the yard. Qin Wushuang said to the purple pupil golden ball with an indifferent tone, Purple pupil, it seems that these guys have too much energy. Play with them, don't hit them too hard. The purple pupil golden ball was worried about having no place to practice. Upon hearing Qin Wushuang's instruction, he responded with a thunderous voice. He walked out of the ranks with a roaring laugh and glared with his copper bell-like eyes. You guys, come at me together. As soon as he roared, his imposing manner emerged instantly. A surge of air surged from his entire body and pressed over like a perilous wave. Qin Wushuang's lazy voice emerged unhurriedly from behind. Qin Shaohong, you four, listen well. If you can hold on for 15 minutes under my hand, you can set the rules here. If you can't hold on, then get out of my sight as far as you can think. Domineering, this was the legendary domineering aura. As Qin Lan watched this situation from next door, a strange sense of excitement emerged from his heart. The way he looked at Qin Wushuang had become different. To be continued, if you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 633. Qin Lan felt that the thing he had been pursuing was right before his eyes. In these few years, these small circles at the ascending dragon slope did not accept him, a foreign disciple. They did not trust him. It caused him to run into a wall everywhere. He had always wanted to find a backer. Wasn't this backer right before his eyes? At this moment, Qin Lan realized that he was not afraid. On the contrary, he was looking forward to it. The strength of the purple pupil golden ox was extraordinary. As soon as he stepped out, his imposing manner was already full of oppression. Although he did not continue to activate his power, it already made Qin Shaohong and the others feel it was difficult to breathe. All the giant trees outside the yard, even the ones that required 2 people to wrap their arms around, bowed before this imposing manner. Creak, 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 creak. Among the 12 sealed spiritual beasts, the purple pupil golden ox and the burning sky explosive tiger were the ones that would go berserk the most easily. After going berserk, their combat power would be astonishing. Currently, the purple pupil golden ox had not gone berserk. However, the imposing manner it had produced was already something Qin Shaohong and the others could not resist. Among these dozen people, Qin Shaohong and the other 3 were all at the perfect void martial stage. Because of their strength, They were able to become the leaders of this small circle. However, at this moment, they discovered helplessly that the strength they were proud of was incredibly weak before this giant guy. When the other party initiated his imposing manner casually, instantly, it seemed to have locked them into a space cage. If they had not reacted quickly and kept retreating, this move from the other party would have swallowed them all. After retreating a few hundred meters, they looked at this purple pupil golden ox with astonishment. Instantly, each of their expressions had lost their previous arrogance and haughtiness. The purple pupil golden ox let out a mad laugh and took 2 steps forward in large strides. He looked disdainfully at Qin Shaohong and the others. "Come here, why are you running so fast? Where is that burst of arrogance from a moment ago?" Each time the purple pupil golden ox took a step forward, Qin Shaohong and the others could not help but take a dozen steps back. Although they were haughty, they were not brainless. The strength displayed by this burly man was much, much stronger than theirs. The gap between them was not something that could be made up for by numbers alone. As Qin Wushuang watched everything, he knew that it was about time. He did not plan to teach these guys a lesson. In fact, his intention was simple: it would be enough to let these guys know the difficulties and retreat. At this stage, Qin Wushuang did not want to be too high-profile, and it was even more impossible for him to make their relationship too stiff. After all, this was just a small internal conflict. To put it bluntly, it was harmless. Purple eye, wait. Qin Wushuang stopped the next movement of the purple pupil golden ball and walked forward slowly. As he looked at Qin Shaohong and the others who were still in a state of shock, he said with an indifferent tone, "Everyone, with your provocation today, if they were not disciples of the Qin clan, certainly someone would have bled or even died on the spot." Qin Shaohong was clearly still somewhat unconvinced. But so what if he was unconvinced? The fear they showed just now was already embarrassing enough. No matter what, they had lost this round. "Qin Wushuang, you win. We didn't prepare enough today. But don't be complacent. Didn't you rely on your good luck to take in a few powerful subordinates?" Qin Hao clearly couldn't afford to lose and began to find excuses. Although the others didn't say anything, their expressions were the same. Obviously, they all had the same idea. Qin Wushuang said coldly, "I don't want to discuss such boring topics as luck with you. I will only tell you that since we are all disciples of the Qin clan, this time, I don't want to make a big fuss. However, if you think that I, Qin Wushuang, am easy to talk to, don't blame me for not reminding you next time. I will let you understand the meaning of regret." The purple pupil golden bull glared with his big eyes. "What are you looking at? Did you not hear me or something? If it weren't for the fact that you all have the surname Qin, I would have slapped you to death." Qin Wushuang revealed a light smile. "Purple pupil, don't be rude." The purple pupil golden bull chuckled and gave a snort at Qin Shaohong and the others. Then, he retreated to the back. Qin Wushuang knew that these people were unconvinced as he said again, "Everyone, I, Qin Wushuang, have never paid attention to any form of power. I also don't plan to form unnecessary grudges with you. I didn't come here because I wanted to cling on to anyone's backing. I will only tell you that the only reason I am here is because my surname is Qin. Today, the only reason I am being courteous to you is also because your surname is Qin. As for how we will get along in the future and where our relationship will go, you can think about it yourselves. Whether you want to be forceful or soft, I, Qin Wushuang, will accompany you. However, I will say the ugly words first. Regardless of the method, I, Qin Wushuang, can guarantee that in the end, you guys will be the ones to lose." Bao Bao had endured for a long time. At this moment, he could not help but walk up and cry out, "You guys really don't know what you are talking about. Regardless of how strong the heavenly Luo Daoist sect is, weren't they still defeated by our boss? Yes, you guys are the most exceptional ones among the core disciples. However, if you truly think you are strong, why don't you go fight with the heavenly punishing Villa, or the Sound of Thunder sect? Is it interesting to fight among ourselves?" When Qin Wushuang heard these words, he could not refrain from laughing. Bao Bao's tone was clearly copying Qin Wushuang. It was practically a carbon copy of him. If it was Qin Wushuang who had spoken these words, it would not have appeared abrupt. However, Bao Bao's old and experienced tone sounded extremely dramatic. Even Lone, who had always been serious, found it funny inwardly. Qin Shaohong and the others had failed to act pretentious and had ended up in such a situation. They had lost all face. However, when they thought of the strength of that guy, they did not dare to vent their anger despite having a belly full of anger. They had heard that Qin Wushuang was a ruthless person through various channels. Today, he did not turn hostile because they were from the same clan. If they continued to provoke him without eyes, in case they provoked this Qin Wushuang, they would not be able to get off the stage. They would suffer losses if the matter was brought to the chief. Regardless, they were the ones who had caused trouble first. Qin Shaohong took a deep breath and was about to say a few words of courtesy. Qin Wushuang interrupted him and waved his hand impatiently. "All right, I don't want to hear these words. Qin Shaohong, whether you are a friend or a foe, go back and think about it. If you come next time with courtesy, everyone will still be good brothers of the Qin clan. Of course, I will not spread today's matter to the outside world. However, if you still act like this next time, I don't care what background you have, or what kind of support you have, I will definitely make you suffer." After he had finished speaking, he flung his sleeve. "Purple pupil, see the guests off." The purple pupil golden bull laughed mischievously and walked forward casually. "Did you hear that? My master is seeing the guests off. Why are you still here? Do you want to eat lunch?" Qin Shaohong was disappointed and frustrated. He felt extremely vexed. How come he felt that this situation had completely deviated from the path he had expected? The prepared lines and routines could not be used at all. After holding back for a while, he still did not say anything. He could not help but feel flustered and exasperated. With a red face, he roared with a thick neck, "Qin Wushuang, I want to fight you one-on-one. If you have the skills, let's fight one-on-one." When Qin Shaohong spoke these words, the other three could not help but feel somewhat surprised. What was going on with this Qin Shaohong? He wanted to challenge Qin Wushuang to a one-on-one battle. However, they immediately realized that at this moment, it seemed that a one-on-one battle was the best way to turn the situation around. These three could not help but feel somewhat regretful. Yes, although that Qin Wushuang was powerful, he did not seem to have reached the perfect void martial stage. If they were to fight one-on-one, they would have a high chance of winning. Why did Qin Shaohong bring it up first? Qin Wushuang's expression sank. This Qin Shaohong was truly unwilling to give up. "Since you don't want the face I gave you, then don't blame me for slapping your face." "Qin Shaohong, are you sure?" Qin Wushuang asked with a low voice. Qin Shaohong was completely anxious. "Of course I'm sure. Qin Wushuang, if you have the guts, don't let your subordinates help. What kind of skill is it to rely on your subordinates?" Bao Bao could not help but curse. "Qin Shaohong, you are truly shameless. Why don't you go fight one-on-one with the heavenly punishing villa and the Sound of Thunder sect? See if they will fight one-on-one with you. Our boss did not step on your tail, right? Do you think you haven't lost enough face? Qin Wushuang, do you have the guts?" Qin Shaohong ignored Bao Bao's provocation and glared at Qin Wushuang with a red face. He felt that since this Qin Wushuang did not make a sound, certainly he was timid. Or else, why would he not fight one-on-one with him? Qin Wushuang glared at Qin Shaohong with a cold gaze. Gradually, the peaceful light in his eyes transformed into a form of gloomy and cold fire. A curve that would only appear when one was angry emerged from the corner of his mouth. However, Qin Shaohong saw this as a form of timidity as he said with a cold sneer, "Qin Wushuang, don't tell me that besides relying on your subordinates to conquer the world, you have no other skills. One-on-one, if you can beat me, in the future at the ascending dragon slope, you will be my boss. Regardless of where I go, I will take a detour when I see you." Initially, Qin Shaohong was not such an irrational person. However, today's encounter had truly made him sullen. He felt that using provocation to force Qin Wushuang to fight one-on-one would be the best solution. One-on-one? Qin Wushuang shook his head with a cold sneer. Honestly, he felt that this suggestion was extremely childish. With their strength, why would they play such low-level games from their martial arts student days? The killings on the battlefield, each blade and spear were all done to kill the other party. Who would want to play one-on-one with you? Qin Wushuang, don't tell me you don't have the guts. Qin Shaohong approached him step by step. Qin Shaohong, are you sure you want to fight one-on-one with me? Qin Wushuang took a deep breath and barely suppressed the anger inside his heart. He never thought that he would meet the disciples of the Qin clan on the battlefield. However, this Qin Shaohong had challenged his bottom line: since you will not give up until you see the Yellow River, then I will let you drown when you see the Yellow River. Qin Shaohong thought that Qin Wushuang had taken the bait as he laughed evilly. Of course I am sure, I am just afraid that you are not. Qin Shaohong, you must be prepared to die if you want to fight one-on-one with me. To me, your challenge is a form of deep offense. And in between, there is only one result for those who use this method to offend me, and that is death. Qin Shaohong, if you are not afraid of death, then let honored warrior Ji Huai make a life and death contract for you. Then, you can choose the time and place. This was not a threat. Since Qin Wushuang's martial arts student days, the two brothers Zhongxian and Zhong Yarrow who had challenged him one-on-one had all died by his hands. There was also the disciple of the old devil Ji Yin. The list was endless. Although Qin Wushuang did not want to treat the disciples of the Qin clan as his enemies, apparently, this Qin Shaohong had also touched Qin Wushuang's bottom line when he did not give up. Finally, Qin Wushuang's anger had been ignited by this Qin Shaohong. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 634. After all, Qin Wushuang had experienced hundreds of battles. Regarding the number of life and death battles, most likely all of these people combined would not be as many as Qin Wushuang. Therefore, when Qin Wushuang unleashed his true temperament, the temperament of having experienced life and death battles immediately transformed into a form of gushing murderous intent. Such murderous intent would not appear on someone who had not experienced life and death battles. When Qin Shaohong's initial arrogant mood gushed out from Qin Wushuang's piercingly cold murderous intent, it immediately produced a form of fluctuation. A crack had appeared in his mood. Vividly, a trace of uneasiness and impatience emerged from his matchless confidence. Qin Wushuang, don't try to bluff me, a life and death battle? Who is scared of who? Qin Shaohong was still reluctant to admit his mistake. He felt that this Qin Wushuang was clearly bluffing him. Qin Wushuang said with a cold tone, in that case, tomorrow at this time, I will wait for you here. A life and death battle, we will not stop until one of us dies. After Qin Wushuang had finished speaking, he ordered, Purple Pupil, see the guest out. If you don't want to leave, beat him. If you don't want to leave, leave lying down. The Purple Pupil Golden Bull laughed, all right, go quickly. Or else, don't blame me for not holding back. Since Qin Wushuang had given the order, of course the Purple Pupil Golden Bull would not hold back. He cried out loudly. When Qin Shaohong and the others saw that the Purple Pupil Golden Bull was serious, a wise man knew better than to fight when the odds were against him. They shot a glance at each other and dragged Qin Shaohong away like a swarm of bees. Qin Shaohong, remember, if you don't come tomorrow, you are a coward. Bao Bao swore angrily. Bao Bao had an easygoing personality and rarely hated a person. Unless it was a life and death enemy. However, this Qin Shaohong made him feel extremely disgusted. He turned around and advised again, Boss, don't get angry with such people. When the forest is big, there are all kinds of birds. This Qin Shaohong is jealous of you. Don't think I don't see it. Qin Wushuang calmed himself down and said, for such people, there is no need to get angry. I only feel sad for the Qin clan. Most likely, the reason why the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan had fallen to such a state was related to the atmosphere of the Qin clan. If the disciples in the sect spend all their time on internal strife, it would be hard for them not to be bullied. Qin Wushuang was deeply touched by this. All right, we'll think about tomorrow's matter tomorrow. Let's set off first. Bao Bao nodded. Yes, Sister Mu Rong is still waiting for you. Boss, in my opinion, You should fiercely crush this Qin Shaohong's arrogance. I think the atmosphere of this ascending dragon slope is not good. Forming cliques and cliques. How could this be the style of the Qin family? If that's the case, we might as well not come. Lone also said, they are not as good as the Stargaze Palace. Although there was competition between the core disciples of the Stargaze Palace, it was a healthy competition. Boss, right? Qin Wushuang smiled bitterly. Of course, the Qin would not be inferior to the Stargaze Palace. However, among the core disciples of the Stargaze Palace, although there were constant competitions and small conflicts between each other, overall, the competition was positive and healthy. It could promote the development of the sect. However, this Qin Shaohong and the other people he had brought to the ascending dragon slope was undoubtedly terrible. If such unhealthy atmosphere was the rule of the ascending dragon slope, Qin Wushuang would not mind using his power to crush these rules into pieces. Murong Shu was extremely meticulous. When he saw that vividly there was some unhappiness between Qin Wushuang's brows, he knew what had happened. He could not help but ask. Qin Wushuang did not hide it and explained it briefly. Murong Shu did not expect that the world-famous aspiring Throne Mountain Qin clan had so many tricks up their sleeves. He could not refrain from asking with concern, Brother Qin, are you going to fight a life-and-death battle with that Qin Shaohong? If this can change the atmosphere, I am willing to try. Murong Shu was somewhat anxious. However, didn't you say he is at the perfect void martial stage? Shu, to me, the perfect void martial stage is nothing. If I want to advance to the perfect void martial stage, I can do it at any time. However, even if I have not entered the perfect void martial stage, it's enough to deal with that Qin Shaohong. This was definitely not boasting. Currently, Qin Wushuang had two supreme Dao weapons with him. He had the graceful spiritual bow for offense and the supreme Dao shield for defense. Although that Qin Shaohong was exceptional and surpassed him in terms of strength, Qin Wushuang had the baptism of the supreme Dao power. In terms of stage, he was not inferior to Qin Shaohong. As for actual combat, even if he did not mention the supreme Dao weapons, Qin Wushuang's combat power would not lose to the perfect void martial stage. Plus, Qin Wushuang had experienced many life and death battles. The actual combat experience he had experienced was definitely 100 times more powerful than someone like Qin Shaohong who had grown up in a greenhouse. Upon seeing Qin Wushuang emitting such powerful confidence, Mu Rongshu also felt much more reassured. After some thought, she said again, Brother Qin, I am worried that since you have just arrived, if you cause too much of a commotion, you will not be able to escape. Would you offend the higher-ups of the Qin clan? Qin Wushuang said with a bitter smile, even if I don't do anything, some people are destined to dislike me. This is a contradiction that has existed since the beginning of history. After he briefly talked about the history between ancestor Qin Yu and honored warrior Ji Huai, Murong Shu said with sudden realization, this way, that Qin Shaohong came to cause trouble deliberately. Bao Bao came over and said, yes, Sister Murong. Therefore, if boss doesn't make a move, they will certainly take a yard after taking an inch. Such people should be struck back ruthlessly. Beat them until they can never rise again. You will tremble when you mention boss. Or else, there will be a lot of trouble in the future. Qin Wushuang did not want Murong Shu to worry too much as he said with a smile, Shu don't worry, I can take care of such a small matter. Murong Shu was rather confident of Qin Wushuang's ability as she said with a light smile, Brother Qin, father is already at the outer area of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. He will be here in the afternoon. Yes, let's go welcome him. Qin Wushuang was still full of respect for Murong Qianji. Bao Bao laughed, Boss, I think you should change the way you address him. You can't always call him Lord Murong, right? Qin Wushuang was in a great mood. Then what do you want me to call him? Of course you can call him Sister Murong, or father-in-law. Bao Bao said with a chuckle. Murong Shu's neck turned red as she changed the topic. Brother Murong, this time father also brought little bamboo. Father is afraid that I will be bored by myself. Qin Wushuang said with a smile, that's good. This little girl Little Bamboo is smart and quick-witted. It's better to have her by your side. This time, Mu Rongqianji's visit to the aspiring throne mountain was extremely low-key. No one knew beforehand. The outside world also knew nothing. Naturally, Qin Wushuang and Mu Rongshu accompanied him the entire time. When they arrived at the upright morality hall, Elder Guan Qi was in charge of receiving them. Qin Chongyang, the third chief, accompanied them personally. Just when Qin Wushuang walked to the door, Elder Guanfeng walked out from the upright morality hall. He shot a glance at Qin Wushuang. Qin Wushuang knew the meaning of Elder Guanfeng. He whispered a few words to Mu Rongshu and followed Elder Guanfeng to the cliff at the back. Elder Guanfeng was the closest to ancestor Qin Yu. Certainly, he must have some business with him. Indeed, Elder Guanfeng went straight to the point. Wushuang, I heard that today, Qin Shaohong brought people to cause trouble at your place? He also made a life-and-death battle agreement. Qin Wushuang did not conceal it as he nodded. That's right. Elder Guanfeng could not help but feel somewhat anxious as his beard trembled with anger. He scolded, Stupid. Wushuang, you are too stupid. How long have you been here and you want to fight with Qin Shaohong? It's too early. The meaning behind his words was clear. Even if you wanted to fall out with honored warrior Ji Huai, now was not the time. Qin Wushuang was rather calm. Elder Guanfeng, for this kind of thing, I think it's better to do it sooner. Elder Guanfeng became anxious. The sooner the better. Don't forget, you are a newcomer now, a newcomer from the human countries. Everyone does admire you, but it's only admiration for now. First, you don't have a backer. Second, you don't have a circle. To put it bluntly, you are starting from scratch. When you fight with Qin Shaohong, aren't you slightly underestimating honored warrior Ji Huai's power? Sigh. Qin Wushuang gave a long sigh. For someone of the older generation like Elder Guanfeng, it was certain that he was mature and prudent. Qin Wushuang could not say anything. After all, he was doing it for your own good. Why are you sighing? Do you think I went too far? Elder Guanfeng was somewhat angry. From your point of view, there is nothing wrong with what you said. However, in the situation at that time, if I were to shrink back, I would not have a foothold at the ascending dragon slope. Elder Guanfeng, how could I want to fight with my own family? How could I want to fall out with the disciples of the Qin clan? However, when I gave that Qin Shaohong face, he did not want it. Since he likes to make a spectacle of himself, then I will satisfy him. He is at the perfect void martial stage. Can you beat him? Elder Guanfeng was not trying to boost the morale of others. For that Qin Shaohong, even Guanfeng himself did not have the certainty to win. What are the opinions of the other honored warriors and elders? Qin Wushuang did not answer directly. Instead, he evaded the topic and changed the topic. Besides the teachers of that group of people that went that day, of course the others did not express their opinion. Even if they support you inwardly, they would not step out. Wushuang, your network is still shallow. It's not the time for you to show your talent. You are truly too impatient. With your age and talent, you can wait for 8 or 10 years and you will be more prepared. Elder Guanfeng was somewhat disappointed, yet he could not help but worry. It's too late to say these things now. I will talk to the chief later. If we can mediate and cancel this final battle, it's also a way. Both sides will not lose face. Please don't. Qin Wushuang immediately stopped him. Elder Guanfeng, I know you are thinking for me. However, for this battle, unless Qin Shaohong gives up on his own initiative, it will go on. Wushuang, you are too stubborn. Elder Guanfeng said unhappily. It's not that I am stubborn, Elder. Sooner or later you will understand my intentions. This battle is definitely not for my undeserved reputation and personal grudges. If it's only personal grudges, I can dismiss it with a laugh. After all, I am a member of the Qin clan. I will not lose my cool like that. Qin Wushuang was speaking the truth. Indeed, he had other ideas. When Guanfeng saw Qin Wushuang's determined tone, he gave a long sigh and mumbled, I really don't wish for you to walk the same old path as your ancestor Qin Yu. It wasn't easy for a seedling to emerge. Honored warrior Ji Huai, you don't know his methods. Qin Wushuang shrugged and did not say anything. Whatever he said now would be boasting. Elder Guanfeng would certainly not listen. He could only use actual combat to prove everything. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 635. After visiting the aspiring throne mountain for a day, Mu Rongqianji and his daughter returned to the guest house and settled down. Of course, Qin Wushuang served them. Just when he sent Mu Rongqianji to the guest house, Elder Guanqi found Qin Wushuang. Wushuang, the third chief wants you to go to the upright morality hall. Mu Rongqianji felt somewhat strange. Didn't they just separate? However, Qin Wushuang knew what was going on as he said to Mu Rongqianji, Lord Mu Rong, please rest for now, I am going to see the chief. Although Mu Rongqianji did not understand the situation, he did not ask much. Go, don't worry about me. He followed Guanqi to the upright morality hall. When he walked in, he saw that Qin Chongyang was alone. Qin Chongyang appeared to be at ease as he appeared incredibly relaxed. He did not show the attitude of a mountain storm that was about to arrive. Qin Wushuang walked in without leaving a trace. Qin Chongyang revealed a leisurely smile. Wushuang, did Lord Mu Rong have a good time today? Qin Wushuang did not expect that the third chief would use this topic to start a conversation. Lord Mu Rong has been beaming from ear to ear, he should have had a good time. The alliance between the floating snow house and the Qin clan is something he has been looking forward to for a long time. Qin Chongyang chuckled. Yes, this time, Lord Mu Rong is an honored guest and we cannot neglect him. Tomorrow, the second sect master would invite Lord Mu Rong to visit his immortal's cave. He would also invite Lord Mu Rong to cultivate with him. Wushuang, do you understand the second chief's intention? Could it be that the second chief wants to help Lord Mu Rong comprehend the Supreme Tao? Qin Wushuang was emotionally moved. Qin Chongyang did not conceal it. Yes, in the current Xian Yuan Mound, there are many elite warriors of the Supreme Tao. Besides the totem clan with unfathomable depths, most of the other Supreme Tao elite warriors are at the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates. Besides them, the other 4 first-rate powerhouses have elite warriors of the Supreme Tao. Qin Wushuang more or less understood these situations as he nodded. Besides the Supreme Tao elite warriors, there are elite warriors at the peak of the common mysterious stage. There are at least 20 of them in the Xian Yuan Mound. However, there were only 4 or 5 people who had the highest hopes of entering the divine path. Mu Rongqianji and Luo Tongtian are both here. Qin Wushuang was deep in thought. To him, these 2 names were really 2 extremes. One was the father of his lover, and the other was his sworn enemy. Luo Tongtian has already been bribed by the heavenly punishing villa. Colluding with them is inevitable. If we allow Luo Tongtian to enter the Supreme Tao stage, the heavenly punishing villa, the Sound of Thunder sect, and the heavenly Luo Daoist sect will join hands to deal with the Qin clan. Qin Chongyang also spoke with an incredibly solemn tone. Therefore, it is crucial for the floating snow house to form an alliance with the Qin clan. Between Lord Mu Rong and Luo Tongtian, who would enter the divine path first, was also very important. Even if I cannot be one step ahead, it's best to not be later than that Luo Tongtian. Or else, perhaps great changes will occur to the situation at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. Qin Wushuang knew what was going on even if he didn't say it aloud. Naturally, a great battle broke out. What if Lord Mu Rong is one step ahead, or not slower than Luo Tongtian? Qin Wushuang asked. Qin Chongyang gave a long sigh. Then most likely the current situation will be maintained. Perhaps, it will be maintained until 17 years later. 17 years later? Why would the number be accurate to 17 years later? Clearly, Qin Wushuang was somewhat confused. Qin Chongyang said with a smile, Wushuang, for the situation at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, every 500 years, there will be a cycle. Do you know why? The Heavenly Emperor will be replaced every 500 years. Is that right? A burst of sharp lights flashed across Qin Chongyang's eyes as he chuckled. Yes, it will be replaced every 500 years. The replacement of the Heavenly Emperor is only the climax of this pageant that happens once every 500 years. And in this pageant that happens once every 500 years. For the heavenly emperor 8 gates, some will cry and some will laugh. Some will leave and some will enter. Oh! Third chief, you are saying that the heavenly emperor 8 gates also compete and eliminate each other? That's right. The heavenly emperor 8 gates are all places with good feng shui. However, there are not many evergreen trees like the Qin clan. At the heavenly emperor mountain, only the Qin clan, the Xin clan, and the Yun clan have remained among the heavenly emperor 8 gates since the immemorial era. They have never been eliminated. As for the other 5 positions, more or less, they have been replaced. From the immemorial era until now, it had been at least a few tens of thousands of years. For the pageant that happens once every 500 years, it would be a few dozen or 100 times. Most likely, it would be close to 200 times. It was not easy to not have a change of position after a few tens of thousands of years of inheritance. When Qin Wushuang heard this, suddenly, he was moved inwardly. Yun clan? Yes, the Yun clan. At the heavenly emperor mountain, the Yun clan has held the position of heavenly emperor the most times. The Qin clan is second. The Xin clan is third. Suddenly, Qin Wushuang remembered that when he was at the Monkey King mountain, he had met an elite warrior named Yun Shuichen who possessed unfathomable strength. Wushuang, what is it? When Qin Chongyang saw the flickering of Qin Wushuang's brows, he knew something was wrong. Third chief, is there a senior called Yun Shuichen in the Yun clan? Qin Wushuang could not help but ask. Yun Shuichen? Qin Chongyang was stunned. You know Yun Shuichen? It's like this. Qin Wushuang did not hide anything and told him about how he had met Yun Shuichen at the Monkey King mountain. He did not even hide the fact that Yun Shuichen had taught him a divine skill. Qin Chongyang's expression was solemn. After hearing the story, his expression slowly calmed down and revealed a trace of a smile. Wushuang, this Yun Shuichen is indeed an elite warrior of the Yun clan. His strength, haha. Qin Wushuang asked curiously, how is his strength? I am afraid he is on par with the second chief. Qin Chongyang gave a long sigh. Now, the second chief is almost 3,000 years old. And that Yun Shuichen, do you know how old he is? He said he had some relationship with ancestor Qin Yu, then he should not be more than 600 years old, right? That's right. This Yun Shuichen is only 500 years old. Qin Chongyang also admired Yun Shuichen greatly as he praised, and he has already entered the Supreme Tao stage for 400 years. In other words, he entered the Supreme Tao stage before the age of 100. Perhaps, Qin Wushuang would not feel anything when he entered the Supreme Tao stage before the age of 100. However, in the Xianyuan Mound, an elite warrior of the Supreme Tao stage before the age of 100 was definitely a legendary existence. If a martial artist entered the Supreme Tao stage before the age of 100, certainly he would become a legend of the Xianyuan Mound and an influential figure of a certain era. He would be a legend like that Yun Shuichen. Only, that Yun Shuichen had an indifferent personality and did not like to show off. Therefore, his reputation in the outside world did not reach the height he should have. However, although he did not value his personal reputation, it did not mean he had an undeserved reputation. With his age, he would not lose to those Supreme Tao elite warriors who were a few thousand years old. Naturally, the talent contained in this was not something ordinary Supreme Tao elite warriors could reach. When Qin Chongyang saw that Qin Wushuang was not surprised, he could not refrain from laughing. Wushuang, do you feel that entering the Supreme Tao stage before the age of 100 is nothing? Indeed, Qin Wushuang did not have much of an idea. After all, he was only at the profound void martial stage and far away from that Supreme Tao stage. Third chief, I have never made a dash for the Supreme Tao stage, so I don't know the concept of the Supreme Tao stage. However, hearing your words, it should be incredible, right? Qin Chongyang gave a long sigh. That's rather incredible. Wushuang, if you can make a dash for the Supreme Tao stage before the age of 100, certainly you will leave a heavy mark in the history of the Qin clan. How about it? Do you have confidence? Qin Chongyang asked with a chuckle. To a young man like Qin Wushuang, Qin Chongyang did not put on the airs of a chief. Ha ha, for now, I would not dare to boast. However, since third chief has such high expectations, I must try hard no matter what. Yes, if you maintain your previous training speed, you will have hope. However, don't be blindly optimistic. Before the perfect void martial stage, it's not difficult in the Xian Yuan Mound. However, it's extremely difficult to enter the exquisite mysterious boundary stage from the perfect void martial stage. It's even more difficult to enter the supreme Tao stage from the exquisite mysterious boundary stage. Among 100 million martial artists, most likely not one supreme Tao elite warrior will appear. This could also be seen from the situation of each sect in the Xian Yuan Mound. Not to mention those far away, just look at the Qin clan. Including the core disciples, there were hundreds of people at the elder level. At the honored warrior level, there were only 12 of them. The requirement for the elder was the perfect void martial stage. The requirement for the honored warrior was the exquisite mysterious boundary stage. Regardless of the exquisite mysterious boundary or the common mysterious boundary stage, one was qualified to become an honored warrior. There were 12 honored warriors and only 3 at the supreme Tao stage. They were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Therefore, the higher one's level, the more difficult it would be. The increase in difficulty would not be 1 or 2 times, but 10 times, 100 times, or even 1,000 times. Qin Wushuang did not belittle himself unduly. He felt that it would not be a problem for him to make a dash for the supreme Tao stage. Only, he must take one step at a time and eat one mouthful of rice at a time. Indeed, it was difficult for him to estimate exactly when he could enter the supreme Tao stage. However, it was not because he lacked confidence within 100 years. After all, he was only a little over 20 years old and was a few years away from 30 years old. Wushuang, I think I don't need to say any more words of encouragement. You child, you have a firm will and do not stick to the rules. Very good, very good. When Qin Chongyang said this, he actually laughed. A mischievous smile overflowed from the corner of his mouth. Wushuang, honored warrior Ji Huai has complained to me a few times today. He said that you're arrogant and don't take him, a venerable, seriously. Qin Wushuang gave a long sigh inwardly. After such a long detour, he finally got to the main topic. However, since he had already made up his mind, it did not matter. He said lightly, honored warrior Ji Huai, I think you must have heard the words of his precious disciple. Biased listening will lead to the dark. Honored warrior Ji Huai will not be influenced by Qin Shaohong's one-sided words. That does not seem like the shrewdness of an honored warrior. Ha, you kid, you always act like an old man. Don't worry, everyone is very clear about Qin Shaohong's style. For this matter, there are a few people who followed Ji Huai to kick up a fuss. However, on the whole, everyone does not care. Everyone knows that honored warrior Ji Huai is protective of his disciples. Now, I will only ask you one question. Are you sure you want to proceed with this battle? I am just afraid that Chief will not agree. Qin Wushuang said half-jokingly. Qin Chongyang laughed. You are cunning enough. Since you are the one who brought it up, the second sect master and I will definitely escort you. Then please rest assured, sect leader. This battle will definitely achieve the desired results. Oh, the desired result. Qin Chongyang said meaningfully. Third chief, you should know the atmosphere of the ascending dragon slope better than me. If I can break those bad practices through this battle, what's the harm even if I lose? Qin Wushuang started to speak sarcastic words. Qin Chongyang laughed. If you say so, then I am relieved. It's because I know better than anyone that you will not lose. Qin Shaohong, this kid has good talent. Unfortunately, the training method of honored warrior Ji Huai is worthy of discussion. It's good, you can sharpen yourself. After he finished speaking, he instructed jokingly, Wushuang, nominally it is a battle of life and death, you must not play with your life. Enough is enough. If you want to win everyone's good impression, you must grasp this degree well. Perhaps many people would like you to dampen Qin Shaohong's limelight, but they would never be willing to see a true life and death battle inside the Qin clan. Qin Wushuang said with a stern voice, I am just afraid that Qin Shaohong will not think this way. Even if he doesn't think this way, what can he do? Don't tell me that Qin Shaohong can break your Supreme Dao Shield defense. Kid, with the Supreme Dao Shield, you are already in an invincible position. No matter how he fights, it will be a draw. Qin Chongyang shook his head helplessly. Grasp this opportunity and perform well. This time, I will build a good stage for you to soar and set you off. Initially I thought this would take time. Unexpectedly, an opportunity has appeared. Wu Shuang, perhaps this battle is insignificant, but it will definitely be a battle where you stand out. As for your position in the Qin clan in the future, this battle will establish the foundation. Qin Wushuang laughed as he understood tacitly. Qin Chongyang did not speak anymore. Return to the Dragon Slope. Tomorrow, the Upright Morality Hall will gather all core members. Your battle will be the curtain raiser for this great gathering. Wushuang, for this battle, if you win, you will get an entrance ticket to the Illusion Heavenly Lake. Do your best. Today, I am distraught. I have persevered until now and am on the verge of collapse. Life is full of surprises, yet it must continue. Writing is my job. Regardless of what happens, the work must continue. Thank you for everyone's concern. Don't ask, I will slowly digest this anger and depression. Today, I will not make a list of things to say. I am not in the mood and have nothing to say. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com. More chapters, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 636. Without a doubt, the best stage mentioned by Qin Chongyang was the selection for this spot. Although the exact content had not been announced, Qin Chongyang's words had given an obvious answer. Qin Wushuang returned to the ascending dragon slope, and after training for an entire night, he only felt refreshed. He knew that the chief planned to push him from the dark to the light. Although Qin Wushuang preferred to develop in a low-key manner, he knew clearly that a real man should not pass on his responsibilities. If he were to shrink back blindly, it would be a display of not wanting to shoulder the responsibility. Therefore, he decided to face the difficulties. No matter what, this was a challenge. Qin Wushuang woke up early, but unexpectedly, Qin Lan woke up even earlier. When he saw Qin Wushuang, Qin Lan greeted him with a beaming smile. Wushuang, you were too handsome yesterday. Qin Wushuang had a somewhat favorable impression of Qin Lan. At least under the situation yesterday, this Qin Lan did not hide. It meant that he had some strength of character. He smiled lightly. It's not that I'm handsome, but they were too wretched. Qin Lan laughed mischievously and more or less wanted to curry favor with him. He moved closer and said, Wushuang, yesterday I contacted some foreign disciples and everyone exchanged their opinions. What? Qin Wushuang frowned slightly. He had roughly guessed what Qin Lan wanted to say. However, he did not have much interest in such matters. It's like this, now there are a few circles at the ascending dragon slope. We, the outer branch disciples, are ostracized. Therefore, everyone feels that it's necessary to set up a circle of our branch disciples. You see. In fact, the branch disciples were indeed somewhat sullen at the ascending dragon slope. However, the matter of small circles was precisely what Qin Wushuang disliked the most. This time, he set up the battle agreement with Qin Shaohong because he wanted to break this fixed circle. Considering from the long-term planning of the entire Qin clan, for sure such a small circle would not benefit the long-term development of the Qin clan. It would even become a burden to the clan's development. Qin Lan, I can understand your feelings. Qin Wushuang did not lose his temper, but said patiently, however, there is only one Qin clan. If the disciples of the Qin clan were to form their own cliques due to personal feelings, the future of the Qin clan would be destroyed. Qin Lan, a man must be self-reliant. Circles and small gangs are all unreliable. The Qin clan was able to stay at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain for tens and thousands of years without falling because of small circles and petty tricks. The Qin clan only had one strength of character, and that was unity. He would never allow internal strife to become the main theme of the Qin family. Therefore, not only do I not support your suggestion, I even detest it. Do you understand? Qin Lan was tongue-tied. Clearly, she had not expected Qin Wushuang to say such a thing. For a moment, she was a little embarrassed. Her mouth was agape, but no words came out. Wushuang, you are. Qin Lan sighed, it's no wonder. Your strength is so strong that you can be as detached as senior brother Qin Taichong. You don't need a small circle at all. When Qin Wushuang saw that Qin Lan still did not understand his meaning, he shook his head helplessly. It seemed that the atmosphere of the ascending dragon slope had been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, and it would be very difficult to change it in a short period of time. All right, don't say anything else. Get ready, we are about to gather at the Upright Morality Hall. Go to the Upright Morality Hall? Qin Lan blinked her eyes. You. Didn't Qin Shaohong want to duel with you? Ha, a duel, but not here. Qin Wushuang looked into the distance leisurely. Indeed, at this moment, all the core disciples had received the gathering notice through the communication jade plate. After Qin Lan had received it, she looked at Qin Wushuang with astonishment. Wushuang, how did you know to gather? Qin Lan, if you want to know the reason, then work hard to increase your strength. When you can stand out among the core disciples, perhaps you will be wrapped up when you no longer have the backward concept of these small circles. Qin Lan looked at Qin Wushuang as if she had understood yet not fully. She felt that this Qin Wushuang was too mysterious. A form of admiration emerged from the bottom of her heart. Let's go. Qin Wushuang called out to her and left swiftly. Qin Lan was muddle-headed and thoughtfully followed behind him unconsciously. Inside the Upright Morality Hall, gradually, all the core disciples had gathered. This time, the gathering order was of a high level as all the core disciples must be present. This time, Qin Wushuang had observed carefully. Indeed, as Qin Lan had said, there were small circles in 2s and 3s. The core disciples in the same circle had gathered together consciously. Qin Wushuang observed that there were a total of 5 people with high popularity. These 5 people were all at the perfect void martial stage. They were also the 5 most outstanding people among the core disciples. Qin Wushuang had already sparred with 4 of them. They were Qin Shaohong, Qin Hao, Qin Shi, and Qin Hongyang. The other one did not join Qin Shaohong's team on that day. This person was called Qin Jining and appeared somewhat unconventional. However, this did not affect his popularity in the slightest. Next to him, the number of core disciples that had gathered surpassed Qin Shaohong. Although this Qin Jining had a skinny figure, he gave people a refreshing feeling. The only regret was that this person's temperament was somewhat cold. Compared to the others, he appeared somewhat out of place. However, Qin Wushuang had a better impression of this Qin Jining. Of course, the main reason was that this Qin Jining had not participated in the incident with Qin Shaohong. With these 5 people all present, plus Qin Wushuang, the 6 of them were clearly the focal figures among the core disciples. Of course, the most focal point among the core disciples had not arrived yet. It's strange, today is not the promised day of the gathering, why are they gathering everyone? Most of the core disciples were not well informed as they were asking each other. Who knows? Perhaps something important is about to happen. Ha, are you amateurs? Haven't you heard? Senior brother Qin Shaohong is challenging the new Qin Wushuang. These 2 have set a life and death challenge. Like a heavy bomb, this news had instantly spread across the entire Upright Morality Hall. Since there were no honored warriors or elders present, the core disciples were even more unrestrained as they started to discuss. Clearly, these core disciples also enjoyed the liveliness. The boredom from their daily training had made them extremely sensitive to all kinds of gossip. When they heard that someone was going to engage in a life and death duel, instantly they became interested. Senior brother Qin Shaohong? Is he going to make a move himself? Of course. TSK, it's truly a grand occasion for a perfect void martial stage to make a move. This time, most likely, the chief is paying great attention. Senior brother Shaohong's teacher is honored warrior Ji Huai, he has great power. Wouldn't that Qin Wushuang be miserable? Ah, you say that Qin Wushuang, how long has it been since he arrived at the aspiring throne mountain? How did he get into a conflict with senior brother Qin Shaohong? Isn't he too lacking in insight? At our ascending dragon slope, besides senior brother Qin Taichong. Even senior brother Qin Jining might not win against senior brother Qin Shaohong, right? This time, I am afraid this Qin Wushuang is truly going to lose face. You say that Qin Wushuang is truly a troublemaker. A guy from the human countries had provoked senior brother Qin Shaohong for no reason. He is deliberately finding trouble for himself. That's hard to say. Without knowing the inside story, it's hard to say who is provoking whom. In fact, that Qin Wushuang seems to know how to stir up trouble. Or else, he would not have fought with the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. That's not how it is said. When the heavenly Luo Daoist sect bullied him, it's natural for Qin Wushuang to resist. This is not considered stirring up trouble, right? Besides, senior brother Qin Shaohong is such a powerful person. If he did not provoke others, would others dare to provoke him? It's hard to say the inside story of this matter. Each of these core disciples had their own opinions and ideas. However, in general, most of them felt sorry for Qin Wushuang. Clearly, they had all heard of Qin Wushuang's reputation of dealing with the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. However, seeing was believing. They had never seen Qin Wushuang's reputation and did not know how powerful he was. However, many people had witnessed Qin Shaohong's strength before. Therefore, regardless of who had provoked whom, everyone's overall feeling was that the difference between Qin Wushuang and Qin Shaohong was great. After all, Qin Shaohong had the strength of the perfect void martial stage. Naturally, Qin Wushuang would not be bored enough to put these discussions to heart. Like a cool breeze brushing past his ears, he did not care about it. Currently, his heart was as calm as still water. To him, such personal grudges were only the size of a sesame seed. Of course, he would not care too much about it. Qin Lan was mingling with those foreign core disciples. No one knew what they were discussing. From time to time, those disciples of the branch would look at Qin Wushuang's location. However, they only glanced at him for a moment and immediately looked away. Clearly, they did not dare to make excessive eye contact with Qin Wushuang. This Qin Wushuang had already formed a form of deterrence in their hearts. Just as everyone was discussing spiritedly and guessing, the sound of footsteps came from the outside. Groups of elders also kept walking in. Next, the 12 honored warriors also came in one after another. Along with the 12 honored warriors, there was a tall and sturdy young man. This person had a simple appearance and appeared to be extremely simple and clumsy. However, when all the core disciples saw this person, they revealed a look of admiration. Senior brother Taichong. Senior brother Taichong is here. Each of them greeted him. This tall and sturdy guy was Qin Taichong. He had a square face and appeared to be imposing without being angry. When he heard everyone's greeting, he waved his hand and laughed straightforwardly. You are all here. Last time when Qin Wushuang was discussing the title of the core disciple, Qin Taichong was too far away from the aspiring throne mountain and did not make it back. This was the first time he saw Qin Taichong. Seeing this person's extraordinary temperament and his majestic appearance, he also nodded secretly in his heart. This Qin Taichong was a good man. Qin Taichong laughed heartily and walked toward Qin Wushuang. He asked enthusiastically, You should be junior brother Qin Wushuang, right? Senior brother Taichong, I have heard a lot about you. Qin Wushuang did not neglect him. His first impression of Qin Taichong was very good. Qin Taichong patted Qin Wushuang's shoulder and said appreciatively, Good guy, I have heard about your story. You have done well. Later, let's go to the second chief's place to ask for wine. Ha ha ha. After he finished speaking, he pulled Qin Wushuang's arm and laughed. Come, sit with me. Qin Taichong's personality was straightforward. His every movement had the temperament of a leader. Although his invitation was somewhat rude, it did not appear to be too rude. When people accepted it, they would not feel uneasy in their hearts. However, unexpectedly, Qin Taichong's action had caused all the core disciples' minds to become active. Their reactions were all complicated and different. If you want to know what happened next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 637. When he saw Qin Wushuang walking forward side by side with Qin Taichong, a trace of imperceptible ruthlessness flashed across Qin Shaohong's eyes. On what basis? On what basis did senior brother Taichong think highly of this kid the first time he met him? Qin Shaohong felt incredibly dissatisfied and unbalanced inwardly. This Qin Wushuang is fishing for fame and compliments. Even senior brother Taichong was deceived by him. Today, I will expose his true face and beat him back to his original form, Qin Shaohong thought with resentment inwardly. Qin Lan and the other foreign branch disciples were even more astonished when they saw their senior brother Taichong, whom they admired, showing such favor to Qin Wushuang. Even Qin Jining, who was always calm and collected, felt that senior brother's action was somewhat excessive. Just as everyone's little thoughts were active, Qin Yunran and Qin Chongyang arrived together and immediately cleared the scene. Instantly, all the discussions disappeared. Qin Yunran still appeared radiant with happiness. Qin Chongyang, on the other hand, always maintained his refined and calm manner. He gave people the feeling that he would not be startled in the face of chaos. Qin Yunran sat down on the seat of the chief and laughed. Third, as usual, you speak. Qin Chongyang was used to Qin Yunran's style and did not evade. He said with a clear voice, "Everyone, this time, I have gathered you here to talk about a few matters. The first matter is that the totem clan of the illusion Heavenly Lake, the Karakoram Immortal Clan, is going to host the 10,000-year pilgrimage pageant. They are inviting all important sects from the forbidden spiritual zones to participate. Each of the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates will have 6 spots. We have all agreed that one elder will take 5 younger ones. Therefore, among you, 5 people will be selected and the second chief will take you to the illusion Heavenly Lake. This is a fortuitous opportunity that only appears once in 10,000 years. The Karakoram Immortal Clan is the totem clan of the illusion Heavenly Lake and is not to be underestimated. All sects attach great importance to it. Of course, these core disciples knew clearly what the totem clan meant. Therefore, when they heard that this matter was related to the Karakoram Immortal Clan, each of them felt complicated. Without a doubt, everyone was fascinated by the totem clan. However, for 5 spots to be selected from 200 or 300 core disciples, the probability was not optimistic. Especially the core disciples whose strength was not outstanding, their feelings were even more complicated. Even though he knew that the chances of being chosen were slim, he couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart when this opportunity was right in front of him. Everyone wanted to give it a try. To everyone, the totem clan was a monumental existence. To the Shen Yuan clan, the totem powerhouse of the Shen Yuan mound, everyone only knew about the Shen Yuan clan. However, no one had seen the totem clan. How could he not be tempted by such an opportunity? Qin Chongyang continued, "From your expressions, I can see that 5 spots are very few. Therefore, the selection would be very difficult. The second sect master and I have discussed for an entire night, and we have already come up with a selection process. First of all, Qin Taichong's strength is outstanding. He will be exempted from the selection and will be directly nominated. I believe everyone has no objections to this, right?" Qin Taichong smiled. Apparently, he had expected this and was not surprised. To give Qin Taichong special privileges, it was impossible for these core disciples of the ascending dragon slope to raise any objections. After all, Qin Taichong's strength was extraordinary and he was no longer on the same level as everyone else. For your information, senior brother Qin Taichong had broken through the shackles of the void martial stage and was an elite warrior that had successfully entered the exquisite mysterious boundary stage. This strength was enough for him to stand shoulder to shoulder with the 12 honored warriors. Compared to these core disciples, of course he had surpassed them and left them in the dust. The exquisite mysterious boundary stage was different than the void martial stage. The void martial stage was to merge with the sky. In fact, the exquisite mysterious boundary stage was to shatter the sky and step onto the path of the supreme Tao. To put it precisely, the exquisite mysterious boundary stage was not an independent stage, but a transitional stage to the supreme Tao. Therefore, the exquisite mysterious boundary stage only had 2 stages. First was the profound mysterious boundary stage, then the common mysterious boundary stage. Of course, countless martial artists had been able to break through the void martial stage and enter the exquisite mysterious boundary stage. However, the majority had died at this exquisite mysterious boundary stage and could not truly enter the supreme Tao stage. Despite this fact, Qin Tai Chong at the profound mysterious boundary stage was enough to look down on all the core disciples. Therefore, when Qin Tai Chong received special privileges, even someone as proud and arrogant as Qin Shaohong could not say anything. Could he not be convinced? That would be asking for trouble. Now, everyone was more concerned about the rules of the upcoming selection. Qin Chongyang said with a smile, "The rule of the Tian Xian land is that the strong are respected. This is the natural law in the martial arts world. Therefore, for this selection, the most outstanding ones are the core disciples with powerful strength." As soon as he spoke these words, Qin Shaohong and the others were secretly delighted. Apart from Qin Tai Chong, the most powerful ones were of course them at the perfect void martial stage. Qin Jining, Qin Shaohong, Qin Hao, Qin Hongyang, Qin Shi, these 5 core disciples have outstanding strength and are at the perfect void martial stage. Therefore, they are set as the seeded candidates. For the other disciples, if there are any challengers, you can register with Elder Guan Qi. You can challenge any of the seeded candidates. If the challenger defeats the seeded candidate, they will automatically replace their position and become the new seeded candidate. When no one challenges, the last 5 seeded candidates will participate in the competition for the 4 spots. By that time, we will announce the selection rules. Instantly, Qin Chongyang's words were like a basin of cold water that poured onto the heads of many core disciples. One must say that challenging those 5 was asking for trouble. To the majority of the core disciples, it was impossible for them to win if they challenged those 5. Of course, they had no reason to refuse. Who asked them to be inferior to others? Of course, there were a few core disciples who felt they had good strength and were qualified to challenge. Without hesitation, they went to register with Elder Guan Qi. In a moment, close to 10 core disciples had registered to participate. Qin Tai Chong turned around and asked, "Wu Shuang, you are not going to register?" Qin Wu Shuang said with a smile, "No rush." Elder Guan Qi raised his voice and said, "Those who want to register, hurry up. When the time is up, you will not be qualified to register." Those who truly wanted to register had already done so. For those who were hesitant, when they saw the temperament of those 5 people, their last trace of hope had instantly turned into ashes. Although those 5 people had a calm expression, their temperament seemed to want to swallow people whole. At this moment, whoever went to challenge them would be deliberately not giving them face. When it was almost time, Qin Wushuang stood up and walked before Elder Guan Qi. Elder Guan Qi said with a smile, "Wushuang, I already added your name automatically." Qin Wushuang said with a bitter smile, "Elder Guan Qi, you, haha, now everyone is looking forward to the opening battle between you and Shaohong." Qin Wushuang touched his nose. So the chief had already made arrangements. He had already registered his name beforehand and arranged for him to challenge Qin Shaohong. There was no need for him to worry. Soon, the registration list was organized. Including Qin Wushuang, there were exactly 10 challengers. Qin Chongyang looked at the list and said with a smile, "Very good, I was worried that the challenge would not be fair. Now there are exactly 10 spots. To ensure fairness, each person must have 2 challengers. If you have any special requests, you can bring it up individually. If not, we will draw lots. How about it?" Generally speaking, unless there was a major personal grudge, no one would take the initiative to challenge someone at this time. However, considering the precious spots this time, these challengers did not hesitate to offend people. "I want to challenge senior brother Qin Shi. I want to challenge senior brother Qin Hao." Immediately, 3 or 4 people proposed the person they wanted to challenge. Theoretically, those 5 people were all at the perfect void martial stage. It seemed that it would be the same thing to challenge anyone. However, since they were all at the perfect void martial stage, It seemed that these people had a rough idea of who had a higher voice and who had a lower status. I challenge Qin Shaohong. A different voice sounded lightly from the crowd. Challenge Qin Shaohong? Everyone felt that they had heard it wrong. Following the voice, Qin Wushuang raised his hand. However, there was no trace of joking on his face. He had challenged Qin Hao, Qin Shi, and the others because these few were publicly recognized as not as popular as Qin Shaohong and Qin Jining. For your information, besides senior brother Qin Taichong, Qin Shaohong and Qin Jining had always been publicly recognized as second or third. Only, they had never ranked who was first or second. With Qin Shaohong's tyrannical and forceful personality, no one was willing to take the initiative to challenge him. Therefore, when everyone saw Qin Wushuang step out, they suddenly realized that the previous rumor was true. Qin Chongyang revealed an indifferent smile. Wushuang, I already know about the arranged battle between you and Shaohong. In this case, how about you and Shaohong be the opening battle? Of course I will obey your orders, Chief, Qin Wushuang answered lightly. He did not even look at Qin Shaohong and treated him as heir. Qin Shaohong did not dare to fall behind. Shaohong has no objection. After he had finished speaking, he glared at Qin Wushuang. At this time, there was no need for him to be reserved. Not to mention, being reserved was never Qin Shaohong's style. He wanted to gain the upper hand by a show of strength, be domineering and subdue the enemy without fighting. Qin Wushuang turned a blind eye to Qin Shaohong's pretentious actions. He walked to his seat leisurely and said to Qin Taichong leisurely, Senior brother Taichong, let's drink together later. Qin Taichong laughed. All right. When Qin Shaohong saw Qin Wushuang ignoring him, his lungs were about to explode from anger. However, now was not the time to explode. He could only feel resentment inwardly. Kid, I will let you be arrogant for a while. When we get on the martial arts stage, I will make you unable to cry even if you want to. Besides a few special requests, in the end, the remaining challengers could not throw away their face and chose by drawing lots. Soon, everyone's opponents were arranged. The Qin clan was incredibly efficient as the rules were set. The next thing to do was to start the challenges. Instantly, those core disciples became excited. If they were somewhat disappointed in the beginning, when they thought that the opening battle was the highlight, everyone's depressed mood was swept away. To be able to see senior brother Qin Shaohong make a move and compete with the famous Qin Wushuang, they did not come to the Upright Morality Hall in vain. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 638. The martial arts practice ground of the Qin clan was at the Heavenly Cauldron Plain. The terrain was vast and empty. At the high point of the aspiring throne mountain, clouds and mist surrounded the place, giving off a myriad of meteorological phenomena. Being able to compete at the Heavenly Cauldron Plain was a form of recognition to one's strength. Qin Shaohong was filled with anger as he already stood in the center of the stage. With a fierce expression, he appeared as if he was going to eat someone. When they saw this scene, those core disciples who did not get along well with Qin Wushuang all broke out in cold sweat for him. Inwardly, they were all praying for Qin Wushuang. They hoped that this Qin Wushuang would ruthlessly defeat Qin Shaohong's arrogance. Qin Wushuang looked around with his torch-like eyes and saw through everyone's expression. Inwardly, he snickered. It seems this Qin Shaohong does not know how to conduct himself. He slowly walked up the stage and shot a casual glance at Qin Shaohong. Qin Wushuang, today, let me expose your undeserved reputation. Qin Shaohong said with an evil grin. His tone was filled with resentment. Qin Wushuang ignored Qin Shaohong's pretentious actions. Instead, he turned around and said to the two chiefs, before the duel, I have some words that I need to say. Would it be possible for me to say them? Qin Yunran waved his hand casually. The Qin clan has never been a one-man show. Wushuang, if you have something to say, it's a good thing to have ideas. Clearly, this was a form of instigation. Initially, Honored warrior Ji Huai wanted to berate Qin Wushuang and ask him to speak less nonsense. Upon hearing Qin Yunran's words, he withdrew the words on the tip of his tongue. He said angrily, Qin Wushuang, you are not stalling for time, right? Honored warrior Ji Huai, I haven't even spoken, how can you be so sure that I am stalling for time? When honored warrior Ji Huai was asked by Qin Wushuang, he was instantly speechless. The few honored warriors on the side advised, Ji Huai, don't get angry with a young man. Just as the second chief said, it's a good thing for a young man to have ideas. Honored Sir Ji Huai snorted but did not say anything else. He just stared coldly at Qin Wushuang, his eyes flashing with a hint of coldness. Qin Wushuang smiled faintly, cleared his throat, and said in a clear voice, Ladies and gentlemen, I, Qin Wushuang, am young and inexperienced. Ever since he came to the aspiring throne mountain from the human countries, he had always kept a low profile and had never planned to have any conflicts with any disciples of the same sect. Today, I am challenging senior brother Qin Shaohong not because I, Qin Wushuang, like to provoke others, but because I have no other choice. Immediately, Qin Wushuang recounted the matter of Qin Shaohong coming to provoke him. Qin Shaohong only stared at Qin Wushuang with a gloomy face, expressionless. In his heart, he was thinking, I'll let you flaunt your mouth for now. When I make my move, I'll let you know my power. After Qin Wushuang finished speaking, he asked indifferently, Senior brother Shaohong, I didn't fabricate these words out of thin air. I didn't slander you for no reason, right? Qin Shaohong said coldly, just when are you going to stop talking nonsense? No. Qin Wushuang said with a firm tone and a determined expression, this is definitely not nonsense. If you were an offspring of the heavenly punishing villa or the sound of thunder sect, I would have made a move without a second word, regardless of life or death. However, regardless of the conflict between you and me, in the end, it's between the offspring of the Qin clan. For these words, I need to spit them out. Qin Chongyang revealed a solemn expression, yet he did not express his opinion. Qin Yunran still maintained his smile and declined to comment. Honored Sir Ji Huai gave a snort. However, since the two chiefs did not speak, despite having a belly full of anger, it was inappropriate for him to say anything. Qin Wushuang, you and I are standing here. Are we going to decide the victor with our words or with our strength? I think you are putting the cart before the horse, Qin Shaohong said angrily. Qin Wushuang did not buy into Qin Shaohong's words as he still appeared at ease. Senior brother Shaohong, since you are already standing on the martial arts stage, are you still worried that you will not have the chance to perform in this battle? Who has the patience to listen to your nonsense? Everyone is here to watch the martial arts competition. Qin Shaohong directly used the crowd as a shield. Senior brother Shaohong, you are so afraid of me saying it, are you feeling guilty? Qin Shaohong's face turned purple from anger as he scolded, I am feeling guilty. I think you are really feeling guilty, right? Otherwise, why haven't you made a move yet? Qin Shaohong, it is very easy to make a move. I will only ask you a few questions. Do you dare to answer me? Qin Shaohong gave tit for tat. Why would I not dare? At this time, he had also made up his mind. No matter what, in the end, he would have to rely on his strength to speak. Qin Wushuang nodded. All right, let me ask you, who set the rules of the ascending dragon slope? Although I am from a branch outside, before I entered the mountain, whether it is the chiefs or the elders, they have all warned me about the things that I should pay attention to. However, I have never heard that the ascending dragon slope has such rules. You set the rules privately, forming a small circle to exclude the disciples of the branch. Is this true? The rules are not set by me, they have always been there in the ascending dragon slope. Don't try to throw dirty water on me. Is that so? Qin Wushuang gave a cold sneer and turned around to ask with a clear voice, two chiefs. Qin Shaohong once said that the public area of the ascending dragon slope is his private territory. And those public areas have already been divided into private territories by them. Does the Qin clan really have such rules? Qin Chongyang said with a cold sneer, when has there ever been such rules? Qin Shaohong knew that it would be difficult to deny it today. Third chief, this Qin Wushuang is deliberately framing me. I did not mean it that way. What private territory? Those were all created by my friends to join in the fun. We did not truly divide it. Did not divide it. Then why is it that when my subordinates were training in the public area, senior brother Xiaohong kept on saying that he was trespassing on your territory? I remember that besides your own yard that is private territory, the rest of the ascending dragon slope are all public areas, right? Qin Wushuang's words were not only directed at Qin Xiaohong. He had even brought in the leaders of the other core disciples. Each of Qin Hao and the others revealed a displeased expression. Qin Wushuang's words were not only slapping Qin Xiaohong's face, but also slapping their faces. They had always come to a mutual understanding regarding the hidden rules of the ascending dragon slope. No one had ever brought this matter to the surface. However, this Qin Wushuang had exposed it in public. Qin Xiaohong's chest was burning with anger as he wished to swallow Qin Wushuang whole. He asked viciously, "You already asked, can we make a move now?" Qin Wushuang laughed. However, this laughter was filled with bitterness. Qin Xiaohong, it was difficult for the ancestors of the Qin clan to establish their business. Now, the current situation is not easy. The disciples of the Qin clan that I know, even the 100-leaf Qin clan, are running for the Qin clan situation and spilling their blood. Also, senior Qin Sheshuan would rather die than submit under the joint attack of the Sound of Thunder sect and the Heavenly Punishing Villa. How admirable is that? However, for the things you have done at the Ascending Dragon Slope, not only do I not admire you, I despise you. You are being stuck in your own ways and are ruining the future of the Qin clan. The Qin clan needs to work together and advance, not to kill each other. If internal strife becomes the main theme of the Qin clan, I dare to predict that the foundation of the Qin clan will be ruined in the hands of our generation. The more Qin Wushuang spoke, the angrier he became. He took a step forward and urged his temperament all of a sudden. He said with an austere voice, "If there truly is such hidden rules at the Ascending Dragon Slope, I, Qin Wushuang, am willing to sacrifice my life to break this rule. Qin Xiaohong, the battle to break this rule will start with you." When he said this, Qin Wushuang grabbed with his hand and waved it in the air. He already held the hegemon-breaking formation spear in his hand. Lights shot in all directions from his entire body and his imposing manner was like a rainbow. Ever since Qin Wushuang had entered the aspiring throne mountain, he had finally revealed his outstanding side. He had revealed his true strength. Even honored warrior Ji Huai was greatly astonished. The strength of this Qin Wushuang was above his expectations. In fact, it had far exceeded his expectations. Especially that hegemon-breaking formation spear, it was so familiar. It was still full of aggressiveness and awe-inspiring. Just like how Qin Yu had used it to gallop through the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, Qin Wushuang gave a long whistle. "The unfinished wish of my ancestor, Qin Wushuang, let me inherit it. Qin Xiaohong, use all your skills." Qin Wushuang stood with his spear and did not use any supreme Dao weapon at all. What graceful spiritual bow, what supreme Dao shield, he did not want to use any of them. He was going to use his true strength, his incomparable talent, and his body that had been baptized by the supreme Dao to crush Qin Xiaohong's arrogance. He would not leave any room for ridicule. When Qin Xiaohong saw Qin Wushuang's thunderous temperament, he also drew a breath of cold air. A peculiar light flashed through his pupils. With a loud shout, he also pulled out a long blade. Like a bright silver moon, cold light radiated in all directions. This weapon was the cold moon water-breaking blade used by Ji Huai in the past. It was equally famous as the hegemon-breaking formation spear. As soon as these two great weapons were revealed, the people of the older generation instantly sighed. Vaguely, they seemed to have seen Qin Yu, Qin Huai from the past, Ji Huai's name when he was a core disciple. Qin Xiaohong gave a cold whistle and shook his wrist. Instantly, the silver moonlight overflowed. It extended from his wrist to his shoulder and spread throughout his entire body. Shua. The incomparably sharp crescent moon-like blade broke through the air. This blade had condensed into a void. As soon as it was swept out, it seemed to have suddenly disappeared from the void. Almost in the blink of an eye, the blade light suddenly pierced through the void. Ignoring the distance of space, It directly slashed to a position 3 jong in front of Qin Wushuang. The blade that was originally 3 feet long suddenly expanded to a length of more than 3 jong and cut the entire void into 2 halves. With a crashing sound, Qin Wushuang's body was instantly split into 2 halves. Ah! The core disciples who were watching the battle immediately cried out in surprise. How was this possible? Killed with 1 slash? How was this possible? Just as they thought, how was this possible? The 2 halves of the broken body scattered to the sides. Numerous after-images soared into the sky. From dim to bright, they continued to rise until they finally condensed into a solid body in midair. Qin Wushuang's body had already soared into the sky. With a shake of his arms, 2 enormous wings bloomed out from his back. Majestic and awe-inspiring, this scene immediately caused the spectators below the stage to shout out. Too cool, this was simply too cool. Qin Wushuang's body technique to avoid this blade had not completely conquered them. However, he suddenly grew a pair of wings and soared into the sky in a heroic manner like a divine soldier descending from the heavens. This kind of psychological deterrence was the most shocking. To be continued. If you want to know what happened next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 639. When Qin Shaohong saw such a sudden change in Qin Wushuang, he was also greatly astonished. However, in the end, he was the one involved. A trace of astonishment flashed across his face as he urged his dantian and soared into the sky. Raising the blade light, he slashed upward. Carrying a long tail, this backhand slash shot up high into the sky. Like a meteor chasing after the moon, it emitted a silver explosion of light that was as cold as water. Duo. Qin Wushuang gave a loud roar and pointed with the hegemon-breaking formation spear. A surge of torrent shot out from the tip of the spear, the raging fire deep core move. Another spear move, the cold ice deep core move. Another spear move, the earth-splitting deep core move. In one breath, Qin Wushuang thrusted 3 spear moves. The speed was as fast as a spear move. It was completed in one breath. In terms of speed and temperament, there was a form of domineering aura. When the 3 spear lights arrived at the same time, they collided with Qin Shaohong's blade light and exploded with a loud bang. Boom! The horrifying sound of the qi explosion shot out circles after circles of colorful and dazzling air currents. As soon as Qin Shaohong's blade power was stopped, he felt a burst of slight suffocation in his chest. Feeling greatly astonished, he followed the momentum of the counterattack airflow and retreated rapidly. On the other hand, Qin Wushuang moved forward courageously. With a casual slide of the purple cloud yin-yang wings, he dispersed this rebounding power. With this comparison, the advantage of the purple cloud yin-yang wings was displayed. To disperse the rebounding power, Qin Shaohong needed to use his body to reduce it. Using the purple cloud yin-yang wings, Qin Wushuang could easily reduce the influence of the air pressure to a negligible level. Qin Wushuang, what kind of sorcery are you using? Qin Shaohong shouted coldly to encourage himself. He felt that this Qin Wushuang was a freak. Qin Wushuang said lightly, "Why do you care what divine skill I use?" With a proud roar, he dashed forward in large strides. Like a violent storm, he kept thrusting and smashing with the long spear from his hand. This rapid attack was the 4th move created by the Qin family nuclear explosion move. Once the attack was launched, it was as if the airflow had exploded. All the attacks were like a shockwave that expanded outwards, rushing forward one after another. Coupled with the speed of the purple cloud yin-yang wings, Qin Wushuang's movements caused more and more figures to appear in the sky. In an instant, the sky was filled with Qin Wushuang's afterimages, pressing in from all directions. What did it mean to cover the sky and cover the earth? This was what it meant to cover the sky and cover the earth. Qin Shaohong did not even have time to react before he was suppressed by this imposing manner. The cold moon water-splitting saber danced in an airtight manner, defending the vital parts of his body. His feet could not help but glide backwards. Not to mention taking a step forward, It was difficult to even defend where he was. The only choice he had was to continuously retreat and flee. For a moment, the originally evenly matched battle suddenly became a one-sided attack and defense drill. Like a mad demon, Qin Wushuang's spear moves brought forth an earth-shattering imposing manner. It shook the surrounding sky to emit continuous miserable explosions. The clouds and airflow in the surrounding also rolled and stirred as the wind and clouds changed. Now, Qin Wushuang realized that he had such tremendous potential. For this attack, not to mention Qin Shaohong, even Qin Wushuang himself did not expect it. This attack simply had the tendency to shatter the sky. Shattering the sky was a move only at the exquisite mysterious boundary stage. However, vividly, Qin Wushuang felt that his current stage was only a thin layer of paper away from that exquisite mysterious boundary stage that could shatter the sky. Ha ha, third, this spear is still that hegemon-breaking formation spear. However, this spear technique seems to have surpassed the predecessors. Suddenly, Qin Yunran gave a long sigh as if he had pointed something out. Qin Chongyang was also intoxicated as he watched. It's too unbelievable, I thought he would use a supreme Dao weapon, I didn't expect. Although he didn't finish his words, the implied meaning was already very clear. Without using a supreme Dao weapon, he was able to beat Qin Shaohong into such a sorry state. If he were to use a supreme Dao weapon, then Qin Shaohong would likely not be able to do anything and the battle would be even more one-sided. The person who was the most shocked was none other than Honorable Ji Huai. He knew that this Qin Wushuang was exceptional and had also deliberately overestimated Qin Wushuang's strength. However, at this very moment, when he truly saw Qin Wushuang's attack, he finally realized how frightening of a potential this youngster from the human countries possessed. He was simply like a volcano. Once he erupts, the might of his eruption was simply unimaginable. Qin Yu. Qin Yu. Qin Yu was very powerful back then, but he was not as demonic as his descendant. To think that the human countries, that barren land, could they possibly nurture an even more powerful descendant? Honorable Ji Huai was very unconvinced and unreconciled in his heart. He felt that if this Qin Wushuang were to win against Qin Shaohong, then it would be a direct slap to his old face. This sort of feeling caused him to feel even more strange. When other people who were not involved saw Qin Wushuang's methods, they all started to inquire about each other. I say, little brother, is this Qin Wushuang truly only a little over 20 years old? Isn't that right? Isn't this too astonishing? A little over 20 years old, even Taichung did not have such abnormal strength back then, right? This Qin Wushuang is too abnormal, right? Not to mention the generation of elders, even those honored warriors were secretly smacking their lips under Qin Wushuang's frantic attacks. Perhaps to them, this attack would not pose a threat for the time being. However, when they remembered Qin Wushuang's age and the potential he had displayed, a perilous situation arose inwardly. They were both surprised and joyful. The eye sockets of a few old guys turned red and their lips started to tremble. Inwardly, they were all thinking, could it be that the ancestors of the Qin clan had manifested themselves and the Qin clan had finally welcomed a genius that could lead the Qin clan out of their predicament and walk towards glory? Since the older generation was acting this way, those core disciples were even more fascinated. Initially, a portion of the core disciples who looked down on Qin Wushuang were also dumbstruck. Now, they understood that Qin Wushuang was not acting pretentious, but had genuine talent. The most excited ones were Qin Lan and the other foreign disciples. When they saw Qin Wushuang unleashing his divine power and beating the usually insufferably arrogant Qin Shaohong into such an embarrassing state, each of them felt extremely supportive. If they had not considered the negative influence, they would have already cheered publicly and encouraged Qin Wushuang. Since Qin Wushuang had seized the upper hand, naturally he would not give Qin Shaohong the chance to make a comeback. However, in the end, Qin Shaohong was at the perfect void martial stage. His strength was definitely not an undeserved reputation. Although he was out of breath from Qin Wushuang's chaotic attacks, he did not lose his footing. Suddenly, he urged the blade light and that cold moon water-breaking blade started to spin at a high speed. Like a giant windmill, it spun rapidly in the high sky. It congealed into a shield-like airflow and kept spreading out. It blocked Qin Wushuang's attack just in time. Qin Shaohong's body twisted all of a sudden and forcefully pulled out horizontally from the side. This Qin Shaohong had used such a method to jump out of the battle. When Qin Wushuang saw that his move had failed and he had let Qin Shaohong jump out of the battle circle, he was not discouraged. With a roaring laugh, he withdrew the hegemon breaking formation spear. From afar, he turned the head of the spear and pointed it at the direction where Qin Shaohong was standing. With a face as cold as frost, Qin Shaohong gave a long whistle. "Qin Wushuang, you've finished your 3 axes, right? Then take my 3 blade." After he had finished speaking, Qin Shaohong urged the body of the blade and again, a dazzling silver light burst out from the back of the blade. Like a wave rolling over, in a flash, Qin Shaohong's body had disappeared into the sky. In all directions, there was only a layer of silver light and not a trace of life. This Qin Shaohong had concealed himself in the sky. He had even concealed himself and his blade. To elite warriors at the Void Martial stage, such invisible attacks were not strange. However, only warriors at the perfect Void Martial stage could completely conceal the presence of the void. Qin Wushuang stood with the spear in his hand, yet he was calm and collected. A trace of a light smile spilled from the corner of his mouth. From his expression, not only did he not feel any fear, there was a form of calmness as if he had a card up his sleeve. Qin Wushuang rolled his palm and an object appeared in his hand. He sent it to the hegemon breaking formation spear and attached it to the handle of the spear. Observant finger jade plate. Lu Xianlou's miraculous skill had allowed Qin Wushuang to seize countless opportunities when he used this observant finger jade plate. Of course, this time would not be an exception. Regardless of how miraculous Qin Shaohong's changes were, this observant finger jade plate could clearly lock onto his position. However, since this Qin Shaohong felt that his special skill was exceptional, of course Qin Wushuang would not mind letting him perform it. To defeat someone like Qin Shaohong, one had to defeat him when he was at his proudest. Only then would one be able to truly defeat his pride. Only by defeating him in the skill that he was most proud of would one be able to tear his so-called pride into pieces. Suddenly, bursts of powerful air explosions emerged in the sky. In all directions, specks of starlight kept appearing. Under the cover of Qin Shaohong's silver light, such starlight appeared extremely malevolent. However, Qin Wushuang seemed to have entered a meditative state. He did not notice these air explosions and did not pay any attention to them. How could he not see that this was Qin Shaohong's bluff? He had deliberately lured him into letting his imagination run wild. These air explosions were meant to confuse people's eyes and ears. There was only one true attack. At this moment, it had not appeared. On the contrary, people beneath the stage were breathing rapidly due to nervousness. Seeing the surrounding silver snakes spitting out like lightning and thunder, everyone felt that this Qin Wushuang was a little too arrogant. However, Qin Wushuang's eyes were half closed from beginning to end. He turned a blind eye to these silver snakes. "Qin Shaohong, if you want to make a move, then hurry up. If you don't make a move, you won't have the chance to make a move when I make a move again." Qin Wushuang's voice sounded leisurely. This voice was like a sharp sword, piercing a large hole in Qin Shaohong's aura that was originally accumulating power and waiting to be unleashed. He can actually see through my magical ability. Qin Shaohong's unparalleled confidence was shaken for the first time. A slight crack appeared. When he was preparing this attack, Qin Shaohong had not considered failure at all. He felt that once this trump card of his was activated, Qin Wushuang would not be able to get away by a fluke. However, everything was his wishful thinking. From beginning to end, Qin Wushuang did not fall for his bluff at all. The arrow on the bowstring had to be released. Qin Shaohong gritted his teeth. His dantian was activated. Saber light flashed. The silver light condensed into a dignified silver brilliance and struck out with a loud bang. If you want to know what happened next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 640. Since Qin Wushuang was able to lock onto Qin Shaohong's position through the observant finger jade plate, he would not be unfamiliar with Qin Shaohong's every move. At the same moment Qin Wushuang launched his attack, Qin Wushuang's wings drew a perfect arc in the air, leaving behind afterimages as he landed on Qin Shaohong's weak side. The Overlord breaking formation spear casually thrust out. Thump! This spear thrust accurately pierced Qin Shaohong's weak spot. Although Qin Shaohong had merged into the void and concealed his figure, he could not turn his body into nothingness after all. This spear thrust was solid. If he was hit by the spear light, he would definitely lose his ability to fight on the spot. Although he did not understand what was going on, Qin Shaohong still had no choice but to dodge and glide backwards. Qin Wushuang seemed to be deliberately teasing Qin Shaohong. He did not give chase, but instead flew calmly in the air with his spear in hand. He looked in Qin Shaohong's direction and smiled faintly. The corners of his mouth more or less contained a hint of ridicule. At this moment, Qin Wushuang already had a card up his sleeve. He had to admit that Qin Wushuang was very strong. If Qin Wushuang had not gone through the baptism of the divine light, he would definitely not be able to defeat Qin Shaohong with his strength of the profound void martial stage. However, after Qin Wushuang had so many miraculous encounters, coupled with the purple cloud yin-yang wings and the self-created spear art that he had already practiced, it was enough to tie with Qin Shaohong. Coupled with the treasures in Qin Wushuang's hands, which were just enough to be of great use in the battle, the scales of victory had unknowingly tilted towards his side. Most importantly, Qin Wushuang had not experienced so many life and death battles like Qin Wushuang. His ability to deal with big situations and his mental state were far inferior to Qin Wushuang's. In this kind of anxious and bitter battle, once a crack appeared in one's mental state, it would be a very serious blow to one's morale. Especially when Qin Shaohong's mental state was greatly affected and his mental state was unbalanced. The problem was even more serious. At this moment, Qin Shaohong could no longer be described with the word shocked. He really couldn't figure it out. If Qin Wushuang could see through the bluff of those qi explosions, then so be it. But in the battle just now, Qin Wushuang seemed to even know his specific position like the back of his hand. Could it be that this Qin Wushuang grew a pair of divine eyes that could see through the void? Qin Shaohong did not believe this, but with the facts before him, he had no choice but to believe it. If this Qin Wushuang could truly see through the void, then he would definitely be able to see through it. Then, his trump card would be completely useless. When Qin Shaohong thought of this, a strong sense of unwillingness arose in his heart. How could this be? How could this Qin Wushuang see through the void? He absolutely did not believe it. Sweeping away his previous doubts, he decided to give it another try. No matter what, he could not let Qin Wushuang plot against him. When Qin Shaohong thought of this, his confidence grew again. The silver light became even more intense. In the void, the silver light was like a sea, spreading out to a wider area. Qin Shaohong's body was like a stone that was thrown into the sea. Qin Wushuang laughed loudly. Qin Shaohong, are you using the same old trick again? Or are you at your wit's end? If I use the same method to defeat you, I will definitely feel embarrassed. How about this? I will play with you empty-handed. As he said this, Qin Wushuang actually really put the Overlord breaking formation spear on his shoulder. He directly put away the spear and flapped his wings. His body flew at high speed in the air, sometimes left, sometimes right, sometimes up, and sometimes down. He flew faster and faster. Suddenly, Qin Wushuang raised his right arm and pointed his finger. Quick! His index finger and middle finger jabbed repeatedly, and the sword qi of the coagulated sword shot out like bullets. The coagulated sword of the coagulated sword could also be upgraded. Qin Wushuang's first few sword moves were just ordinary gang swords. But as the gang swords shot out, they were unknowingly upgraded to sword souls. Sword souls were naturally a level higher than gang swords. Gang swords were just sword energy that had a physical form but no spirituality. Sword souls, on the other hand, were formed by merging Qin Wushuang's mind and thoughts. They had a certain spirituality and were more aggressive and flexible. Once the sword souls were formed, they were like jumping fairies, circling in the air and attacking. They were not like gang swords that attacked in a straight line. Once the sword soles were formed, they were no longer crisscrossing horizontal and vertical attacks. Instead, they were attacking from all directions. This kind of attack was simply unavoidable. At this moment, Qin Shaohong felt like vomiting blood. The attack that he had been preparing for a long time was actually so weak in front of his opponent. It was so pitiful that it did not even have the qualifications to be unable to withstand a single blow. Because he did not even have the chance to use his attack. Before his aura could form, his opponent had already broken through his aura. Qin Shaohong was angry and anxious. He could only choose to be defensive again. For the first time, Qin Wushuang allowed Qin Shaohong to successfully use his attack. If he allowed him to successfully use it a second time, wouldn't he appear to be useless? Therefore, this second time, Qin Wushuang did not plan on letting Qin Shaohong use the same old trick at all. Instead, he directly cut off his aura from the middle. Striking after the enemy, under the attack of Qin Wushuang's heavenly vein condensed sword, Qin Shaohong was already in dire straits. He could only defend himself. How could he still have the strength to exchange attacks with Qin Wushuang? Qin Wushuang was in high spirits. His left hand also joined in the battle. Both hands held together, attacking from the left and right. The sword intent of the two hands was completely different. One was simple and honest, while the other was majestic and majestic. Two completely different sword intents were like ice and fire, making Qin Shaohong simply want to cry but have no tears. This kind of divine ability of Qin Wushuang had already exceeded his expectations. It even exceeded the scope of his imagination. Seeing Qin Wushuang's 10 fingers flying, it was simply as if he was performing a masterpiece of art. Not to mention Qin Shaohong, even all the people watching the battle also held their breaths. Being intimidated by Qin Wushuang's outrageous attacking method. Qin Yunran rubbed his nose and said with a bitter smile, "All third, what kind of attack is this? Could it be that this boy refined out a second primordial spirit? How can he display different sword intents left and right?" Qin Chongyang sighed and said, "Qin Wushuang also didn't enter the deity realm. How can he refine out a second primordial spirit? The saying of a second primordial spirit, the prerequisite must be entering the deity realm and tempering the divine soul, refining the divine soul into an independent life form. Only this way could it exist independently from the physical body. Deity realm powerhouses refining the divine soul, this was public opinion. But the divine ability of a second primordial spirit, the majority of deity realm powerhouses could not possibly cultivate it either. Because the majority of deity realm powerhouses did not even temper their own divine souls enough, let alone talk about tempering a second primordial spirit. Therefore, Qin Yunran's words actually had the intention of joking too. He was also deeply aware that it was impossible for this Qin Wushuang to refine a second primordial spirit. Did not even possess a divine soul, how could there be a second primordial spirit? Qin Shaohong was battered and exhausted. No matter how tightly the cold moon water-shattering saber danced in his hand, he was still unable to block the attacks from all angles. He was like a thatched hut with wind leaking everywhere at this moment. In the midst of a violent storm, there were places leaking water everywhere, completely unable to block it. Qin Wushuang knew that this Qin Shaohong could not hold on for much longer. If this battle was at the ascending dragon slope and happened yesterday, Qin Wushuang might not show mercy and directly throw Qin Shaohong off the stage. But last night's conversation with the third sect master let him understand a bit of logic that he did not comprehend in the past. Right at the critical juncture where Qin Shaohong was in imminent danger, Qin Wushuang's footsteps suddenly slowed down. The attacks in his hands also slowed down accordingly. His wings moved along with the wind, his aura suddenly withdrew, and his figure stood still. Like an abyss, like a lofty mountain. Qin Wushuang stood there floating, looking at Qin Shaohong with a slight smile. He actually stopped attacking. Instantly, this action caused a wave of discussion beneath the stage. Clearly, everyone could not understand why this Qin Wushuang had stopped all of a sudden. Could it be that he was lacking in strength? Impossible. Judging from his feeling of being bathed in the spring breeze, clearly he still had strength left and was handling the butcher's cleaver with ease. Could it be? Those with a nimble mind already remembered Qin Wushuang's previous words. Today's battle was a battle between disciples of the Qin clan. It seemed that in the end, this Qin Wushuang had held back a trick or two. Thinking here, a portion of people who were criticizing Qin Wushuang could not refrain from feeling somewhat impressed. At this moment, it was truly rare for him to rein in the horse at the edge of the precipice and show mercy. For your information, as long as he put in a little more effort, he could completely carry the halo of defeating Qin Shaohong and become the influential figure among the young generation of core disciples at the ascending dragon slope. Qin Shaohong breathed rapidly and a complicated expression flashed across his eyes. Clearly, he had not admitted defeat completely. He was still hesitating and brewing his final counterattack. Qin Wushuang fixed his gaze at Qin Shaohong. He was also waiting for Qin Wushuang's final reaction. If this Qin Wushuang was still stubborn, he would not mind to completely defeat him. Now, this meager face was not for Qin Shaohong, nor for that honored warrior Ji Huai, but for the third chief and all people of the aspiring Throne Mountain Qin clan. Honored warrior Ji Huai was used to seeing grand scenes. He knew that up to this point, in fact Qin Shaohong did not have much room to maneuver. With a long sigh, his entire person seemed to have aged 100 years. Shaohong, come down. You can't win this battle. As soon as honored warrior Ji Huai spoke, instantly Qin Shaohong's complexion changed drastically. A form of unprecedented bleakness emerged on his face. Those honored warriors next to Ji Huai were also slightly surprised. The personality of this Ji Huai had always been one that refused to admit defeat. How come this time, his personality had changed? Dumbstruck, Qin Shaohong glared at Qin Wushuang. His lips trembled as he muttered something. His expression was lifeless and he no longer had that domineering bearing he had before the battle. Honored warrior Ji Huai rolled in the air and his body transformed into a meteoric light to drag Qin Shaohong down. He pushed him to the disciple next to him and shouted, "Take him down." The older the ginger, the spicier it was. If he let Qin Shaohong stay here now, he would only make a fool of himself. The blow to his temperament would certainly be immeasurable. In fact, sending him away was also a form of protection. Honored warrior Ji Huai took a deep breath and fixed his gaze at Qin Wushuang on the stage. He said with a somewhat lost tone, "Qin Wushuang, you won. In the past, your ancestor Qin you had won against me. Now, you still won against my disciple. Is this what they call fate?" When he said here, Ji Huai's tone was filled with bitterness. To be continued. If you want to know what happened next, please log on to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 641. When honored warrior Ji Huai took the initiative to ask Qin Shaohong to admit defeat, it had already made people feel extremely strange. His following words had made everyone feel even more astonished. Since when had this honored warrior Ji Huai become this calm? He had admitted that he was not as good as Qin Yu. This was something he was not willing to admit in these few hundred years. Qin Yunran laughed and stood up. "Ji Huai, this is the first time I have admired you. Haha, nice. Break the golden rope, break the jade lock, disturb the heart devil, and break it in one day. Ji Huai, the day you completely break the heart devil will be the day you enter the supreme Tao stage. Can you still not comprehend it yourself?" Qin Yunran's words were like a stick to the head that smashed directly on honored warrior Ji Huai's chest. Ji Huai's expression kept changing as he reacted rapidly. He also kept mumbling on the corner of his mouth as he revealed a thoughtful expression. After a while, he gave a long sigh and bowed towards the direction of Qin Yunran and Qin Chongyang. Straightening his body, he transformed into a wave of meteoric light and left. Suddenly, this meteoric light stopped and turned around. Honored warrior Ji Huai looked at Qin Wushuang with bitterness. "Qin Wushuang, the disciples of your Eastwood Qin clan have never entered the aspiring Throne Mountain for generations. I sent people to settle all of them at the branch of the Scour Luo Qin clan." After honored warrior Ji Huai had finished speaking, He gave a long sigh. Ignoring everyone's strange gaze, he floated away. Qin Wushuang felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Now, he understood why the people of the ancestors of the Eastwood Qin clan had never appeared at this aspiring throne mountain. The Plainfield Qin clan had also never made contact with these people. It turned out that honored warrior Ji Huai had done something. This way, honored warrior Ji Huai had always known that the Eastwood Qin clan was ancestor Qin Yu's place of residence. Or could it be that he had only guessed it out of thin air? For all of this, it was no longer important to have an answer. Qin Wushuang did not want to pursue this matter. He was already grateful that Ji Huai had told him this frankly. Hearing Ji Huai's tone, certainly it would be impossible for him to harm him. After all, being a person of the Qin clan, Ji Huai would not be so cruel to the extent of slaughtering his own people. Qin Wushuang silently walked down from the stage, but he did not have much of the joy of a victor. He was deep in thought. Qin Chongyang leaped onto the stage. Everyone, did you understand the 16 words that the second chief said just now? Break the golden rope, break the jade lock, disturb the heart demon, and break it in one day. Each of you should reflect on yourself. Do you also have an inner demon in your heart? Is there also a golden rope and jade lock that binds you? Qin Chongyang's voice was extremely penetrating, interrogating everyone's nerves. These core disciples were all intelligent people. After being reminded by Qin Chongyang, they also started to think seriously. It was obvious that the third sect master was referring to something. Ascending Dragon Slope. What is the Ascending Dragon Slope? Is this the place where dragons soared, the place where you legends set sail? If you spend all your time on forming cliques and fighting among yourselves, then what Qin Wushuang said is exactly what I want to say. In the future, it will be your generation that will destroy the foundation of the Qin clan. Initially, although honored warrior Ji Huai and Qin Yu's generation competed fiercely, it was only a battle of personal feelings. Up to this point, you have already turned this competition into a deformed situation. Each of you are bound by the golden rope and jade lock. If you do not break this heart demon, your future will be bleak. Each of Qin Chongyang's words were like pearls that knocked on the hearts of these core disciples. Astonishment flashed from Qin Wushuang's eyes. He looked at Qin Chongyang and was also full of admiration. This third chief had knocked on them at the most appropriate time. It was like a timely rain that cooled down the frenzied atmosphere of internal strife at the Ascending Dragon Slope. If they were to allow this mentality to spread, it would be extremely dangerous. Although the situation at the Ascending Dragon Slope could not be broken in a day or two, it would require time, subtle influence, and slow change. However, without a doubt, this was a good start. Qin Chongyang flicked his sleeve confidently and at ease. You are all elite disciples of the Qin clan. You are extremely intelligent, I don't need to say more. Whether you can comprehend it on your own, it will depend on your temperament. If you want to become a great talent, you must comprehend it on your own. Or else, it would be a small matter if you hinder your own future. If you hinder the Qin clan's plan, you will be a sinner for all eternity. After he had finished speaking, Qin Chongyang floated down and returned to his seat. Now, Elder Guanqi stepped out and announced, for the first battle, challenger Qin Wushuang has won. Qin Dongsheng, who initially challenged Qin Shaoyang, will challenge Qin Wushuang instead. The winner of the two of you will enter the final list of 5. Initially, Qin Dongsheng hoped to try his luck. When he drew Qin Shaohong, his heart was already half cold. The development of the matter was even more out of his expectation. Qin Wushuang had beaten Qin Shaohong to the point that he could not resist. This made Qin Dongsheng give up completely. He walked out and said with a bitter smile, Elder Guanqi, I am not skilled enough. After witnessing the divine skills of the two senior brothers, I feel deeply that I am not strong enough. For this challenge, I give up. Senior brother Wushuang deserves to advance. I only admire him, I am not jealous or dissatisfied. Qin Dongsheng's words came from the bottom of his heart. He bowed toward Qin Wushuang and then retreated calmly. He did not feel any psychological pressure when he admitted defeat. With Qin Wushuang's strength, most likely besides senior brother Qin Taichong, no one could win against him. With such strength, what qualifications did Qin Dongsheng have to challenge him? Go up and get beaten up? It would appear that he was not tactful and not smart. It would be better to be straightforward and admit defeat directly. After all, it was not shameful to admit defeat in front of Qin Wushuang. Qin Dongsheng's action won the cheers of the entire hall. This way, Qin Wushuang had entered the list of 5 directly. When the final list of 5 was decided, he would compete for the final 4 spots. Together with Qin Taichong, he would form the final 5 spots. The remaining 8 challengers began to step onto the stage one after another. However, their luck and strength were not as convincing as Qin Wushuang's. Although a few of them had displayed powerful potential and strength, the difference in stage still made them fall short at the most crucial moment. Besides Qin Shi, who almost failed miserably at an easy task, Qin Hongyang, Qin Jining, and Qin Hao had entered the list of 5 without much suspense. In other words, besides Qin Wushuang, the other challengers had all ended in defeat. Only, there was a difference in the way they lost, whether it was honorable or not. At this moment, Qin Hongyang, Qin Hao, and Qin Shi finally knew how lucky they were. Fortunately, Qin Shaohong was the one who had offended Qin Wushuang the most. They were only there to cheer for Qin Shaohong. If Qin Shaohong was switched with them, at this moment, it would not be Qin Shaohong who had lost miserably, but one of them. When they thought here, naturally they felt lucky inwardly. When the list of 5 was out, it would be the final selection. Choosing 4 spots among the 5 meant that one of them would be eliminated. Relatively speaking, the elimination rate was not high. For example, Qin Wushuang and Qin Jining, they were not worried at all. No matter how the selection was done, they would not worry about a spot in the end. Qin Hao, Qin Shi, and Qin Hongyang had similar strength and were slightly inferior to Qin Wushuang and the others. Naturally, the person who would be eliminated would be chosen from among them. The final selection used the formation breaking method. A formation of the same level was arranged in advance and the 5 people were allowed to enter the formation respectively. Then, it was calculated according to the time they took to break the formation. The person who took the slowest time and left the formation the latest would be considered defeated. This method was the most indisputable. What was tested was real talent and could not be faked. In this way, the subtle difference in strength was shown. In the end, Qin Shi was eliminated with a slight difference compared to Qin Hao. It helped the other 4 people. Although Qin Shi was depressed, he had nothing to say. No one could take the back door in this kind of selection method. If he wanted to blame someone, he could only blame himself for not being skilled enough. After the 4 spots were out, this internal selection competition was considered a success. Besides Qin Wushuang, the dark horse, the others were within everyone's expectations. Therefore, after the event, the focus of everyone's discussion was naturally focused on Qin Wushuang's monstrous performance. Qin Wushuang had entered the mountain with a low profile. Previously, everyone had only heard about the reputation of this Qin Wushuang, yet they had never seen his real skills. In today's battle, Qin Wushuang had displayed his invincible power and allowed everyone to witness the real strength of this genius. Indeed, he deserved his reputation. After the meeting was over, Qin Taichong walked over with a smile. "Junior brother Wushuang, good job. Let's go and drink at the second chief's place." It was apparent that this Qin Taichong often went to the second chief's place to drink. Inside the cave dwelling of the second chief, the 2 chiefs and the 2 most exceptional core disciples sat on the ground. "Taichong, now, you don't feel lonely, right?" "Ha ha." Qin Yunran laughed and pointed at Qin Wushuang. "Your junior brother Wushuang is chasing after you with all his might. You must also put in some effort. Let's see which of you 2 will enter the Supreme Dao stage first." Qin Taichong laughed. "Junior brother Wushuang is a genius. Even if you enter the Supreme Dao stage earlier than me, I will not be an exception." "Ha ha, junior brother Wushuang, I am ashamed to say that although I knew about those rules at the Ascending Dragon Slope, I never thought deeply about it. Through your analysis, I finally realized the severity of the problem. If I knew this, I should not have tolerated them. Qin Taichong had a straightforward and easygoing personality. He was extremely accommodating to his junior brothers and would not argue with them. His straightforward personality did not allow him to think deeply about it. Qin Wushuang immediately said, "Senior brother Taichong has a noble character and unquestionable integrity. I have always admired you." Qin Yunran laughed. "When I saw you too, I felt that the rise of the aspiring throne mountain Qin clan would not be a fool's dream. Third, perhaps we will not make it to the Heavenly Emperor mountain pageant in 17 years. However, next time, after 517 years, I definitely have reason to believe that the Qin clan will seize the Heavenly Emperor seat again." When Qin Chongyang heard the words of Qin Yunran, he also opened his tiger-like eyes wide and revealed a determined expression. Clearly, he was also filled with complicated feelings towards the Heavenly Emperor seat. His ardent expectation was overflowing with words and expression. The rise of the Qin clan would certainly aim to seize the Heavenly Emperor seat again. Only by seizing the Heavenly Emperor seat could it be counted as a true rise. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 642. The illusion Heavenly Lake was located to the west of the Tian Shen land. It was also a long journey from the Shen Yuan Mound. Qin Wushuang estimated that it would take a few years or even longer to get to the illusion Heavenly Lake. Therefore, Qin Wushuang must make many preparations. First, he notified Black Panther and Ying Long at the Judge Mountain Prefecture and the Orderly Mountain Prefecture. These two were the eyes he had set up at these two places. If the sects at the Shen Yuan Mound made any movements and planned to invade the human countries, they would receive the news through the local intelligence department. When Qin Wushuang arranged these eyes there, they could inform the sects and powerhouses of the human countries to retreat and hide at the endless Eastern Sea. The Heavenly Emperor 8 gates were all invited by the Karakoram immortal clan. Each gate received the same treatment. 6 spots, no more and no less. Even the current Heavenly Emperor Shin clan was not an exception. As for the Heavenly Punishing Villa and the Sound of Thunder sect, they were in the middle among the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates. They were neither superior nor at the bottom. Since this operation involved the Totem clan, the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates had specially gathered everyone at the Heavenly Emperor gate before their departure. For the Heavenly Emperor Shin clan, although the Heavenly Emperor also wanted to attend the pageant, from an overall perspective, it was inconvenient for him to move around. Therefore, the Heavenly Emperor could not move and must stay at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain to oversee the general situation. The number 2 figure of the Shin clan was the younger brother of the Heavenly Emperor, Shin Tianchen. He was the leader of the Heavenly Emperor Gate. As for the 5 young disciples, of course Shin Wuji, the son of the Heavenly Emperor, was the leader. Clearly, Qin Wushuang valued the Heavenly Emperor Gate more than the Sound of Thunder sect and the Heavenly Punishing Villa. Qin Wushuang was a smart person. After entering the Heavenly Emperor Mountain for more than a year, he already had a thorough understanding of the situation. He knew that on the surface, the Qin clan was fighting to the death with the Sound of Thunder sect and the Heavenly Punishing Villa. However, the combination of those two powerhouses did not have the power to destroy the Qin clan. Since they did not have the power, why did these two powerhouses dare to fight against the Qin clan publicly? Without a doubt, someone must be supporting these two powerhouses from behind the scenes. Although no one had exposed the truth behind the matter, of course, everyone was well aware of the history of the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates. The supporter behind this was most likely the current Heavenly Emperor Gate, the Shin clan. Heavenly Emperor Shin Tianwen still sat on his Heavenly Emperor seat. High and lofty, he swept across the entire scene with a disdainful attitude. He laughed. "Very good, I can see that each of your sects have sent out all their elites. I am very gratified that you all value this event so highly." Everyone knew that the Celestial the Arch had more to say, so they weren't in a hurry to express their opinions. Sure enough, His Majesty the Sky Emperor paused for a moment and said, "The journey is long and the matter is of great importance. I must give you a set of rules. 3 rules. Everyone's hearts were clear, knowing that His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor wanted to prevent any accidents from happening. First, regardless of the grudges you have at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, when you leave the Heavenly Emperor Mountain and arrive at the Karakoram Immortal Clan, you must put down those grudges for me. Along the way, you are not allowed to get involved in any personal grudges, nor are you allowed to seek revenge or attack one another. The intention of this rule was clear and the meaning was clear. They were not allowed to engage in internal strife, even if they could not live under the same sky as the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. Second, each sect can only send 6 people. You are not allowed to bring your family, friends, or contracted spiritual beasts. Of course, sealed spiritual beasts are not included. Qin Wushuang was moved inwardly. With this restriction from the Heavenly Emperor, it would be impossible for Bao Bao, Lone, and the others to travel together. Shu would also not be able to accompany them. Currently, this Heavenly Emperor was the leader of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. As soon as he spoke, although Qin Wushuang was annoyed, he could not do anything. He could only feel bad luck. Third, all sects will depart together. You are not allowed to act on your own. After you participate in the pageant, you can leave separately without any restrictions. Without a doubt, this third rule conveyed one meaning. They must ensure their absolute safety before participating in the 10,000-year pilgrimage pageant. As for the aftermath, it would not matter. When Qin Wushuang heard this rule and looked at the expressionless face of the Heavenly Emperor, for some unknown reason, he felt somewhat strange inwardly. After the Heavenly Emperor agreed on these 3 rules, he glanced across the entire scene with a smile and said lightly, "For these 3 rules, no one has any objections, right?" Since he had already spoken up to this point, no one could open their mouth even if they wanted to have objections. Qin Wushuang laughed inwardly. Suddenly, he felt a gaze lingering on him. Following this gaze, he saw that it came from the Yun clan. A moment ago, Qin Wushuang had been paying attention to the Heavenly Emperor clan. When he saw the person from the Yun clan gazing at him, Qin Wushuang could not help but feel surprised. This person who was gazing at him carried a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. It was Yun Xuechen, only, Yun Xuechen's current appearance was different than the previous time. He appeared more formal and dignified. Inwardly, Qin Wushuang was astonished, yet he did not show it on the surface. It was because he saw that from Senior Yun Xuechen's eyes, it clearly carried a form of hinting for him to not speak out. Qin Wushuang was not an idiot. He knew that under such circumstances, it would definitely raise suspicions if he were to meet with Senior Yun Xuechen. With the sensitivity of the Heavenly Emperor Gate, most likely they would mistakenly think that the Yun clan and the Qin clan had some secret agreement and would harm the Heavenly Emperor Gate. Clearly, Yang Guinan of the Heavenly Punishing Villa intended to flatter him as he laughed. "Your Majesty, the Heavenly Emperor 8 Gates will only obey your orders. Of course, we will not have any objections. Besides, Your Majesty's agreement is for everyone's good." The Heavenly Emperor laughed. "Although I hold the position of Heavenly Emperor, I rule the martial arts world and the secular world. In the end, I still serve the Xian Yuan Totem Clan. This is also the intention of the Xian Yuan Totem Clan. After all, the Karakoram Immortal Clan is a totem clan. We cannot lose the face of the Xian Yuan Clan." When he mentioned the Totem Clan, naturally everyone had nothing to say. People of the Xian Yuan Totem Clan are already on their way. The Heavenly Emperor 8 Gates will depart in 3 days. There must not be any delay. To the Qin clan, these 3 rules appeared to be beneficial without any disadvantages. At least, the Qin clan would not need to worry about the Heavenly Punishing Villa and the Sound of Thunder sect playing tricks. However, on the other hand, the more the Heavenly Emperor acted this way, the more the people of the Qin clan felt it was inappropriate. Considering that the 3rd rule did not restrict the return journey, it also meant that after participating in the 10,000-year pilgrimage pageant, they could resolve any grudges on the way back. Upon careful analysis, in fact, it was to encourage personal fights. With the 2nd rule, although Murongshu could not go, Bao Bao and Lone, the spiritual beasts that were his personal companions, could not accompany him. Qin Wushuang came to the guest house and found Bao Bao and Murongshu. He explained the situation to them. When Murongshu heard this, She felt slightly disappointed inwardly. However, in the end, she understood the general situation as she comforted Qin Wushuang. Brother Qin, don't worry, I will not mind. Don't worry and go to the illusion heavenly lake, I will wait for you at the guest house. Bao Bao was somewhat depressed. Boss, we can't go? It's so depressing. Qin Wushuang laughed. It's good that we can't go. You and Lone will train at the guest house and take care of Shu Er. Upon hearing the words of Qin Wushuang, Bao Bao's worry turned into joy as he laughed. Boss, don't worry, we will protect senior sister Murong. However, Little Bamboo chuckled. Little monkey, don't ask my missy to protect you at that time. Bao Bao said proudly. Who said that? I am already at the profound void martial stage. I must strive to enter the perfect void martial stage before boss returns. Ha ha ha. Qin Wushuang gave a long sigh. Bao Bao, don't advance prematurely due to greed. For training, take it one step at a time. Anyways, you have the bloodline of the ancient spiritual monkey, don't be too hasty. When the conditions are right, success will follow naturally. Bao Bao said with a confident tone. Boss, don't worry. However, you must remember to come back early. Don't let our senior sister Murong wait for too long. Murong Shu gave a light laugh and did not reprimand him. On the contrary, Little Bamboo rolled her eyes at Bao Bao and walked over. She grabbed Bao Bao's ear and said, You too, come with me. What are you doing, senior sister Little Bamboo? A gentleman should use his hands and not his mouth. Bao Bao cried out in pain and obediently followed Little Bamboo outside. Suddenly, Lone felt that he was redundant standing here alone. He looked at Qin Wushuang and Murong Shu, then looked at Little Bamboo who turned around to give him a look. Suddenly, he realized the light and laughed foolishly. That. I will also go out for a while. Instantly, only Murong Shu and Qin Wushuang remained in the room. Qin Wushuang took a step forward lightly and held Murong Shu's soft and tender hands. Shu Er, you won't blame me, right? Brother Qin. Why would I blame you? Murong Shu blinked her eyes and her beautiful eyelashes fluttered. I could have chosen not to go. Murong Shu extended her hand and placed 2 fingers next to Qin Wushuang's lips. She shook her head. Brother Qin, you are not allowed to speak like this. A good man should aspire to travel far. How could Shu Er restrict you from traveling? Qin Wushuang was greatly moved. He smiled knowingly and nodded. Shu Er, I once heard a sentence, if 2 people love each other for a long time, why would they stay together day and night? Isn't this the truth? This was a sentence that Qin Wushuang came up with on the spot. However, it made Murong Shu's eyes flash with surprise. She kept repeating these 2 sentences and was greatly enchanted. Brother Qin, who said this? It's so well said. Qin Wushuang was startled. Only now did he remember that this was a sentence from Immortals at the Magpie Bridge by the Song Dynasty poet in his previous life. It was a classic that had been passed down through the ages. He stared blankly for a moment, then a strange smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. That person's surname is also Qin. We are from the same sect, ha ha ha. Is he an ancestor of your Qin family? Murong Shu took it seriously. Qin Wushuang had only told a white lie, but he didn't expect Murong Shu to react like this. He could only smile bitterly. He can't be considered an ancestor, but his poem was very good. These 2 sentences were only the finishing touch. Murong Shu was greatly curious and hurriedly asked about the structure of the entire poem. Qin Wushuang could only recite the original words. Fortunately, Qin Wushuang was a graduate student in his previous life. He wasn't ignorant and incompetent, so he recited it with great eloquence. Murong Shu's heart shook when she heard golden wind and jade dew meet, surpassing countless people in the human world. For a moment, she was stupefied. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 643. After 3 days, the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates had gathered and departed on time. Within the radius of 2 or 3 million miles around the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, besides the Heavenly Emperor Gate, the Heavenly Emperor 8 Gates shared the same position. However, they did not interact much with each other. After all, when one reached their position, they were more on guard against each other than interacting with each other. Besides the undisguised alliance between the Heavenly Punishing Villa and the Sound of Thunder sect, the other sects did not interact with each other. At least on the surface, one could not see such a trend. The leader of the Qin clan was Qin Yunran. It seemed that everyone had a mutual understanding. Almost the leader of each sect was the second in command of their respective sect. Of course, this was expected. Under normal circumstances, the number one elite warrior of each sect would oversee the mountain gate. It was rare for them to go out. Qin Wushuang followed the team of the Qin clan. Along the way, he did not deliberately show off. Clearly, Qin Taichong took great care of Qin Wushuang. To this junior brother who had emerged at a rapid speed, not only did he not push him aside, he took great care of him and displayed his broad breadth of mind. Qin Taichong set himself as an example and gradually eased the relationship between these 5 disciples of the Qin clan. Qin Hao and Qin Hongyang, who were initially incompatible with Qin Wushuang, also gradually became familiar with Qin Wushuang. In the end, they discovered with astonishment that this junior brother Qin Wushuang was easy to get along with. It was completely different than what they had imagined. Initially, Qin Jining did not participate in Qin Shaohong's operation. Being a clean and honest person, he admired Qin Taichong the most. Now when he saw that Qin Wushuang also possessed exceptional strength, he was not jealous. On the contrary, he felt some admiration. Not only did he admire Qin Wushuang's strength, he also admired Qin Wushuang's foresight. At least, his understanding of the situation at the ascending dragon slope was something even senior brother Qin Taichong did not expect. Naturally, Qin Jining did not think deeply about these problems. After being pointed out by Qin Wushuang, he thought about it carefully and found it to be true. Although there was a fixed route from the Shenyuan Mound to the Illusion Heavenly Lake, it was still a long journey. After about half a month, they arrived at the border of the Shenyuan Mound and the Illusion Heavenly Lake. Currently, they were already 2 or 3 million miles away from that Heavenly Emperor Mountain. That night, they settled down at the border of the illusory Moon Manor. Of course, the Heavenly Emperor 8 Gates also had a mutual understanding. They did not plan to make a big show of force and cause the local martial arts sects to make a big fuss to flatter them. That would be more troublesome. Among the 72 prefectures of the Shenyuan Mound, the Mirage Moon Prefecture did not have the largest area. However, its long and narrow terrain was unique. After settling down, Qin Yunran summoned the 5 disciples to his room. Apparently, he had something to tell them. After the 5 disciples sat down, Qin Yunran said, "Taichong, what do you think?" Qin Taichong smiled and said, "To be honest, I'm really looking forward to it. This is disciples' first time going to the Illusion Heavenly Lake. What about you guys?" Everyone's thoughts were more or less the same, and they all expressed the same meaning. The Illusion Heavenly Lake is perhaps the most peaceful place among the 5 great forbidden spiritual zones. The sects within the Illusion Heavenly Lake rarely fought each other like in other forbidden spiritual zones. However, this does not mean that the Illusion Heavenly Lake is a place where you can come and go as you please. Qin Yunran said with an incredibly serious tone, "In fact, this Illusion Heavenly Lake is extremely xenophobic. Especially to the Shenyuan Mound and the extreme North Snow Zone." Qin Wushuang found it somewhat strange. He remembered that the Illusion Heavenly Lake, the Shenyuan Mound, and the extreme North Snow Zone were all forbidden spiritual zones ruled by human martial artists. They interacted with each other more often. The Heavenly Fire southern border was half human and half beast. The Beast clan ruled the endless Eastern Sea. This was the overall structure of the 5 great forbidden spiritual zones. Qin Wushuang had heard these 2 chiefs mention it not long ago. Why did the second chief speak of it this way? You must find it strange. The Illusion Heavenly Lake is also a place ruled by human martial artists. Why is it at odds with the Shenyuan Mound and the extreme North Snow Zone? Isn't that right? Qin Yunran asked with a smile. Qin Wushuang said, "Second chief, could it be there is some classical story behind this?" Qin Yunran gave a long sigh. In fact, there is no classical story. To put it bluntly, it's gratitude and grudges. The Illusion Heavenly Lake is the only forbidden spiritual zone ruled by females among the 5 great forbidden spiritual zones. In those sects at the Illusion Heavenly Lake, almost all of them are ruled by females. Even at the Karakoram Immortal Clan, more than half of the martial artists are female martial artists. Second Chief, why is it like this? Could it be that the boundary of the Illusion Heavenly Lake is more beneficial for female martial artists? That's why it led to the situation where females flourish and males decline. Qin Hao could not help but ask. In normal times, they would train at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain of the Xianyuan Mound and rarely learned about the classical stories of the other forbidden spiritual zones. Now, upon hearing the words of the second chief, everyone was overflowing with interest. In fact, it's not much related to the boundary. Legend has it that in the ancient times, the Illusion Heavenly Lake was the birthplace of the Queen Mother of the West. Therefore, the tradition of female martial artists ruling over that place prevailed. It has been passed down until now, resulting in the current situation. Regarding these classical stories, very few disciples of the younger generation knew about them. When Qin Wushuang heard about the mythological era, he could not help but feel somewhat fascinated. He asked, Second Chief, if that mythological era existed, then where is the Queen Mother of the West now? Didn't they say that theoretically, elite warriors of the Supreme Tao have an immortal body? Qin Yunran laughed. This is a good question. The mythological era, it's a mystery. To the Tian Xian land, it's definitely an unsolvable mystery. Legend has it that the current totem clan are all descendants of the divine clan from the mythological era. During the mythological era, the gods rose together. They fought for supremacy in the world. It was always hailed as the golden era of the Tian Xian land. Only, that era is too far away. Now, we can only speculate from some traces left behind. There are no concrete ancient records. Perhaps there are, yet the Heavenly Emperor 8 Gates and the other sects do not know about it. Could it be that the Totem clan has controlled these information? Didn't they say that the Qin clan is also a sect passed down from the ancient era? The ancient era is too long. It's a few 100,000 years, or even a few million years. The inheritance of the Qin clan is less than 100,000 years. It's still far away from the true mythological era. However, among the Heavenly Emperor 8 Gates, only the Yun and Xin clan are on par with the Qin clan. I am afraid the other 5 sects do not even have 30,000 years of inheritance. When Qin Yunran talked about history, he was incredibly proud. Qin Taichong laughed straightforwardly. Usually, all the Heavenly Emperor seats are held by these 3 houses. Second Chief, that Totem clan is incredibly mysterious. Just how powerful are they? Everyone was extremely concerned about this question. The Totem clan was incredibly mysterious, yet everyone did not know much about them. They wanted to use this opportunity to inquire about something. Unexpectedly, Qin Yunran was also a hoodlum as he laughed. Don't look at me, I am afraid only the head chief can answer this question. Only the Heavenly Emperor Gate is qualified to deal with the Shen Yuan clan. The Qin clan has left the Heavenly Emperor seat for a long time. For a long time, the Xin clan has been the banker. When the Qin clan was in charge, me and the third chief were not even born. I am afraid the head chief was only a young disciple at that time. Qin Taichong laughed. The head chief is as mysterious as the Shen Yuan clan. Up to this point, I only know that there is a head chief. I have never seen him. It's normal, the head chief has been in solitary training for more than 200 years. Before his solitary training, he once said that the longest he could stay in solitary training is 500 years. If everything goes well, he will come out before the Heavenly Emperor Mountain Pageant in 17 years. If it does not go well, everyone should be prepared for a long wait. 500 years. As soon as he spoke these words, Qin Wushuang and the others looked at each other in dismay. Among them, the oldest Qin Taichong was only 100 years old. In other words, when the head chief was in solitary training, each of them were not even born. Qin Hao laughed. Second chief, in fact, We all want to know what is going on with the Supreme Tao stage. Supreme Tao stage. Qin Yunran said with a leisurely tone. To put it bluntly, it is to refine the body and form the divine soul. The corporeal body of a Supreme Tao elite warrior is the Supreme Tao golden body. Non-Supreme Tao weapons would not be able to harm them in the slightest. The most powerful part of a Supreme Tao elite warrior is not the corporeal body, but the divine soul. Powerful Supreme Tao elite warriors can even use the divine soul to kill people. With a thought, they can mobilize the natural elements to attack the enemy. So powerful. Qin Hao and the others could not help but be surprised. Do you want to try? Qin Yunran asked with a faint smile. Qin Hao scratched his head. Then forget it. He. Qin Wushuang asked, Second Chief, we are very clear about the stages below the Supreme Tao stage. But how are the Supreme Tao stage divided? I do not know. Please enlighten me, Chief. The others also did not know. Generally speaking, one must reach the peak of the common mysterious stage to slowly come into contact with the Supreme Tao stage. Before that, there was no need to understand. You all want to know? Qin Yunran glanced at everyone. Seeing that everyone nodded, Qin Yunran laughed. Then I will tell you all. But don't be delusional. You will not be able to sleep after hearing it. Now, your cultivation is still far away from the Supreme Tao stage. One step at a time. It is impossible to achieve the Supreme Tao stage if you are eager for quick success. Honored warrior Ji Huai has a high cultivation, right? Why can't he enter the Supreme Tao stage? It is because he thinks too much and his thoughts are too complicated. The Supreme Tao stage has very high requirements for the primordial spirit stage. If your thoughts are not pure and there is an inner demon in your heart, you will never be able to break through the Supreme Tao stage. Comprehending the Supreme Tao stage, on one hand, is fighting against the cultivation barrier. On the other hand, it is also fighting against one's inner demon. If you comprehend it, you comprehend it. If you don't comprehend it, you don't comprehend it. It cannot be faked. Qin Wushuang thoughtfully remembered these words in his heart. He knew that he certainly had enough potential to challenge the Supreme Tao stage. But the words of the second chief would undoubtedly allow him to take fewer detours. The Supreme Tao stage is also divided into 4 major stages: spirit concentration, spirit transformation, true God, and sky God. Qin Yunran's tone was solemn for the first time. Most Supreme Tao stage cultivators are only at the spirit concentration stage. Including me, I am still one step away from the spirit transformation stage. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 644. With the distance of one calamity, Qin Wushuang and the others were somewhat confused. What was the meaning of this tribulation? Qin Yunran knew that these kids did not know much about the Supreme Tao stage. He laughed. You guys always feel that the Supreme Tao stage is immortality. Even if the body is destroyed, the divine soul can live forever. Am I right? Is that not the case? Qin Hao asked while stuttering. They longed for the Supreme Tao stage so much because they wanted to live forever. If the Supreme Tao stage could not allow one to live forever, why would everyone work so hard to cultivate the Supreme Tao? Ha ha, this is only the outside world's misunderstanding of the Supreme Tao stage. Theoretically, the true Supreme Tao stage is immortal as long as the divine soul is immortal. However, the Supreme Tao stage also has calamities and tribulations. The calamities that the Supreme Tao stage has to face are much more violent than ordinary martial artists. Have you heard of the 5 decay of the celestial being? This is the general idea. Each stage of the Supreme Tao stage has calamities and tribulations. Using the coagulate Supreme Tao stage as an example, there are 3 minor calamities, 3 intermediate calamities, and 3 major calamities. The first 6 calamities are still manageable. However, this major calamity is extremely difficult. If you don't look for it, it will come to you. Now, I am at the 8th Coagulate Supreme Tao stage. Third Chief is at the 6th Coagulate Supreme Tao stage. This explanation was extremely eye-catching. With one glance, Qin Wushuang and the others had a general understanding of the situation. The Coagulate Supreme Tao stage is the initial gathering of the divine soul. It is not stable. Every tribulation would strengthen one's divine soul. Therefore, the power difference between each calamity also exists. If I pass the 9th calamity, which is the last calamity of the 3 major calamities, I will advance to the Transformation Supreme Tao stage. The Divine Soul stage of the Transformation Supreme Tao stage is extremely stable. Starting from the initial stage, I can use the Divine Soul to kill people. Therefore, the so-called killing with the Divine Soul, the Supreme Tao elite warriors at the Coagulate Supreme Tao stage cannot do it. Including me at the 8th Coagulate Supreme Tao stage, the Transformation Supreme Tao stage also has the same 9 calamities. There are also 3 stages, 3 minor calamities, 3 intermediate calamities, and 3 major calamities. After passing the 9 calamities of the Transformation Supreme Tao stage, it will be the genuine Supreme Tao stage. Of course, the genuine Supreme Tao stage is a stage that even I cannot imagine. I am afraid it is the strongest existence in the Tien Shen land. True Supreme Tao, the strongest. When everyone heard the sensitive word strongest, their hearts trembled. In the world of cultivators, the word strongest was very important. Yes, because above the genuine Supreme Tao is the heavenly Supreme Tao. At the heavenly Supreme Tao stage, you can break through the restraints of the Tien Shen land, truly surpass all the rules of the land and soar into the galaxy. Soaring to the heavenly river, Qin Wushuang couldn't help but look up at the vast night sky outside the window. The starry sky was so deep and mysterious. However, the heavenly Supreme Tao is above the rules of the Tien Shen land. The starry sky is their limit. Wushuang, Taichong, listen well. In this universe, there were countless stars. In each star, there was only an ordinary plane. For example, our Tien Shen land is only a speck in the vast starry sky, a speck of dust that adorns the elephant of the universe. Therefore, even if the genuine Supreme Tao stage was the peak existence at the Tien Shen land, when placed in the grand view of the universe, what was the genuine Supreme Tao stage? Honestly, I can't explain it clearly. When Qin Yunran said this, he laughed as if he was trying to dispel the ridicule. Of course, don't think too much. With our wisdom, certainly it's ridiculous to estimate the vast universe. It's like the frog at the bottom of the well that doesn't know how vast the world is. I don't expect all of you to soar into the galaxy. I only hope that when pursuing the Supreme Tao stage, you can have more wisdom and less inner demons. The Qin clan must take back the Heavenly Emperor seat, or else, the future of the Qin clan will be bleak. This was something substantial. Soaring to the heavenly river was too far away from them. They had not even entered the Supreme Tao stage, not to mention thinking about the genuine Supreme Tao or the heavenly Supreme Tao stage. According to this estimation, certainly there were levels above the heavenly Supreme Tao stage. Only, the division of the levels was not a concept that existed at the Tien Shen land. It would be a waste of effort to think about it, for there would be no answer. Qin Yunran's words seemed to have opened a door for Qin Wushuang. Again, he had seen a world that had suddenly opened up. It had broadened Qin Wushuang's horizons. However, Qin Hao asked, Second Chief, what is the strength of the Heavenly Emperor of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain? This was also a question that everyone was concerned about. Usually when they saw the Heavenly Emperor standing high above, everyone felt reverence from the bottom of their hearts. The Heavenly Emperor? Qin Yunran laughed. The strength of the Heavenly Emperor is not something ordinary Coagulate Supreme Tao elite warriors could compare with. The Heavenly Emperor is at least at the 7th or 8th calamity of the Transformation Supreme Tao stage. Doesn't that mean it's highly possible for the Heavenly Emperor to advance to the genuine Supreme Tao stage? It's possible, but only possible. At the Transformation Supreme Tao stage, each calamity is incredibly difficult. To advance, it will be untold hardships. Whether or not he can break through, it will depend on his luck. However, if he truly breaks through and enters the genuine Supreme Tao stage, I am afraid it will be even more difficult to move the position of the Heavenly Emperor of the Shin clan. When Qin Yunran said this, he also felt somewhat rueful. However, in the end, he was an open-minded person. He blew his long beard and laughed. Everyone, don't belittle yourselves. The Qin clan is also a sect passed down from the ancient times. We also have great fortune. Although we are at the bottom for now, in the cycle of the natural law, there will always be a low point when it comes to prosperity and decline. After the low point, certainly we will rise again. If the Qin clan receives the care of the natural law, certainly a major figure will appear and great fortune will appear. Once it appears, what about it if it's the genuine Supreme Tao stage? Major figure, great fortune. These few words knocked heavily on the bottom of everyone's heart. Everyone was the proud son of the heavens of the Qin clan. Deep in their hearts, they all hoped to be that major figure, that person with great fortune and fortune. They hoped to be the destined son of heaven of the Qin clan, the exceptional genius that would lead the Qin clan to rebuild its glory. Qin Wushuang was no exception. However, Qin Wushuang did not reveal it. Although he had such thoughts inwardly, he had evidence to back it up. If I can grasp all of the 7 deadly arrays formation, that formation once said that the person who grasps the 7 deadly arrays formation will have the opportunity to ride above the peak of the Tianxian land. In other words, the height of the 7 deadly arrays formation is higher than the height of the Heavenly Emperor of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. It can be equal to the Totem Clan, or even above them. After all, although the Totem Clan is powerful, they are not powerful enough to ride above the rules of the Tianxian land. The totem powerhouses of the 5 forbidden spiritual zones still restrain each other. As Qin Wushuang thought this way inwardly, suddenly, a burst of intense motivation emerged from his heart. He had developed an unprecedented desire to dash towards the Supreme Tao stage. What was the meaning of riding above the rules? It meant to ignore all rules. When one looked up, they could ignore the existence of any other people, including the Totem Clan. Or else, how could they be said to ride above the Tianxian land? Riding above the Tianxian land meant that they could soar to the Galaxia and explore higher planes. Thinking here, in fact, Qin Wushuang was incredibly curious. Just who was the original owner of the 7 deadly arrays formation? Could it be that the position of the original owner had surpassed the existence of the Totem Clan? Qin Wushuang's head was full of questions, yet he could not find an answer. However, he was not stubborn in thinking about it. After all, the formation was already under his control. Now, he was already at the profound void martial stage and was qualified to explore the 5th loop. He decided that after he returned from this trip to the illusion Heavenly Lake, he would explore the 5th loop. The 5th loop was at the endless Eastern Sea. It was the most mysterious, complicated, and vast forbidden spiritual zone in the Tianxian land. Qin Wushuang had been longing for it for a long time. Suddenly, Qin Yunran laughed. After talking so much, we seem to have deviated from the topic. I seem to have asked you guys to come here to talk about the illusion Heavenly Lake. Indeed, everyone asked one question after another. Indeed, they had turned the topic around. Qin Taichong laughed. Yes, Chief, we are going to the illusion Heavenly Lake. What's going on with this Karakoram immortal clan? Compared to the Shen Yuan clan, who is stronger? Regarding who is stronger and who is weaker among the totem clans, don't say that we can't say it clearly. Even the totem powerhouses themselves cannot say it clearly. Because of this, between the totem powerhouses, there are open and covert struggles. The Karakoram immortal clan of the illusion Heavenly Lake once sent elite warriors to challenge the Shen Yuan clan. When he said here, Qin Yunran shot a glance at Qin Wushuang and laughed. Of course, it is widely rumored in the outside world that this challenge was due to emotional entanglement and not due to personal feelings. Alright, this is a digression, let's not talk about it. I asked you guys to come here mainly to remind you. When you go to the illusion Heavenly Lake, you must remember one problem, the most important problem. What problem? Everyone was curious. Remember, regardless of how many women you meet that move your heart, or how many soul-stirring stories occur, Don't forget to not get involved with the female martial artists of the illusion Heavenly Lake. Of course, you must not touch the disciples of the Karakoram immortal clan of the Totem clan. You must also not touch the disciples of the other 6 major Daoist sects. Those 6 major Daoist sects are equivalent to the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates of the Shen Yuan Mound. Almost all of them are female martial artists. If any of you get entangled with the female disciples of the illusion Heavenly Lake, it means you are in big trouble. These young people all started to chuckle. However, Qin Wushuang was extremely calm. Since he already had Murongshu, of course he would not get involved with any emotional entanglements. For the others, for the time being, they did not have any emotional experience. They lived their days like ascetic monks and did not know about the matters between men and women. Because of this, Qin Yunran had especially instructed them. It was because the more one did not have any emotional experience, the easier it would be for them to fall into the whirlpool of emotions. And once they fell into it, they would become even crazier. Qin Hao laughed. Second Chief, I don't understand this. Since they are all sects with female martial artists as the main force, it's suitable for them to form a marriage contract with the outside world. Why would there be big trouble instead? It's simple, the martial artists of the illusion Heavenly Lake all follow the precepts. They will not participate in marriage like men and women in the secular world. If anyone dares to ruin the purity of the female disciples of the illusion Heavenly Lake, then they can only wait to be killed. Qin Yunran was definitely not exaggerating to scare people. Qin Hao stuck out his tongue. It's that serious. It's definitely that serious. That group of women are extremely crazy. And the most frightening thing is that they hate marriage and hate men. Yet, they will take the initiative to provoke men, making people unable to control themselves. Isn't this awkward? Qin Hao mumbled. They are just that awkward. Because their female disciples have to get involved in the emotional entanglements. The emotional entanglements are equivalent to the barrier in their cultivation. They will find men to get involved in the emotional entanglements, using this to test their temperament. But don't forget, they are only using it for their cultivation. It's definitely not true love. When Qin Yunran talked about this matter, he kept away that joking and witty tone. Instead, he was serious and earnestly admonishing, without the slightest intention of joking. When Qin Wushuang heard the image described by the second chief, suddenly, a few shadows appeared in his mind. The unpleasant experience he had in Bowl Valley once again surfaced in his mind. A thought suddenly flashed across his mind. Could it be that those women are from the illusion Heavenly Lake? To be continued. If you want to know what happened next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 645. Such a strange thought flashed across Qin Wushuang's mind. He could not refrain from remembering the humiliating experience he had encountered at the Bowl Valley. The tyrannical and arrogant behavior of that woman in imperial clothing had filled Qin Wushuang's heart with anger when he thought about it now. That humiliating experience at the Bowl Valley was also viewed by Qin Wushuang as the greatest humiliation of his life. After sweeping away those distracting thoughts from his mind, Qin Wushuang stopped thinking about it. Even if he were to consider these questions now, he would not have an answer. He could only take one step at a time. He believed that if those women were truly people of the illusion Heavenly Lake, he would certainly meet them. Even if he could not meet them, he could inquire about them. Early next morning, the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates departed again. After crossing the border of the Fantasy Moon Prefecture, they stepped onto the land of the illusion Heavenly Lake. The illusion Heavenly Lake was different than the endless Eastern Sea. The main terrain of the endless Eastern Sea still belonged to the surface of the sea. Although the illusion Heavenly Lake had the name of the Heavenly Lake, in fact it was mainly land. Among the 5 forbidden spiritual zones, the illusion Heavenly Lake was the one with the highest terrain and the most upright mountain range. Especially the Kunlun mountain range where the Karakoram immortal clan was located. It extended for millions of miles and was the supreme totem of the Illusion Heavenly Lake. The origin of the name of the Illusion Heavenly Lake was the most sacred peak of the Karakoram immortal clan. There was a vast lake water like a fairyland called the Illusion Heavenly Lake. Because of the existence of this lake, it was named the Illusion Heavenly Lake. The entire forbidden spiritual zones were also named because of it. After the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates entered the territory of the Illusion Heavenly Lake, they immediately felt the difference of local conditions and customs between the two places. The deeper they went, the more obvious the difference of local conditions and customs became. Just when they arrived at a pass, suddenly, the clouds rose up from the front. Above a large village, a row of strange-shaped flying boats welcomed them. The shape of this flying boat was somewhat similar to the airplanes from Qin Wushuang's former world. When Qin Wushuang saw this flying boat flying over, he was truly astonished. At this moment, a figure appeared before the flying boat. This person transformed into his body and came and went freely. Indeed, he was an elite warrior of the Supreme Tao. This person cupped his hands in a salute and said with a smile, "May I ask if the honorable guests of the Heavenly Emperor 8 sects have arrived?" The leader of the Heavenly Emperor Gate, Xin Tianchen, the younger brother of the Heavenly Emperor, also returned the bow. He said with a smile, "That's us. May I ask who you are?" That person was dressed in a long robe and had a few strands of thin beard. He had the air of a transcendent being. "You are indeed honored guests." "Very good. I am Lu Yixiao from the Flying Rainbow Daoist sect of the Kunlun Immortal Clan." He had received the Immortal sect's decree to welcome the distinguished guests. 6, 8, 48, exactly 48 people. "Thus, I infer that you are the honored guests of the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates." Haha, fellow Daoist Lu is really considerate. Seemingly, Xin Tianchen had deliberately made friends with him as he laughed. "We were just worried about how to get to that Karakoram celestial mountain." Lu Yixiao pointed at the flying ships behind him and said with a smile, "These are the immortal leaf-flying ships specially sent by Kunlun Immortal Clan. There are exactly 8 of them. Each sect will have one. Everyone, please." Xin Tianchen looked back at everyone with some difficulty. Before departing, the Heavenly Emperor had set 3 rules. The first one clearly stated that the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates would move together and not be left alone. However, if they were to board this immortal leaf-flying ship, they must be left alone. It seemed to be inconsistent with the decree of the Heavenly Emperor. However, this flying ship was sent by the Karakoram Immortal Clan. The Karakoram Immortal Clan was the totem clan of the Illusion Heavenly Lake. They held a much higher position than the Heavenly Emperor of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. Most likely, the decree of the Heavenly Emperor would not hold enough weight when encountering the invitation of the totem clan. "What?" Lu Yixiao carried a smile on the corner of his mouth. "Friends, could it be you have some doubts?" Xin Tianchen immediately laughed. "How could I dare, how could I dare?" Instantly, he decided to act flexibly. For the current situation, even if the Heavenly Emperor learned about it after they returned, he would not blame them. Instantly, he waved his hand. "Everyone, pick one immortal leaf-flying ship. May I ask, how long will it take to get to the Karakoram Celestial Mountain?" Lu Yixiao was rather honest. "It's hard to say. If the journey is peaceful and we do not encounter any unexpected situations, we can arrive in 10 to 20 days. If there are any accidents, it's possible for us to arrive in a month. However, there is still more than a month before the 10,000-year pilgrimage pageant. Certainly, it will allow everyone to arrive smoothly." When Xin Tianchen heard up to this point, he was reassured. "All right, everyone get on the ship." If they were to walk by themselves and fly into the unknown territory, it would take them at least a month to arrive at the Karakoram Immortal Clan. Since they were not familiar with the terrain, they had set off this far ahead of time. It was also to avoid any accidents. Anyways, there was still 1 or 2 months before that 10,000-year pilgrimage pageant. They had plenty of time. In fact, among the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates, besides the Heavenly Punishing Villa and the Sound of Thunder sect, the other sects did not like to move with other sects. When they heard that they could leave on the immortal leaf-flying ship, of course they were extremely happy. Qin Yunran took a few disciples and walked towards one of the flying ships. As Qin Wushuang looked at this immortal leaf-flying ship, its size was almost the same as the airplanes in his former world. However, regardless of the material or the shape, it displayed a much more perfect production than the airplanes in his former world. Qin Wushuang smacked his tongue in wonder. If this immortal leaf-flying ship traveled to his former world, it could instantly kill any airplanes. Additionally, this immortal leaf-flying ship consumed the spiritual qi of crystal stones as its driving force. Regardless of safety or speed, it far surpassed the airplanes in his former world. When he walked before the door, suddenly, Qin Wushuang asked one of the disciples that was in charge of receiving them, "Do you guys receive all the forbidden spiritual zones, or only the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates of the Shen Yuan Mound receive such treatment?" That disciple laughed and did not answer. He only made a please gesture. Inwardly, Qin Wushuang was puzzled, yet Qin Taichong dragged him in. Qin Taichong chuckled. "Brother Wushuang, don't ask. Wouldn't it save more energy if we don't fly by ourselves?" Qin Wushuang gave a bitter smile and did not say anything. With the presence of a supreme Dao elite warrior like the second chief, they would not be afraid even if there were any tricks to this immortal leaf-flying ship. The 8 immortal leaf-flying ships closed their doors. After everyone had boarded, they started to depart. Just as these 8 immortal leaf-flying ships had started to move, suddenly, Lu Yixiao, who was standing outside, revealed a mischievous smile. "Silver Cicada, this is all I can help you with. Ha ha, you are truly somewhat childish. Even if I let these people suffer a little, how much of my hatred can be resolved?" Initially, Golden Cicada lost to the elite warriors of the Shen Yuan clan. It's not much fun to vent your anger on these underlings of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. It's just to make the people of the Shen Yuan clan lose some face. After he had finished speaking, this Lu Yixiao withdrew his body and transformed into a long rainbow to escape into the sky. His speed was even faster than lightning. If people of the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates saw this scene, they would be endlessly astonished. The body movements and methods of this Lu Yixiao were much more powerful than people like Qin Yunran and Xin Tianchen. The speed at which he fled like a graceful swan had simply reached the transformation supreme Dao stage. On the other hand, the 6 people of the Qin clan were sitting inside the immortal leaf-flying ship. The space inside was enormous. In fact, it was extremely spacious to accommodate 6 people. However, the space they were in was completely isolated from the area where the immortal leaf-flying ship was being operated. They could not see how this immortal leaf-flying ship was being operated. Qin Hao sensed the speed of this flying ship and looked at the clouds floating outside the ship. He sighed with emotion. "I feel that we are too trusting of that Lu Yixiao. If he deceived us and did not have good intentions, it would be troublesome." Don't look at how Qin Hao was usually frivolous. His words had hit the bottom of everyone's heart. Qin Hongyang scolded with an unfriendly tone, "Haozi, don't jinx it. That mouth of yours is too venomous. It's both good and bad. I don't want anything to happen, you better shut up." Qin Hao chuckled. "Am I not thinking for everyone? Senior brother, don't you think it's strange?" Qin Taichong was a natural optimist. He was forthright and careless. To put it bluntly, he was the type that was rather insensitive. He laughed. "With the chief here, it's not strange. Even if it's strange, the chief is at the supreme Dao stage. Even if this flying ship explodes, we can escape safely." Qin Wushuang said with a bitter smile, "Senior brother, stop. Don't joke about this." Qin Taichong roared with laughter. "Junior brother Wushuang, could it be you also believe Haozi's nonsense?" Qin Wushuang did not have much interest in Qin Hao's words. However, ever since he entered this flying ship, he had a bad premonition. He felt that he had truly boarded a pirate ship. However, no matter how he thought about it, he could not figure it out. If this immortal leaf-flying ship was sent by the Karakoram immortal clan, they would not have the motive to deal with them. With the methods and power of the totem clan of the illusion Heavenly Lake, they would not need to make such a big fuss to deal with them. It would be enough to send a mysterious elite warrior to stop them. Therefore, Qin Wushuang was filled with confusion and doubt. Especially when he saw that this space was spacious and empty, yet it gave him a sense of uneasiness. Qin Jining was the calmest. He closed his eyes and ignored everything. Second chief, what do you think? Qin Hao could not refrain from asking. Qin Yunran laughed. It's simple, if the Karakoram immortal clan wants to deal with the Heavenly Emperor Eight Gates, we cannot avoid any of their methods. If the Karakoram immortal clan had not made a move, it would not be easy for the other powerhouses of the illusion Heavenly Lake to scheme against us. Therefore, don't think too much. Everything will be fine when the time comes. The tone of the second chief was even calmer than Qin Taichong. Qin Wushuang rubbed his nose and smiled bitterly inwardly. The second chief is even more thick-skinned than senior brother Taichong. However, I think the second chief is doing this deliberately. Even if he had seen through something, he would not expose it at this moment. It would only make everyone worry. Although the immortal leaf-flying ship flew at a high speed, the people inside each had different concerns. When Qin Wushuang saw the second chief acting with such calmness, the worry in his heart had lessened greatly. Just when Qin Wushuang had calmed down inwardly, the immortal leaf-flying ship shook all of a sudden. Next, it started to shake violently. In his former world, Qin Wushuang often took airplanes. He also often encountered airflow fluctuations when the plane passed through the atmosphere. However, the current situation was clearly different from the shaking of the plane. As soon as this immortal leaf-flying ship shook, instantly, a wave of strange blue lights flashed from the inside of the flying ship. Like vipers, countless tiny blue lights surged out from all directions. Like waves of ropes, they coiled around the 6 people. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 646. For such an unforeseen event, not to mention Qin Wushuang and the others being helpless, even second chief Qin Yunran, who was at the 8th calamity of the Coagulate Supreme Dao stage, was also helpless under the entanglement of this blue rope. This blue invisible rope was exceptional and its entanglement power was also astonishing. Qin Yunran exerted all his strength to break free a few times. He realized that the power used by this invisible rope was more powerful than his Coagulate Supreme Dao power. Despite struggling a few times, it was still to no avail. He caught a glimpse of a few young people from the corner of his eyes. Almost all of them were struggling with all their strength. Only Qin Wushuang, despite revealing a somewhat strange expression, did not exert all his strength to break free. Instead, he looked in the direction of Qin Yunran. Clearly, Qin Wushuang also felt that if the second chief could not break free from this rope, then regardless of how powerful Qin Wushuang was, most likely it would be useless. He could not be stronger than Qin Yunran. When Qin Yunran saw Qin Hao still struggling with all his strength, he immediately shouted, "Qin Hao, calm down, don't struggle." Instantly, Qin Yunran's shout was like a basin of cold water being poured on top of everyone's head. It made these people become much more clear-headed. Qin Hao panted heavily and his pupils shrunk rapidly. He roared like a wild beast, "Chief, what's going on?" Qin Yunran shook his head. "This blue light is extremely powerful, definitely a divine skill of the Transformation Supreme Dao stage. Even I cannot break free. Save your strength, don't make unnecessary struggles." When he said this, Qin Yunran looked at Qin Wushuang with appreciation. Inwardly, he had a higher opinion of Qin Wushuang's calmness from a moment ago. However, the current situation was critical. Regardless of how good Qin Wushuang's foundation was, it was still unknown whether he could pass today's calamity. Everyone, don't panic. If this immortal leaf-flying boat belongs to the Karakoram immortal clan, they would not need to go through so much trouble if they wanted to harm us. Qin Wushuang comforted everyone like this. He was only speculating based on common sense. According to common sense, if the Karakoram immortal clan were to make a move against the Heavenly Emperor Eight Gates, they would not need to go through so much trouble. As they were talking, an even more dazzling beam of light suddenly shot down from the top where Qin Yunran was. A beam of light directly enveloped Qin Yunran's entire body. It was like an extremely overbearing power that suddenly pulled him. Qin Yunran's body could not help but disappear along with the light. No. Qin Hongyang, who was closest to Qin Yunran, saw this scene and screamed at the top of his lungs. His eyes were filled with fear. Almost at a speed that made them unable to react, another ball of light shot down again. This time, Qin Hongyang was directly dragged out. With a flash of light, she directly rushed out of the immortal leaf-flying boat and disappeared into the vast clouds. No one knew where she was sent to. This immortal leaf-flying vessel was actually still flying at high speed. What is going on? Qin Hao's lips trembled. At this moment, he was extremely nervous as he mumbled, "Second sect leader, he's gone just like that." Qin Wushuang and Qin Taichong looked at each other and saw a trace of fear in each other's eyes. If even the second sect leader was of no help, then this situation was not something the two of them could control. "Everyone, don't worry. The second sect leader is blessed by heaven. Nothing will happen to him." Although Qin Wushuang did not know the art of judging people, the second sect leader did not look like a person who would encounter an unexpected disaster. Brother Wushuang is right. No matter what, everyone must survive. Qin Taichong shouted, "No matter who survives, you must go to the Karakoram Immortal Clan and complain to the 5 totem powerhouses. Remember." Qin Jining nodded. "We must survive, we must." As they were talking, there was another beam of light from the top. It was exactly the same as before. This time, it was senior brother Qin Taichong who disappeared. Qin Hao's face was ashen as he kept cursing. Knowing that he could not struggle, he said with a long face, "If I had known this would happen, I would not have come." Qin Jining sighed and glanced at Qin Wushuang. "Junior brother Wushuang, if you can survive, you must remember senior brother Qin Wushuang's words." At this moment, Qin Wushuang was also indescribably aggrieved. This accident happened too suddenly. As a result, he could not digest it at all. However, this immortal leaf-flying boat seemed to be unable to stop and continued to move forward rapidly. With a miserable scream, Qin Hao disappeared from the flying boat with a flash of light. Qin Wushuang glanced at the angle where the light disappeared and mumbled, "The mechanism in this flying boat seems to have separated us on purpose. The angle is completely different every time. What does it mean?" Qin Jining said with a bitter smile, "I hope you and I can survive to get the answer." Just when Qin Wushuang was about to speak, suddenly, he saw Qin Jining's expression change as he stared at the top of him. Immediately, Qin Wushuang knew something was wrong. When he raised his head to look, a ray of light suddenly fell and fixed his entire body. Instantly, as if Qin Wushuang's body was fixed, he could not even move his fingers and was dragged out by this ray of light. Boom! He broke out of the boat and was thrown into the endless sky. Apparently, this power was incredibly outrageous as it dragged Qin Wushuang to fly at an unbelievable angle at a high speed. After flying for an unknown amount of time, this power slowly slowed down. Qin Wushuang moved slightly and discovered that his body had regained mobility. Without thinking, he unfolded the purple cloud yin-yang wings. With a flap of the wings, he completely broke away from the control of that power and galloped in the sky. Now, the sky had darkened and gradually, it was dusk. Qin Wushuang looked down at this vast land. The undulating mountain range appeared to be extremely steep. Between the various mountain ranges, there were streams and mountain streams, winding around the mountain ranges like jade belts. Qin Wushuang landed on the cloud. He did not want to get lost in this sky, so he decided to go down and inquire about the way. It was better than running around in the sky like a headless fly. What's so strange about this immortal leaf-flying boat? From the looks of it, it's more like a prank. I wonder how the others are doing. Qin Wushuang pondered for a moment and knew that it was useless to worry. He decided to find out the way before heading to the Kunlun Immortal Clan. No matter what, this matter had to be clarified. Landing in the wilderness, Qin Wushuang found a secluded cave and rested for the night. He calmed his mind and organized his thoughts. Unknowingly, the sky was bright. Qin Wushuang opened his eyes and felt the morning sun of the illusion heavenly lake. Inwardly, he was slightly reassured. After organizing everything from beginning to end, Qin Wushuang felt that his intuition was correct. He should not have entered that immortal leaf-flying boat at that time. Although that Lu Yixiao appeared harmless, Qin Wushuang felt something was wrong when he looked at him. It seemed that most likely, Lu Yixiao was behind this matter. I just don't know, who is that Lu Yixiao? Inwardly, Qin Wushuang was also curious. However, he knew that it was useless to ponder and he would not get any answers. Just when Qin Wushuang was about to step out of the cave, suddenly, he remembered something. He stepped back and put on the heart illusion mask. Then, he took out a set of clothes from the storage ring. With this change, he immediately changed his face. This was not because Qin Wushuang was overly cautious, but because he had considered many unexpected situations. If that immortal leaf-flying boat belonged to the Karakoram immortal clan, certainly they would not make a move against the Qin clan. Certainly, everyone at the Heavenly Emperor 8 Gates had a share. This way, most likely people of the Heavenly Emperor 8 Gates had been scattered. In this case, if he was unlucky, most likely he would encounter people from the Heavenly Punishing Villa and the Sound of Thunder sect. It would not matter if it were ordinary core disciples, Qin Wushuang would not fear them. However, for the Heavenly Punishing Villa and the Sound of Thunder sect, the leaders were all elite warriors of the Supreme Tao. Regardless of Lei Yiming or Yang Guinan, they were not people Qin Wushuang could deal with. Although Qin Wushuang was confident, he would not be blindly optimistic. 4 Supreme Tao elite warriors, even if they were at the Coagulate Supreme Tao stage, certainly they would not be shaken by someone at his level. Deep inside a valley at the illusion Heavenly Lake, 2 young men stuck their heads out from the dense forest. One of them said, "Senior brother Luo Yi, this should be the outer area of the 10,000 Flower Valley, right?" "Yes, according to the map, this should be the 10,000 Flower Valley." That young man nodded. Revealing a shrewd expression, he observed the movements around him with vigilance. "I hope the 4th Tao warrior will come soon." Come soon? It's not good to come early, right? The 10,000-year pilgrimage pageant has not started and the elite warriors of each sect have not left. We don't have much chance. There is the so-called saying of seeking riches and honor amidst danger. Do you think that only the heavenly Luo Daoist sect can get the information? Certainly the other powerhouses will also act upon hearing the news. To get that thing, we must do it early. Luo Yi's expression was firm as he revealed a duty-bound attitude. "If the 4th Tao warrior does not arrive in time, I will enter the 10,000 Flower Valley first." "Senior brother Luo Yi, you must not act recklessly." The expression of that Luo Zhong changed drastically. "Junior brother Luo Zhong, why are we hiding here so early? Could it be we are waiting here? This opportunity cannot be missed. If the heavenly Luo Daoist sect wants to walk out of this predicament, we must succeed this time. If we fail, we will not have the chance to make a comeback. When the Qin clan recovers, they will take care of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect first. Don't look at how the Heavenly Punishing Villa and the Sound of Thunder sect are treating us with courtesy. It's because they still hold hope for the head Tao warrior to break into the Supreme Tao stage. However, the head Tao warrior did not make any progress. Once he does not fulfill their expectations, they will betray the Qin clan. These 2 powerhouses are famous for their treachery. It would not be a surprise for them to abandon the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. Luo Yi was that young man who had caused trouble for Lu Xianlu at the capital city of the Danxia prefecture. Inside the heavenly Luo Daoist sect, his talent was second only to Luo Ting. Now that Luo Ting was dead, being one of the most exceptional young people, he was naturally chosen as the future successor of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. Therefore, Luo Yi was in a rush to show off. He did not want to play the role of one of the successors. He wanted to be the one and only one. In other words, his goal and ambition was to become the successor of the head Tao warrior. Inheriting the position of the other Tao warriors could no longer satisfy his ambition. He knew that in order to stand out, he must defeat the other competitors. Therefore, for this trip to the 10,000 Flower Valley, he had volunteered himself. Although it was fraught with danger and most likely, it would be a narrow escape, he had come regardless of his personal safety. To cross the boundary and come to the territory of the illusion Heavenly Lake, this not only required courage, but also wisdom and strength. In the Shen Yuan Mound, perhaps some lucky situations might occur when you come to other people's territory. When you come to other forbidden spiritual zones, if you get into trouble, you will certainly die. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.